Tango Charlie. Juliet again.
Yeah, you've been watching the special events station or check log station, GB26 WRTC there. We've got that station based here at HQ. A few people have made a few inquiries about it, you know, saying there's computers and things in there, but that's not a contest station. That's just purely a special event station that we've put on here so that people can work the stations and give them some points from here. Anyway, welcome back. Thanks very much to Rob and to Heather for doing my job for the last couple of hours. I'm back now for a little while. In a moment, I'll be meeting Glenn, W0GJ, but first we're going to look at a competitor postcard, EU number 5, for Luca, INK PFL, and Stefano, INK JUB. So welcome back. This is the live stream studio coming to you from the WRTC 2026 headquarters here at Boston Lakes Resort, which is in Bedfordshire and only about 30-40 miles from most of the stations that are based in Norfolk and Suffolk. Lovely to have you with us. We will be with you live, even in the early hours as well. We'll be right through to see it till the end of the contest, which is tomorrow at 1 o'clock UK time, 12 o'clock UTC. Now, I'm joined now by Glenn, W0GJ, and you are the Secretary of the Northern California DX Foundation.
Yes, and we've been a big supporter of WRTC since 1990. We've been a very large financial donor to every WRTC.
So tell us a little bit more about your foundation then before we talk about your connections with WRTC.
We're a non-profit organization. We support DXpeditions and the technology for DXing, and we have a strong emphasis on youth. And so we, if there's somebody under the age of 26 that wants to go on a DXpedition, we will usually fund at least their airfare and their share of the team's costs to make to replace us old guys that are leaving the DXpedition. So
where do you get your funds from then? How we
don't have membership. We just have donors. And so we have donors worldwide in many countries, and we have some large donors and some small donors, but every little bit helps. And we also have a fund called Cycle 25, where that's more for estates, so people, DXers that pass on, in their will can donate some funds to NCDXF.
Is that named after Propagation Cycle 25?
Yes, it is.
So
we named it the previous cycle, and now we're in the middle of 25 and approaching cycle 26. So maybe we need to reconsider the name.
Maybe. Well, it sounds like wonderful work that you're doing. Now, you personally have been involved with a lot of WRTCs though in the past, haven't you?
Yes, I've been a referee at 2 in Finland and Brazil. And I attended as a spectator in Boston and here.
Wow, and what's the difference between them? So I think, did you say you did the original one?
No,
1990. Sorry,
NCDXF has sponsored.
Oh, from the early days, yeah.
Yes.
But you've been involved with the last few of them.
Yep.
So how are you finding England?
Well, good. My wife was born in here.
Oh,
and,
okay.
Grew up, spent a lot of time up in Carlisle, and so after the activities here, we're going to spend a week up visiting her cousins.
Contest up there, yeah.
So we've been here before, so.
Lovely, okay. Well, now let's going to have a look with you, if that's all right, and look at the leaderboard where we are. I haven't looked at it for a little while because I've been having some dinner and having a little bit of a rest. We can look at these now. I don't know if you're used to using this World Radio League
Yes, I've
system.
been watching it.
Yeah, so we can now zoom, we can actually have a look and closer look. Let's see where we are now. And since I've been gone, the top 3 or 4 look very similar. So we start looking at the top. What are your thoughts on those?
Well, this is just like a horse race. I watched everybody come out of the chute.
Yeah.
There was a lot of jockeying, for position, it seemed, and then surprisingly, people at the top would move down, people at the bottom would move up, and now things are kind of steady, and I think but they're about ready to come around the bend. The gray line is about here.
I was going to say,
there's going to be some new multipliers, and then there's
Yeah.
going to be another bend at sunrise, when more multipliers become available. So we'll probably see some more jockeying as time goes on.
Yeah, a lot of it is about the strategy, of course, and the propagation. Yes. We spoke to Steve Nichols, G0KYA, yesterday about the propagation forecast, and he said it was quite difficult to forecast. Even though we've got quite stable weather, and lots of us do normally make connections between the weather and propagation, but of course there's no guarantees.
I saw his forecast earlier, and it was pretty pessimistic for 10 and 15 meters, and even 80. I was surprised. I was expecting more propagation to North America on 80 and even on 40. It looked kind of bleak on 40 too, but we'll see. You never know until you're there.
No, that's right.
How the propagation is going to go.
So do you know a lot of the guys that you're seeing there in some of these
I know quite
stations?
a few, and it's exciting to see the youth teams doing well.
Yeah, it is very good. You said that your foundation is focused on youth.
One of our newest foundation board members is on a youth team.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe let's find them then on this.
Yeah,
so we've got Youth 3. Do you know which one it is? What's his name? We've got Willow here.
Willow and Max.
Oh, that's them, is it?
Yeah,
okay, so that's Youth Team 3?
Yes.
So tell us about Willow and Max then. It's you are supporting them financially, are you?
Well, no. Max is just one of our newest. We have 2 new youth directors on the foundation that we just, so they'll help us make decisions and vetting DXpeditions, and so they might have a long future in CDX.
So do you know if this is their first ones as competitors though?
Yes, this is their first competition.
Well, let's see how they're doing. So at the moment they look like they're 14th, but as we've said many times over the last few hours since we've been doing this, everything can change. And you said about the horse race, and just like a horse race,
they were way down the list, and now they're in what?
14th.
14th place.
Yeah, so they're working their way up.
So they're working their way up, and some of the strategy is make as many cues as you can, but yet you got to search for multipliers, or do you work as many multipliers as you can. But it's really a tightrope, and Ward Silver N0AX had a little takeoff of Alice in Wonderland, the rabbit, high rate, no time to say hello, goodbye, high rate.
Oh, right, I like it. A nice play on words.
So, rate is king, and if you're making a lot of cues, the multipliers often will come to you.
Yeah.
So,
especially now North America's opening up and everything else
right.
as well. I think earlier when I looked, mostly the contacts were Germany, as we expect probably, but now with the grey line coming in, as you say, we're going to get some of those more distant stations there. Any other surprises? Do you know anybody else from any of these other youth teams?
Yes, I know. I've met most of them. And,
so we've got Keys, W0AAE, and Connor.
Yeah, and Keys actually is living right now in my hometown.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
Working. So I know Keys, and he's going to be contesting at my station this fall. So I'm rooting for all the youth teams, to see if they can beat the old guys,
Yeah,
so.
It's good. Well, every guest I think I've spoken to today, and there's been quite a few set on this sofa so far, we've all mentioned youth and how important it is to encourage them. And it's sometimes difficult to find things that will engage youth with so much that technology can bring them.
That's right.
On tablets and stuff like that, and videos. Yep. So this is a really good traditional hobby, but with hopefully adopting some of that technology to show, like the scoreboard we're looking at there, which World Radio League have put together. Hopefully that interests a lot of them as well. Let's have a look at some of the other youth teams if we can. Youth team 1 there, we've got RA9P, Alexi. I don't know if you know them, and there's Maxim there as well from R28FL.
They were. It's interesting. They were near the very top for a long time.
They were, weren't they?
And
yes.
Now they're down, and maybe as the sun sets and the sun comes around again, they might rise to the top again. It's just it's it's just like a horse race, you know.
Yeah, and it's hard to predict, isn't it? And of course, I was talking to, again, one of my guests earlier, just talking about the youth, which are, in theory, they're going to have more energy, maybe more longevity. They're not going to maybe feel this 24 hours quite as much as some of us older guys.
That's right. That's right.
However, they may not have the experience to know what to do as conditions change.
Next time they'll have a little bit better strategy. So so they'll improve every time.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll bring them well. It's good. What do you think about just generally now, not just WRTC and contesting? What do you think about the state of our hobby generally for you in the US, and is it in a good place?
I think it's, you know, I would say 3 or 4 years ago I was a little bit more pessimistic. I'm a little bit more optimistic now because we're seeing, I think, you know, more resurgence of the youth with the Yoda camps.
Yes, they've been very good, haven't they?
In the different regions in Europe and in North America. So I think we're seeing at least some replacement. It might not be as much as it was when we were younger, but I think there's going to be a replacement for us.
And it's quite important, isn't it, that the hobby adapts. I know a lot of people are traditionalists. They like the way it was. I know many people will say to me that they started by listening, and people should, the youngsters should sit listening, start off just listening. But most of the young people I speak to about that's just not enough. It's not going to grip them because the world is a different place with technology now than it was.
Last fall, I was part of the SEBA PJ6Y youth expedition, and some of these kids came, they literally had mic fright when they started, but by the time they left, they were masters at huge pileups.
Yes.
So, I mean, they have a faster learning curve than us old guys do. So it was very exciting to see these kids. And then we're going to try and work on more youth expeditions, like we have at SEBA and Rotuma. So we have some exciting plans coming up, I think, to involve a lot more youth in de-expeditioning.
Good. Well, all the best to you and all the work that your foundation does to support young people and bring them into the hobby. It's been lovely to meet you today. Thank
Likewise.
you for sharing this with us, Glenn, W0GJ. Well, now we've, as you know, we've got a whole team of reporters out there. 3 roving reporters have all got cars. They've got satellite links to bring us videos from all of the stations as well. And we're now going to go to one of them. It's video from contest site Visit 4. That's one of the contest sites, video there. We're not doing stuff live from the actual stations. We can't do that because, of course, we risk identifying them. So the videos are done, they're rushed up to us by satellite link, and then our team of editors are actually editing them down and putting, so if you see blurred lines around some of the things like the operating frequencies and the call signs and things like that, because of course we've got to keep that anonymous. So that's why it takes us a little bit of time to take those rushes and adapt them before we show them to you. But believe me, we have 3 people out there doing that. Jonathan and Lawrence are all out there taking video and stuff for us. Now, as you can imagine, putting on an event like this takes a lot of money. And that means that as well as a lot of everybody contributing themselves, we do need other money from sponsors. One of our sponsors is Flex Radio, and they've sent us this video to show you.
3, 4, 5.
There we are. That's one of our many sponsors that have supported this WRTC event. We've just got another couple of guests. We're going to introduce them in a moment. We met them earlier. They're just being mic'd up now, and then we'll talk to them. Actually, I think we're ready now virtually to see. So it's lovely to welcome Dave, K1ZZ, and of course Rusty from earlier on.
W608T.
Sorry, what was your call again?
W608T.
I'm trying to remember everybody, but I'm meeting lots of new people here. But anyway, lovely. Thank you very much, both of you, for coming back to us. How do you think so? I know you've been looking at the scoreboards. I've seen you looking at the monitors and everything else. So how do you think things are shaping up? Dave first,
We'll
and then
do
Rusty.
Alphonse Gascoigne
Okay.
here. Can we bring up the...
Yeah, of course. Well, there's the mouse if you want to do that, or I can bring them for
yeah,
you.
if you could do it, it'll be a bit quicker.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not surprised to see Manfred and Dooley at the top of the list at this point. A few hours ago, they had the high QSO point total, which indicated that they had been concentrating on working stations outside of Europe. Their multiplier was a little bit low compared to those who were ahead of them, but at this time of day, when you're shifting to 40 meters, you're picking up a lot of multipliers quickly, and so their score has risen very quickly, and now they're at the top of the list.
Yeah, so let's go through that. I mean, we can give those figures. So the QSO points, well, let's see. Firstly, the number of QSOs they've had is 2,571. This is EU number 3, team 1. And let me see, the overall QSOs per hour, they're doing an average of 356 an hour, which is astonishing, really. But QSO points, 6,765, and the multiplier is 241. Now, if we look at the next nearest team, that's WRTC 2022 champions, which is Yuri and Yaroslav, they've got 2,394 QSOs, so that's about 180 roughly behind in terms of numbers of QSOs. But as you said, Dave, it's not just about the number of QSOs; it's about all these other stats, isn't it? I don't know if you can see them there. That we are looking at a relatively small monitor from a little way away.
Now, on the other hand, in Italy in 2023, Yuri had by far the highest multiplier, 499, and so I expect that their multiplier will grow.
Well, they have got more. Their multipliers at the moment are 261 compared to the leaderboard champion at the moment, 242.
Yeah.
So they are, 19 ahead?
Yeah, those are numbers to watch very closely as we go through the darkness hours.
Okay. Now, I believe we can find out some more information. So if I have a look and click on that, I can get more information about them. There we are. So this is giving us some statistics now. This is Manfred and Ulrich, who are at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. This is some astonishing facts here. QSO rate. So they're doing around about 300 QSOs an hour.
Well,
I mean, that to
divided
me,
by
as an
2.
average radio amateur, and I don't do many contests and things, that's just an astonishing number of anything, really. I mean, 300 an hour of anything is a lot.
Yeah, but remember, there's also the small stations and low power too.
Yes, 100 watts, isn't it?
Right,
Yeah.
but it's also 2 stations, so it's actually 150
True,
per
that's
hour
true, per
station,
person,
which
yeah.
is not really all that exceptional.
Well, that's one every,
except for
20 seconds or something. But
except that it's small stations.
yeah, okay. Yeah, but it's and I guess they've been doing it. Let's have a look now. We're talking about 18 minutes to 9 here, and they've been going since 1 o'clock, haven't they? So we're getting up to, let me think, 8 hours. So we're about 7 hours 40 is roughly how long they've been doing. Yeah, Rusty, please.
I was going to say also, look at the number. They're 300 per hour right now is their current rate. Look right down below that. Their overall rate has been 330, almost 336 per hour.
Yes.
So, you're starting to see some of the tail off of they've worked out the bands where they have been.
Yeah.
But we're about to have a couple of new bands open up as we go into the evening. So it won't surprise me to see that rate rise back up into the 330 range.
No, and we can, by zooming down now, we can see even more information there. Look at that. These are the sort of stations they've worked. Hopefully you can see this at home. I don't know. I know this might be quite small depending on what you're looking at this on.
So which bands are?
Well, this is all bands and all modes. Should we look at some of the specific bands? Yeah. Or should we look at what would you say we should look at? Maybe 10 meters.
Let's see if 40 meters is open yet.
Okay. Well, we can see how many they've made so
okay,
far.
That's all Europe. So
yeah. There's all. Well, there's one in Australia, which is Australia. Look at that.
Okay.
That is a huge difference there.
Yes.
Looking there, but most of them are just on 40 meters.
Yeah, well,
it's mainly as Europe as you'd expect.
That's a multiplier.
About as far is that Russia there? Yeah, I think they've just gone into Russia there, which is the top of my little virtual hand there.
Okay, well,
you can see.
They'll pick up North America, and it'll be a few hours yet.
Yeah. Let's have a look further down. Maybe let's look at 20 meters. How did they do that? Oh yeah, they've got a lot further, as you'd expect, I guess. Japan over there, South Africa down here, in the US, of course. Looks like they're about the mid-US they've got to there. So is this what you'd expect, Rusty, at this sort of time then? By this time? This is 20 meters, this is what we're looking at the moment.
It's 20 meters right now. Yeah, I happen to live way up in the extreme northwestern corner of, Seattle area, Washington.
So up here somewhere like that.
I noticed there's no propagation to there yet.
Not yet,
and
not yet, no.
It was, I think, about
so that'll be 8 hours behind us, I think.
8 hours behind,
yeah.
which means that we're probably not going to get an opening to there. So,
well, really?
Can we look at 15?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's look at them all. We've got plenty of time to look at all these. So, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So a similar picture actually. If I just flip between the two, 20 meters, and then if we look at 15, it's almost the same. Isn't it?
And you notice that literally the whole western part of North America is not making it over the vine.
I've got one into Mexico there, but that midway, I don't know where exactly that is. You're going to know your country better than me. If I zoom in, we might be able to tell more. Well, Missouri maybe.
Yeah,
looks
that's
like So that's
that might just be a
it may not be absolute right, but anyway, that's the sort of area compared to the whole country that we're looking at there.
10 meters, anything going on?
Yeah, let's have a look. That was quite a bit. Okay, well, again, going over to the US there. Uruguay down the south here, South Africa, and of course another one into Russia there.
But mostly European.
European, which is, guess what you'd expect, isn't it? Yeah. What a wonderful tool this thing is. I mean, it's incredible, really, that we can do this. And it's not just us, by the way, if you're watching this at home thinking, it's all very well for them, they've got this in their studio, but you could look at it yourself, worldradioleague.com, and you can link to this. And you can look at this live stream through that as well.
The other thing might consider is, think of this today, if 10 meters opens tomorrow, it may be exactly the same area, and they've worked it out largely today, which means tomorrow they're going to be hurting for contacts.
For fresh contacts, yes. I mean, we hope that the message has gone out about WRTC to everybody, not just hardened contesters, but anybody who can, is going to give some points, because we've tried to say how much effort has been going into all of the technology, and well, indeed everybody, the whole team.
So with that in mind, can we look at SSB?
Yeah, all modes. So let's just look at SSB then. So that is now all bands. You want to look at a particular band?
Well,
what would you think is best? So 20 obviously was.
Yeah, we might not see much more detail.
No, there we are. Well, there's 20 meters on SSB.
One thing I want to mention is that this website also will give you the recent spots of all of these stations.
Yeah,
now,
I think
we don't know, of course, who the operators are behind the call signs that are used on the air. That's deliberate.
Yes, and they have been. I must stress to everybody at home now, and I know there's a few comments on our YouTube stream. Maybe worrying about there's a little bit more. There is a couple of stations, I should say, as well, that are not showing any points. That's not true. It's just that the computer box, which is based on a Raspberry Pi, that those two stations have got, are not operating properly at the moment. We're not quite sure why, but that's why they're showing 0. It's not that they're not on the air. I've stressed this several times during the day since I've been on, but that's very important to note that. And I think the spotting as well, I think there have been a few little glitches there. But I mean, again, this is been put together really specifically for this, and to have 50 stations all transmitting data with cellular data to us to tell us what's happening, it's pretty amazing. And I guess it was extremely difficult, or probably impossible, for them to test it fully anyway. How do you test and set up 50 stations like this, just to test that thing? But nevertheless, the data that it's bringing us is great. Let's just look at that all bands again. So just to remind you at home now, this is the SSB contacts that have been made on all bands.
And is that the one station or?
Yeah, that's the one station, 2 people, as you said earlier.
Okay.
We could click that. I don't know if that's going to work. Yeah, so just in the last hour, so we can break it down a little bit more, look. We've got all bands on SSB, so these are the contacts they made. So they made that surprising, really. There's 2 there. We've still got the one in the Midwest, I guess that is Missouri, somewhere like that. We've got Uruguay south there, and something there. Where would that be? Washington, somewhere like that?
Yeah,
you're going to know your country better than me.
Canada.
Oh, it's just into Canada, yeah. Absolutely.
Well, they probably represent more than a single continent.
Yeah, and as you said, this is approximations, but.
One thing, and Rusty will have more to say about cheerleading.
Yes,
if
please
you would,
do.
Rusty. But I just wanted to say that this is a participatory sport, and we're treating it at the moment as a spectator sport. But this is participatory. You can get on the air if you have a license for HF transmitter. You can get on the air and make contacts with these stations or with other stations who are operating the IARU HF contest this weekend, and be part of this. You're not just watching it, you can be part of it. And there are thousands and thousands of people who are doing just that.
And there's awards as well, isn't there? I had Lee G0MTN on with me earlier talking about some of those awards, and you can find details about those awards as well.
Right.
By looking at the WRTC 2026 website as well, which is WRTC2026.org.
Yeah, and Rusty, can you? I know you've actually written on the subject.
Right. Well, and the idea, what we define as cheerleading is people figuring out what teams are there. Because when they go on sideband, even though we've tried really hard to keep them anonymous as to who the operators are, the voices are distinct.
Of course, they're going to give some away.
Even on CW, sending styles and stuff are distinct.
It's the fist, isn't it? It's called the fist.
People figure out who their home, if you will, their home team are. And what we've really tried to do is not have a situation where a bunch of the folks back home call just their team and load it up. That's considered unsportsmanlike. Yeah. And it is unfair to the other teams. So that's what we call cheerleading. And it is in some of our past WRTCs, it's been somewhat significant. And in Italy, we actually assessed penalty points against several of the teams.
I gather,
Not that those teams
one.
did anything wrong.
No.
But what we said, the folks back home piled on, which made it unfair to the other teams. So we adjusted scores downward. And so again, our message to everybody that's watching, get on and work everybody you can hear on every band you hear them. Don't worry about who the operators are. Just work the stations.
No, because in extreme circumstances, well, you might even make things worse for your particular team you're trying to support. Right. So, as you say, be sportsmanlike about it. Should we have a look at some of the other leaderboards now? Let me just get back up to here. Let's have a look at that leaderboard again, and we can have a closer look at some of those other teams. Mm-hmm. So, what other teams do you think would be interesting?
I would say right now, team number 2.
Okay.
It's
North America?
Number 1, team one.
Yeah, that's Randall and Thomas.
I think they have very similar strategies, it seems to me, to the leaders right now.
Which would make sense, wouldn't
it? Go for big QSO points up front. We'll catch up on multipliers later on. And that's what I think we may see as it gets dark. they starting to really move up in some multipliers too, which may move them well out in front of some of the other teams. We may see some real separation.
Well, there we can see the actual data there from this is Team 2 at the moment. And we can see where they've made contacts to. Very similar. I guess this one was a little bit odd out here. That, I guess it could be, you know, a freak of the program, but but that is an extraordinary contact to make, isn't it?
Zone 61.
Yeah. Let's have a look at that. Close look at that. There. Wow. Honduras. Or is that Honolulu? Honolulu. Yeah. I'm sorry, my geography is probably not as good as yours. So I'm showing my ignorance here. But no, these are, I mean, fantastic. So this again is all bands and all modes. Anything surprising out of there apart from maybe that one? We've got Iceland up there, contact with them?
No. I mean, essentially, they're well within the skip zones. It would be workable on, since this is all bands.
Everything. We can have a closer look at some of them if we like. Let's look at 20, which is probably most of the contacts have been made.
An interesting note about Iceland, although there are several amateurs regularly on the air from Iceland, and I'm sure the teams have worked some of them. Two of the people who are here actually flew to Iceland to operate up there from the headquarters station, and they will be coming back to be at the Monday
for the award ceremony and the closing ceremony.
Yeah, K3LR and DL1.
Oh, is that where they've gone? I haven't seen Tim today, so that's where he's gone.
They're in Iceland.
That's really?
Probably who they worked with.
Do you think? Oh, they took the gear and everything with them. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think we can get that information off there, but I mean that'll be on the logs, won't it? Obviously, for the actual logs. So that'd be fascinating.
Yeah, Rusty will see that later since he's a judge.
Oh yeah, of course. I've forgot that. Yeah, fantastic. Any others that you want to have a look at now?
Well, let's look at number 3.
There we go, number 3.
Okay, so that's Yuri.
That's the champions from 2023, effectively. We call them 2022 because of the pandemic, it was delayed. So that was Italy, and that's Yuri and Jaroslav.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's have a look how similar that looks. So they look like also they've made a contact in Iceland, so maybe that's it.
Yeah, but you notice the QSO rates of these meeting stations even are dropping.
Yeah, that's how many hours, and an average last year. So it's 264 at the moment, but 328 in the last hour.
So they may be multiplier hunting. A large component of the multiplier are the headquarters stations of the IARU member societies. And those stations, as GR2HQ, for example, for RSGB, they tend to be on all bands all the time and to just sit on one frequency. So one strategy is if you go to a new band, the second radio plots the frequencies of the headquarters stations and then just sweeps through the band, and boom, 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 you get a huge number of multipliers very quickly, and that can change the score quite a bit. But that's a one-off. You only get to do that on one band.
On one band, yeah. Now, I want to, while we're just talking about and looking at this here, we have had a few comments on our YouTube channel, people concerned, because if we have a look right at the bottom here, we have got 2 stations who apparently haven't got any points. Well, I just want to make this very clear, and I've been talking to the organisers today, including Lee, G0MTN, who's the sort of head of rules of this, that this doesn't represent what the contacts that they've made no contacts rather at all. It's just a technical issue with their particular computer system that's sending the information to us.
Right.
And unfortunately, it looks like the only way they could get that working would be to stop their logging on the computer and then restart it, which of course they don't want to do.
Right.
So unless, I guess, conditions got bad or something like that, unfortunately we may not be able to see live results on there. So please at home, don't panic. In fact, Lee's going to come on later and talk to us directly, but I've been looking at the systems that use this, which also I should point out actually is not the same system as the master logs. The master logs is, as you know, Rusty, is a completely different system, and this is, so do not worry that this team's contacts are not being logged, because that's not the case.
That's correct.
Yeah.
The master log is the one that will actually get submitted by the team at the end of the contest. Here, for the 50 WRTC teams, they will physically bring those in on computer sticks.
On a memory stick, yeah.
That will then get transferred to us in the judging and loaded into the overall system. So we will have their actual log that we're working from. At the same time, our system is tapped into the larger IARU contest.
Oh, okay.
And for instance, we will probably have a couple of hundred logs by the time this contest ends. Already, because of people who operated, and now it's time for them to go to work or do something, or they're done. So they said, okay, I'll just upload my log, submit it right now for the contest, and it turns out we have access to that database. Typically, in this contest, within the first 8 hours or so, it wouldn't surprise me to have 4,000 logs in our database that we'll be able to cross-check. We're not just dealing with these 50.
No,
but you know,
everybody. So you treat them as check logs then, basically. With the ones that are being sent to you.
They are not competing. In the IARU contest itself. So they're special, but we use all those other logs to confirm the contacts that are in there.
So they're your checks, really.
And it also lets us see the cheerleading. We can, in an instant, flip and do a reverse and say, okay, let's look at all the rest of the logs and how many of them claimed a contact with this particular WRTC station. And by the way, what country were all those people from?
Yeah.
You know, and
so you are looking at it. It's another warning for everybody watching this at home now. You know, don't have a go at cheerleading, because it's not sportsmanlike, and also it could even knock some points off your team.
Essentially, the time they're spending working you is time lost. That they don't get to be working someone else, because your contact, if it's cheerleading, is going to get subtracted.
Yeah. Okay. So do bear that in mind. We did talk about this earlier when we met many hours ago now, probably 5 or 6 hours ago. You know, how this technology here, though, allows us to look at this. Has changed things quite a lot. I know that over the years, Rusty, you said that the technology has improved since the first ones, which I think you said were on bits of paper.
Right, and you know, we had an assistant typing them in, and then at the end of the contest, we sat in a motel room and manually typed in everything that the team's volunteers had not managed to get in. So and they were on floppy disks, by the way. So,
let's have another look at the scoreboard here and see where we're going. What else should we look at, Dave? Have you got any other thoughts? I've covered the two at the bottom, which are, don't have any scores. What about the ones here? What do we think about the ones with relatively low scores here? We've got 445, station 48. Do you think they've got some kind of problems, or EU3 Team 4, that is?
It's difficult to
quite
know
a lot
at
low,
this point.
Yeah.
We know that there was one generator failure at the station, so that would have put them off the air for at least until a replacement was brought in. And there can be other technical glitches as well. Actually, I'd like Rusty to tell everyone about a particular technical glitch we had in Moscow in 2010 when Rusty was a referee for a station.
I was referee for the Austrian station. This was the first time we had put us out in the field, and our tent took a lightning strike that wiped out the radios. And it turns out, just by pure circumstance, one of the site volunteers who had helped set it up had his own personal radio in his car, which was the identical radio to what
same
they
model
had been
and everything.
using.
Yeah.
So they rushed out and got his radio out of the car and had him back on the air in about 10 minutes. But
Wow.
Yeah,
But I mean, what about the actual shock of just getting a big lightning strike?
Oh,
That
yeah,
must have
that
been quite
was,
a,
you know,
you know, I think-
we were not expecting that.
Personally, I think the last thing I'd be worried about is getting back on the air, you know, but
Yeah.
I know they were
But
driven and
Like I
focused.
said,
but
these guys are,
Oh, yeah.
and gals are fanatics.
absolutely.
So I was at that time. I was a judge in Russia, and so Rusty calls in to the headquarters and says this, you know, disaster, because at that point the operators could not abide strictly by the rules of the contest at that time, because this was not a multi-2 setup. It was a situation where only one transmitter could be on the air at a time. So you needed a lockout to keep the other station off the air.
So we didn't have these triplexes that we talked about as well.
No,
or
this is
something
to
different?
control the actually transmission.
Oh, okay. Yes, I remember.
So you
yeah.
could only have one signal on the air at a time.
Right.
It was 2 stations. Well, they lost the equipment that was doing that in the strike, so they couldn't follow the rules. So Rusty said, "What do we do?"
How did you get over that then?
So that was, and essentially, they had other lockout equipment nearby that they got to us, but one of the radios that got taken out was the transmit radio, and that was what we found in
That
the
you
car parked
Wow.
100
What the
meters
chances are.
away.
Do you remember what radio it was, just for interest?
I don't know.
That is,
Uh,
wow.
It was. I think it was an Icon radio.
Yeah, the substitute radios were, I think, Yaesu FT857s. You know, very simple equipment,
Yeah.
not competition grade at all. But what we really wanted was for that station to stay on the air and make contacts through the rest of the contest, even though they would not be competitive, because, as is the case here, there are people all over the world who want to contact all of the WRTC stations. So it was our responsibility to keep that station on the air if we could, and Rusty and the 2 Austrian operators did a really yeoman job to make that happen.
They did, didn't they? Goodness me, that's a fantastic story. That is, although, the thought of a lightning strike now, I don't think we're going to get that here. I didn't see that on the weather forecast. But
nice blue sky today.
yeah, and a little bit of a breeze as well. We did have a link with one of our guys out in the field, a live link, not near a station, just with that in the background. And we went absolutely live, and it was lovely to see his tabard head, his flash blowing around a little bit in a breeze. So I think it's probably near perfect weather, I think, dry, warm but not too warm that we've seen the last few days. Let's have a look at any other stations on here that might interest you. Anything else that stands out?
The youth stations have, I think they are much higher than I expected them to be.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking, let's see, what's the first one that we come to? Probably in 13th place at the moment. Youth station number 3, that's Willow and Max.
Right.
W7WLW and N4ML. There we are. They've made a total of 1,962 QSOs. QSO points 5,058, and with 319 multipliers.
Right. And remember, this is the first WRTC for all of these youth
Yes,
teams.
of course, yeah. So very good.
Max is a recent addition to the ARRL headquarters staff.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
And
See
he
if I can get some
also
more
is a
information
recent
on that.
addition to the Northern Cal DX Foundation board, as I think Glenn Johnson explained to you a while back.
Yeah, I'm amazed. Every time I use this software, I find something new, and I didn't know that you could click on them and get the information. As you say, formerly N4 MLF, a ham radio subject matter expert for ham radio prep, and accredited volunteer examiner with the ARRL. So there we are.
Max also went on the recent DXpedition to Bouvet, and I believe that he is the youngest person ever to set foot on Bouvet Island.
So we recently, my club, Norfolk Amateur Radio Club, we had an interview with Cesar Trifou to talk about that trip just only a couple of weeks ago as well. Wonderful that they managed it this time, wasn't it? There we are. There's his statistics there. So all of this information, to remind you, is available to you at home as well, just by clicking on the World Radio League. I'm just going to click on that now.
And along that line, Dave, it's not just Max. If you start looking at practically anybody in this group who is on, they tend to be really interesting people.
Yeah, well, of course, and they're really dedicated as well, and they've got into this.
You find high achievers in this community.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at anybody else that stands out. So we looked at that. That was the first youth team. They're in 13th.
Wait a minute. Did they just flip positions again?
Well, the top? Oh, yes, they have. You're right. Yeah, so the champions from last time, the 2022 champions,
are back.
Yuri and Yaroslav. So it really is moving places, isn't it? Just flip-flopping between the two.
The top three or the top four are all the top five. Wait a minute.
Look at the scores that we
close, aren't
they?
Very,
are.
Very close. I mean, literally, we're looking at 1, 7, 8, 9, 1, 4, 3. These numbers are going to be very, very, very big by 1 o'clock tomorrow, aren't they?
Oh, yes.
Just realised, I don't think my maths will cope with that. But I mean, yes, they are extraordinary.
You have
numbers.
7 teams in the 1.7 million range right now. That's extraordinary.
Is it? Is that unusual for a WRTC to be that close?
It's hard to say. There have been some WRTCs where, yes, they've been very close. In Italy, the last one, for instance, the champions kind of ran away with it. They were.
So by this time, would you say? Let me think. This is just gone 9 o'clock. It started at 1, so it's 8 hours in now. Just over 8 hours.
This is early times. Glenn Johnson spoke of it as a horse race. I think that's a good analogy.
Yeah, that's what Glenn said. Yeah.
And whatever happened in Italy, the champions, by I think it was hour 2 or hour 3, were in first place and stayed there the rest of the contest. There was no flipping. Others moved up and down near them, but never caught them.
But this is just so close, isn't it? I mean, just the short time we've been together, as we've seen, the top two have flipped
around,
and they are so close indeed.
In my experience, the number 1 position in the final result was never in question. There was enough of a gap that the log checking was not going to change that.
How many hours in can you remember? I mean, we're about a third of the way in, aren't we? If we're 8 hours now, that's a third of the 24 hours. So would you have said by now you'd expect to see more of a clear leader or not?
In Italy, there was a clear leader by this point. And others, no.
I agree with that.
One that we have not really talked about is team. I think it's North America 5. It's in 7th place right now.
NA6 there.
NA5.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes, there we are. That's Marco and Axel.
Yeah, and that's a very strong team. I've been kind of watching them. They started out way down in the middle of the pack, and just over these 8 hours, they move up a place an hour or so.
And have they done that by being consistent more, do you think?
So, yeah.
Just sticking to a strategy and just doing it and being steady?
I'm afraid my eyes are failing.
I know it is. No, I must explain to everybody at home as well. This is probably a 24-inch monitor, but we're all about a metre away from that, so it's quite hard to tell the details.
A high multiplier at this point.
Yeah. So let's examine that. We're talking about position 7. So that's Marco N5ZO and Axel KI6RN, and the multipliers at 286. As you say, that's actually higher. As you said, Dave. It's higher than the other 6 teams above them, isn't it? So it's that may be their strategy.
They are using a different strategy, I think, from the other teams, and it'll be interesting because I think it's going to be tougher to make up the QSOs than the multipliers. I mean, they're essentially a finite number of multipliers, and I would say probably around 500. You know, technically they're a
that's
lot
the
more than
finite
that,
number?
but you know,
Well,
that
something
was
like
what
that.
they came up with in Italy. The teams are going to find those. I think that you'll see the multipliers come bunching closer together as the contest progresses. So the ones who have run way out in front on the QSO totals, that's what is going to probably pay off and really move them to the top. Because I think the multipliers will tend to even themselves out, but they won't catch up with the ones who have really run away with the QSO.
Yeah, and it's it's QSO points that count, not QSOs.
Yeah.
You're getting 5 points for every contact outside of Europe, so that's worth 2.5 times a European contact. So,
And I mean so specifically to look at that team then, North America 5. They're on 6,012 QSO points at the moment. Whereas if we look at the top team at the moment, which was the winners from Italy, they're 6,521. But there's quite a variation. If we look at EU3 Team 1, for example, they're on 7,141, which is a lot more points. I mean, a heck of a lot more if you think. You know, 7,141 compared to 6,012.
yeah.
Right.
And so I would expect that as Rusty says, and I agree with him completely, you're going to run out of multipliers that you can work with 100 watts and simple low band antennas. You don't want to sit in a pileup for a multiplier. You can't afford the time. So there's going to be a lot of compression in the multiplier number, and so I would expect Manfred and Uli to actually do pretty well from this point on.
Fantastic. Well, it's
And
all.
I would correct what I spoke a minute ago. I kept saying QSOs. Dave is right. I meant QSO points.
QSO points, okay.
Not just the
the number of QSOs, not the number of conversations.
Because
Okay,
it's
well,
the difference of working stations in continent versus other continents.
brilliant. Okay, well, look, your experience and everything about this that you're bringing to us for this commentary, I'll be honest with you, and I'm going to be honest with everybody at home now, when I was told that we're going to commentate on this contest from 40 miles away for 24 hours, I was thinking, how are we going to do that? But to have people like you with the experience to analyse these results and the data, and also to explain that, you know, that that's not the whole story, is it? There's plenty more to come, and we're only a third of the way through the contest. So having you both with us, Rusty and Dave, has been fantastic. I hope you'll come back again.
Thank you.
It might be in the middle of the night or early hours. I
Yeah.
don't know what time you're planning to get up, but do come.
I'm on your schedule.
Are you good? All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you again.
And can I just make one final
Of course,
comment?
Rusty, yeah.
You know, we're talking a lot about the top guys and gals. They're all phenomenal.
Very good, yeah.
operators. I mean, the
Yeah.
very fact that they are even on that board at all
Yeah.
is a real testament to their skill.
Sure. Yeah, and we're looking at fine differences now, and the differences of strategy and
Right.
just really tiny differences. And of course, we've also the way that you know, they've been working for 8 hours, which for most of us is a full day's work. They've now got another 2 full days' work continuously. And so, of course, some of that, the stamina, what they eat and drink, and it's all going to come into the mix, as well as the strategies. But anyway, as I said, Rusty, Dave, it's been brilliant having you
thank you.
alongside. I do hope you'll come back several times more before this, and we hope that you're following this at home as well. You can have a look at worldradioleague.com to find out more. Well, now we have got a special event station here, or a check log station if you like. It's not a competition station. I just want to correct that, because some people on the YouTube chat have been putting on things, oh, they've got computers and things. This is just purely a radio station that we've set up here in the hotel complex for people to operate. We've had a lot of youngsters operating it as well, which has been wonderful. And we're now going to go back there and see what's happening in our check log. Keep it here.
November India. Whiskey Alpha 2, Delta November India 5928. You're 5908. QSM go ahead. Delta Lima 0. Delta Lima 0. Hotel Quebec. Romeo 1 something. Romeo 1 Delta Lima something. Negative again. You're the Yankee Tango 0 Hotel Quebec.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tuner. Golf Bravo 2 something Kilo Delta.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie 59 Sierra Radio Sierra.
Roger, thank you. 5927.
Thank you, good luck. Yankee Tango 0 Hotel Quebec.
73.
Again. Kilo Delta Lima. Is it a Kilo Alpha 3 Kilo Sierra Delta Lima? Thank you, you're 59 Sierra Radio Sierra. Good luck, 73. Yankee Tango 0 Hotel Quebec. Delta Kilo 6 November 59 Sierra Radio Sierra. Roger, thank you, Yankee Tango 0 Hotel Quebec. Again? Again? Papa Delta 2 only?
Papa Delta 2 again, please.
Papa Delta 2 Whiskey something Charlie? You're Roger, Papa Delta 2 Whiskey Hotel 59 Sierra Radio Sierra. Yankee Tango 0 Hotel Quebec. Here's that.
It says frequency in use. It says frequency in use. CQ contest. Golf Bravo 26. Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26. Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Over. CQ contest. Golf Bravo 26. Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26. Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Over. CQ contest. Golf Bravo 26. Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26. Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Over. CQ contest. Golf Bravo 26. Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26. Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Over. CQ contest. Golf Bravo 26. Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26. Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Over. Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, over. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie.
Golf Bravo 3 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, I think 59 Uniform Bravo Alpha.
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie is my call sign.
Golf Bravo 56 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, 59 Uniform Bravo Alpha.
5927.
Thank you, Oscar Papa 0, Hotel Quebec. Again? Delta Yankee, go ahead. Papa Yankee 2, Delta Yankee 59 Uniform Bravo Alpha.
Delta Lima.
Delta Lima 4, Oscar Alpha Whiskey, Delta Lima number 4,
Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Roger, 5927.
Yankee Oscar 7 Whiskey Charlie. Sticky contest Yankee Oscar 7 Whiskey Charlie. SH. Sticky contest Yankee Oscar 7 Whiskey Charlie.
Echo, Hotel Echo. Kilo Bravo 1 Echo, Hotel Echo 5928. Thank you, Yankee Oscar 7 Whiskey Charlie. Kilo 4. Negative. 3 go, go. Radio 3, Germany, Germany, Radio 3, go, go. You got this. November 7, Germany, kilowatt.
Welcome back to the live stream studio here at WRTC UK headquarters, which is at the Boston Hotel complex here in Bedfordshire. Now that was the GB26 WRTC special event station, or check station there, and it was actually Sam and Henry, who you met earlier with Heather, who were operating then, so it's really getting lots of use. A reminder again though, that's not a contest station, that's based here, it's a radio station that we put up so that anybody here can go and work that station, go and work some of the stations and give them some points. Well, we're going to meet some new guests in a moment, but first our team of from the media team have been out taking films all day, and they're sending them back to us by satellite. We're having to do quick edits because we're having to take away any signs of call signs and frequencies and things off the screens. I'm sure you understand. But let's go and have a look at the next video. Just to look at some of the stations that have been operating today, thanks to the team of Jonathan, John and Lawrence, who are all on site. They're sending these videos back to us. We're quickly editing them and we'll bring them to you through the evening. We are here all the time now until the contest finishes tomorrow at 1 p.m. UK time, which is of course is midday UTC. Now joined by another couple of people. Some of them I think, well, probably neither of them will be strangers to you. Let's see. Firstly, if you watch the Q5 podcast, you'll certainly know Kevin, W1DED. Kevin, welcome.
Thank you for letting me join you.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Of course, we're not rivals at all in any way. You do mainly podcasts and stuff like that, but you're here to join us and give us some of your experience in looking at where we are. And of course now, Jeff N5TJ, you're down as a spectator on your board, but I heard that you've done a lot more than that to do with WRTC in the past.
Yes, thank you. It's been a little while. I did operate as a competitor in the first four.
So from 1990, the very first one?
1990 in Seattle, which was, groundbreaking, beginning much smaller, to 96 in San Francisco, 2000 Slovenia, and then the Finns in 2 years because the sunspots were going down. They were in a hurry.
Yeah,
and in
of
2002. Course. And haven't been to one since, and I'm here. I came as a spectator and to see people. I mean, it's a great party, it's a great event, as well as the competition ongoing, but it's nice not to have to deal with the stress of preparing and operating.
So you can sit back and enjoy it.
Sit back and enjoy, exactly.
Yeah. And has it been helpful seeing our live stream and things like the leaderboard, which of course World Radio League are providing, all this technology?
The technology is amazing. I looked at it a little bit earlier, and then I started to kind of dig down into the details more, and it becomes a little intoxicating, the information that's there, and also just to kind of watch the scores move. I mean, early in the contest, there's certain teams that jump out to the beginning, but there's a lot of strategies and differences between the teams. And some of that becomes apparent, and once you can drill down into the detail, you can kind of see, at least earlier, it was obvious some teams were doing things or not doing certain things. And then as we get through the evening and everyone gets on 40 and 80 and then the sunrise, I think then we've seen team scores moving a lot on the board. Up and
we
down.
have, yeah.
We have, and I think over time we may see some more normalization out of that because then everyone's been on all the bands.
Yeah, and they made a lot of the contacts that are there to be made, and
multipliers was
Yes.
really what moves the story. There were a couple teams that I would say are, I don't use the term favorites, but that everyone would be looking at and say, oh, these are teams that I expect to do well. And they were well down the board. And that's when I did the drill down to click down and look where they were and why. It's like, oh, they haven't been on 40 meters. And other teams had made hundreds of contacts on 40 and multipliers. So obviously that was the other team's
well, we're
strategy.
going to let you drill down for us to share with us. But first, I want to talk a bit more to Kevin. I saw you arrive a couple of days ago, and you were very busy meeting lots of people. I guess it's unusual for you to see all of these people in one place. You spend a lot of your life, and I've read a little bit about Q5 and what you're there to do, and bring it out to social media and your podcasts and your work. But you were meeting lots of the top contesters there. It must have been great to see everybody in one place.
Absolutely. Well, I've had the good fortune of interviewing a lot of these gentlemen over the years. We started Q5 back in 2022, 2023. Post-COVID, everything was remote, obviously for a lot of reasons. But then coming here, meeting people for the first time, people like Brazzo, E77DX, who I have interviewed probably a dozen times, never met him in person.
Not in
and there's a
person,
number
yeah.
of people like that, so
Yes.
it's worked out really well.
Wonderful.
But if I can work backwards a bit, I'm
Yeah,
just
sure.
curious, Jeff, operating back during the WRTCs that you won, you were telling me the other day that the style has changed dramatically today. What is that difference?
So in the first four, and Doug Grant, K1DG, did a presentation here. We kind of talked about the rules. And there's an organizing committee that kind of sets the high level, and then as a group says, we want to hold this and do it, they get to change things or put their own rules. So in the old days, it was what we would call traditional multi-single. One radio would transmit, the other teammate could only receive, couldn't transmit. And now it's what we call full multi-two. Both stations can transmit. So it changes the amount of equipment needed. It's much more complex now, and the amount of filters that you need to be competitive, as well as a strategy. So I think it's in some ways more difficult now to be prepared. And I think it's just for the teammates and how they decide to approach operating and what they want to do. And they've looked at logs. You've had people that have come here to operate from the UK last year in the IRU to try and learn some things. So I think it's just, as it iterates over time, and if there's another WRTC in 4 years, then there may be some different rules and people have to kind of adjust their operating style. And when this is all over after the fact, we'll kind of see how people end up and learn what their strategy were and how that worked and maybe how it didn't.
One of the things that Jeff was referring to earlier, a lot of these people I've interviewed have great 2BSIQ skills, and he was reminding me that skill is irrelevant with the WRTC.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think it's one. I mean, you've got a lot of teams here. Yes, exactly. It's one person running two bands, but now you've got teammates and they each operate a radio. So it's a bit of a different skill set. And certainly being able to copy, being accurate, those skills are always important. As the adjudication process is very robust, and it needs to be here.
So looking back then, do you think these changes are an improvement?
I don't know that I would say they're an improvement. It's just the times have changed, and I think for the teams, this is a big investment of their time and resources to come. And if both stations are able to run, then they can both get more out of it. I would say in the previous world rules, you could really have one operator who was good on phone and one on CW, because you could maybe take turns who was running. I don't know that you would be very successful now with that strategy, because you're both running, and if one can only run CW and one can only run phone, is that really a good strategy or not? And from what I've, this tends to be more of a predominantly CW-focused event.
At the moment, at least.
There are some teams that have a lot on sideband, but I think even over history, if you look at the logs, it's that way. I saw earlier, looked at one team that had 0 contacts on sideband so far. And we'll see over time, but yes, I think, so these things change contest to contest, and so the rules, and then how do you build an effective team? How do two people come together and have the right skill set, strategy, and luck in some cases? I mean, fortunately, the stations here, we're not on mountaintops or lack of mountaintops.
Yeah.
So I think Mark and the organizing committee have done a phenomenal job in preparing and setting up. I went and visited a number of sites this morning, And just
Everything's very flat, isn't it?
Yeah, you know,
it
the
is.
antennas
We're
all
very
the
lucky
same, the
in-
coax like the same. So I think from that perspective, from a fairness and equivalency, they've done a phenomenal job to let it be more of skill set operating.
When we have 3 feet, in this part of the country, we call that a hill. It is very, very flat though.
It is.
In
So-
Norfolk and Suffolk, which if you haven't been to this part of the east of England, you may not realise that, but it really is very, very flat. So that makes it, in more ways than one, literally a level playing field,
It is.
hopefully, for as much as we can.
It is,
for
and I
these
think
stations.
it's a good location. Again, with the organizing committee doing a strong job. So I think, from the operator's perspective, then it's good to know that that guy's in a mountain and I'm in a valley, and So I think it's fantastic, and then for people to be able to watch the results and see how it unfolds.
Good. Well, talking of that, let's have a look then at this worldradioleague.com website, which James and his team have been working so hard. If you've recently joined us, you may not know, but we actually have, they have a computer system that is not the main log, I must tell you. So if any errors in here, or we have any problems, and I know there's a couple of stations that aren't actually transmitting the data at the moment, that they are on the air, and they are doing stuff, but this is an independent system just to give you at home, and us, of course, here in the studio, an idea of what's happening with the scores. The mouse is there. Jeff, take over if you wish.
Certainly.
And show and talk about some of this stuff, strategies, and maybe give us any clues about where you think things are, because on the face of it, if we look at the top 10, for example, there on the screen at the moment, you've got a leader, but that's flipped several times, even just in the last hour, and they're actually quite close when you analyse them, aren't they?
They are. I mean, it's a good point, and I think it has changed a lot, and we're seeing, if we look at this, and what you can do, say if we look at the leader team, we have Randy K5ZD and Tom W2SC are currently in the lead. Chose their number of contacts, fastest rate, QSO points, and their multiplier total, or how many countries. In this contest, the multipliers are DXCC countries and IRU headquarter stations.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of those in Europe, a lot of headquarter stations.
Yes, that's true, yes.
And then you could look at their total score. So again, they're just over 2 million, the next team down 1.8. So it is quite close. On and on and on here. And this has been changing quite a bit over time.
Well, certainly these top 2, in the time I've been sitting here now, which is just nearly getting on for 2 hours, I guess, but they've flipped a lot.
They have, and earlier I was interested because I was looking at some of the teams that I expected that were not doing as well as I kind of thought they were. Then I would click down. So let's look at N6MJ and KL9A, which people have won before, and I think a lot of people know them very well from their operating. So we click on it, and then we can see, where they sit. Their current rank is 11th. They were as high as 9. Their QSO rate. The beautiful map here showing the contacts. For me, what was interesting was,
I think it's worth pointing out too that they were 22 and 23.
They were 22 and 23, and that's
contest.
when I started to wonder,
Really?
What, do I have a problem, or what are they doing? And so what was interesting to me, and where I kind of scroll down to see, is this is a breakdown. It shows their QSOs per band, and rather multipliers per band here. We see the number of countries and the number of headquarter stations in total. It breaks it down by band. Well, when I looked at their score probably about an hour and a half ago, they had no contacts on 40 meters. And I had looked at other stations that had hundreds of contacts on 40 meters. But more importantly, those other operators had multipliers, which really impacts the score. And so Dan and team were, again, down 22-23, and once they went to 40, they moved up 10 places instantly, pretty much, because they worked multipliers. So clearly that was a strategy for them to avoid 40. And not only them, but Brazzo's team, as they were not on 40 either. So you had 2 of the teams that I think people would say, wow, those teams I would expect to do well, and they've moved up now both into the top 10, I think. So was it the right strategy?
Well, we won't know until tomorrow at 1
Exactly.
p.m.
And I think
but
the last thing is, clearly they were focused on the higher 10, 15, and 20. 40 meters is going to be there. 10 meters seems it was good today. Will it be good again tomorrow? If not, then it would say their strategy was a good one. If 10 meters is open just as well tomorrow, then maybe it didn't really help them. That's why they operate.
But now, I mean, Kevin, we talk about strategy as if it's something a bit like when you have a football match or something, the manager comes to you and you discuss what you're going to do, and that's how you're going to play that game. There's a lot of unknowns with this, not least propagation, what it's actually going to be like. So how much in advance do you think that people can think about the strategy in reality and stick to it, because they don't know what the propagation is going to be like until they sit in front of the radio?
I think the best teams that I talk to have their strategy well in advance. Obviously, they're talented enough that they can make adjustments in the moment. But it's been really interesting to me, and just in the last couple hours, as Jeff mentioned, there were teams that I was really surprised that they were lower in the leaderboard. And we were just looking at this before we sat down, and just in the last really half an hour, 45 minutes, the top 10 has really firmed up. And I think for me, that shows me that their strategy, their tactics are starting to reveal themselves. And there's a long way to go.
Which is what Jeff was saying.
You can't really see it in the first 4 or 5 hours.
No.
I mean, I'm scratching my head, is somebody making a mistake, or is there equipment problems? But I know Chris and Dan really well. They do a contest crew with Q5, and I know they had a plan. They will talk to me about a lot of things on air, but not their strategy and tactics. That
At least not till tomorrow.
That is the secret information. Exactly.
And we're generally not giving away any secrets, of course, but do teams tend to have the same strategy, and that is the way they think? Or do they really just look at all the conditions, look at all the information that they can get before they decide on the final strategy?
Jeff should answer this as the competitor, but from talking to people, I think the best are constantly adapting their strategies and tactics as they gain more experience. And part of that's propagation, but part of it is understanding who's in the field. What are other people doing? Where do I need to be? What do you say, Jeff?
What do you, Jeff?
I think, to Kevin's point, the logs were open for past years so they could look at log books. You had some people that came and operated the IOU contests in the UK last year to get an idea of propagation, just to have some idea, especially if you come from North America. So we would say that, when the competition is held and the continent's held in, the people from that continent have some advantage because they know propagation. So the Europeans, whether it's English, German, it's not that
similar,
far away.
right.
It's a lot different than living in the US or in Asia.
But then you could look at some of that data from afar.
You could look at that data, and they number country, come up with ideas and learn things. So certainly to Kevin's point, I think they all do that. To me, in my perspective, over-planning can be a negative. I mean, you can come up with a strategy based on that, which I think some of them clearly have, but you also have to be dynamic. You don't know what propagation's going to be like. You don't, there's a lot you don't know. And if you're so fixed in your strategy and you're not paying attention to, but you simply just don't know. And that's, I think, part of the people that are best able to adapt to what's happening real time will do better. And that's a skill, I think, learned over years and times, whether you're operating at home or abroad. If you're operating even from home, conditions change, things change. How do you adapt to those?
However, when you're at home, you're on your own. When you're working with somebody else, there's that dynamic. You're both going to have an opinion. Okay, you've got a teammate, and so there's normally someone who's fairly clearly in charge, as it were. But nevertheless, you're going to sit in front. I guess they can sit and talk to each other and discuss strategies. The referee is sitting behind them, but it doesn't stop them talking, does it?
They can talk, absolutely, or in the case of, I think, many of the software programs have a gab where you can basically send messages across to each computer. And I know in the case of Dan and Chris, they're constantly sending notes to one another. Oh,
and they're
absolutely.
sitting right next to each other.
But they've got their headphones on, they're focused on the radio. They're used to that from working together in other multi-ops. They're sending messages because you don't want to interfere.
I wouldn't have thought it was efficient. I'd have thought a very quick few words would have...
If we could see their alt-gab file, I think
that would be lovely, yeah.
It would be shocking.
We're going to get a copy of that someday.
I'm not sure it would be all usable. but
I mean, Let's Try 40 would take you longer to type out than say it. No?
And I think they've talked about it on your show.
Have.
What are you doing on there? Why or if someone calls them from a rare country on one, man, they want to move it to the other. Hey, I'm sending you someone from Nairobi to your frequency. Listen for them. So, something like that to just let them prep. That's how teammates work well together.
Well, and even though they are great teammates and great friends, what I hear is there are differences of opinion during the contest.
Well, that's what I was getting
which
at,
is
really,
actually helpful, right?
Yes.
If somebody's questioning. The other thing that I notice and I don't have the skill for, it's not just adapting. They have an intuitive sense when things are going well or going poorly. And I've got to say, with my rookie contest status, I don't know sometimes. Sometimes, if the rate slows down, And it's easy for me to convince myself it's just propagation. Everybody's experiencing the same thing. They know the difference. I'm sure you knew the difference, Jeff.
I think it's, in this contest, it's more of a challenge to do that because it's such a unique event that happens so rarely, whereas if you're doing CQ Worldwide or some contest every year. So yes, I also think in the old rules where one station was running and the other station was just tuning, the station was tuning was kind of, your partner could tell you, hey, it sounds good on this band or that. But in this, you can both be running. So you may not know, if you're running on 15 and 20, how do you know what's happening on 10? Is there a good opening that you're missing? Should you stop running occasionally and tune? Those are strategies. Who knows?
Well, that would suggest, though, that these strategies are really hard laid out, and you decide what you're going to do between you.
And how do you adapt or change as on the fly, or stick to it, or and how do you? They
Except
don't
this
know.
little messaging that you're talking about.
Well, they don't know how they're doing.
No.
You know, and so I think it's they know what the rate is, and they can, based on past history, but relative to the other teams, they don't have this information.
Do you think it's a disadvantage that some of these guys do not have access to a leaderboard? I know many people don't use it at all, but do you think some people would find an advantage there?
I think it can be distracting. You know, I think two people do use it from home. But I think, again, in this kind of event and the uniqueness of it, I think it's better that way, Kevin.
Yeah.
And not in a negative way, but I think, you plan for this event, you come here, is it going to make you change your strategy and second guess yourself? And in some ways, it can be detrimental.
Sure.
Because then you're over rotating on what you're doing. So,
So we were just talking about how the tactics are starting to reveal themselves. And we know we have a long ways to go.
yes.
But is there an hour, are we 18 hours in, 19 hours in, where you kind of feel like people are locked into their first, second, or third spot? Is there that time, or is it really right to the 24th hour?
It's a great question. I think in some contests and some events, the answer is yes. You can kind of get to a point where it is what it is, and it's kind of, unless something major happens, you're going to finish in a certain way. As we see how tight these scores are on the scoreboard and how they've been changing, in this kind of event, I think it's too dynamic. And I'll give you a personal first-hand example of that. So, in the old days, my partner Dan Street, K1TO, and I, we would take 1 hour turns running. That was all we planned, really. Pretty dynamic. You start in roughly, not exactly 60 minutes, but an hour, we'd swap and the other station team would run. I started the contest in 2002. The only other thing we did is I tend to be more of a little more sideband op, so generally if there's more phone, we can both do CW. Dan's better CW. So the last hour was his to operate because I had done the first hour. So he's running 15 CW, I think, and I'm tuning around listening for multipliers or what's going on, and I hear on 20-meter sideband a bunch of the other HQ stations in Finland working the US, which we hadn't worked many of, and they were doing quite well, which surprised me. Like they had a good rate. I said, Dan, I think we should go to 20 sideband, working W's. And he said, what sideband, do you want to operate? I said, no, you take it. I think our final score was 1.6 million, something like that. We won by like 12,000 points.
So that's nothing.
So to Kevin's question,
million.
was it preordained or after 18 hours? No, I think you have to go back and look at the score per hour like you're doing here. But Dan's run on 20 phone that was the difference at the end. That was what made a difference.
So was that an intuitive decision?
Well, I think the point in that case is it was somewhat intuitive, but it was my ears hearing other stations running on 20 phone. I said,
so a little bit of both.
It was a little bit of both, and it turned out to be the right call because we had worked very few W's, and the W's all wanted to work us because it was hard for them to work it, and it was the right time and right call at the right time and the right result.
So what happens as the evening goes on, and 80 and 40 are open? Maybe 20 is, maybe it's not. What's the decision point at that point?
I mean, you've got to get the multipliers. And so, there's so many headquarter stations. Those are the easy ones, relatively speaking. I mean, they're within Europe. You're running 100 watts, so hopefully they can hear you. But you've got to work the HQs. You've got to work the countries you can work. So when 40 and 80 are there, especially 80, this isn't a 2-day contest like a lot of contests where you've got 2 nights.
Right, you have to get it.
You got one night.
Mm-hmm. One chance.
You got one, especially on 80. 40 from here, and because we saw a lot of stations were on 40 early because from the US, you don't go to 40 during the day in this contest. There's nothing to work. In this from Europe, you do because there's a lot of HQ. But on 80, so yes, you've got to work that first night on 80, 40 when you've got it. So there's some must-dos.
So do you think there's a chance that they'll split and be on 40 and 80? Will people have the ability to do that?
So that's a great question, because we know that most of the stations have what we call a triplexer, so they can take their tri-bander and use it on 3 bands. There's also what...
And that's quite new, isn't it?
It was created or the need when one of the previous WRTCs in allowing 2 stations to run, because you only have 1 tri-band to antenna and then 1 dipole for 40 and 80. So you have 2 coax.
Yeah.
What Kevin's getting at, and which I hadn't thought of until earlier today when I was visiting the station, or after actually, is there's also something called a diplexer, which splits 40 and 80 into 2 feeds. But I don't know if the station, if many of them have that. So the question then is, if they don't, when they're on 40 and 80, then the other station has to be on 10, 15, or 20. Whereas if they have a diplexer and they can split, they could be on 40 and 80 at the same time. So I didn't think about it. So it'd be interesting to see how that works and what they have, technology-wise, and how they operate.
Well, we'll find out. Just for now, I hope you'll stay with us, but we're going to now have a look at some more station videos that have been sent to us. The competitors, actually first we're going to talk about a postcard. We invited all of the teams that are taking part to send us a video postcard of their country and their surroundings. And let's have a look at one now. This is actually EU number 8. That's Martin, GW4XUM, and John, G4IRN. As well as the 50 stations in use by qualifying competitors, plus another 5 spares. The site team also rigged GB26 WRTC, the special event station here at WRTC Boston that we've shown several times today. We've seen it operating by several youngsters during the contest of Czech, but let's take a look at the antenna going up earlier this week. Welcome back to the live stream studio here at WRTC headquarters. Hope you'll stay with us for the whole of the contest. We're coming up to 10 o'clock here in the UK now, 9 o'clock UTC, of course. And with me is still Jeff and Kevin talking about the stations, talking about strategy. Can we spend the last few minutes of our hour just again analysing some of these teams? As you know, you can click on them and you can find out a lot of more information. Can you just take us through some more thinking, both of you, and what we can see on this leaderboard?
We can, but it's almost 10 o'clock. Don't we have some football to watch?
I wouldn't know. We're not meant to say anything about that. It might affect a few people, including the director who's directing this, who happens to be my wife as well.
I just had to get that in.
I think she might be having another eye on another little screen actually at some point.
So I think, again, to the screen, if people, it's very interesting to watch if you are so interested in numbers and seeing these scenes, or who, your operators or from your home country or area, and you can watch as these scores kind of change And
Yeah,
the
I think we can
information
have a
that's
look
in
at
here.
this scoreboard now.
So we look at the scoreboard.
Tammy, if we
and-
can have a look at that on the screen. That's
So
great.
there we go. We've got the screen. So if we want to say, the team's number 1 is DJ5MW Manfred and DM5E Ultra. Ulrich was, they were probably 5th or 6th for a long time early on, and then they've had the highest QSO total, I believe, and still do. And they've made quite a few sideband Qs, as I recall. So we can click on their team here, and then it will take us and drill down to show their EU number 3, team number 1, their rank number 1. The highest position is number 1, obviously, their total score. Interesting here is kind of a map that shows where they're making QSOs. So you can see a lot of Europe, a little bit of Africa to the Pacific, a little bit of North America, a lot of Europe. And there's actually a breakdown that shows all of this here. So it's an amazing amount of information as their log gets uploaded into it, showing the relative rate over time per band. As you can see here on the yellow, clearly 15 meters and 20 meters have been the main bands for them. And I think for every team. Interesting here shows their mix of sideband and CW. That's a lot of sideband. If you would look at the other teams, you would see less than
smaller.
23%.
Yes.
And that was early on, and I think why some of their QSOs. Clearly, I think a strategy for them. It's been effective for them. Originally, their multiplier count was a little bit lower, but then they've caught up. So there's just all this data that WRL is picking up from the logs, and depending on how much stats some people are into the stats, you can really drill down and get a feel for what's going on with the team and how they're doing. And I think over time, the scores will obviously kind of normalize more once everybody's been on the bands. I mean, this shows, they've been on 80 meters quite a bit. They've worked 20 counters and 3 HQ stations, and then we can look at their number of QSOs. On 80 on CW, they've made 78 Qs, and how many points. They haven't made any QSOs on sideband. And it just gives a breakdown. You can see they've done very little sideband, none on 75, a little on 40, 20 meters, 300 sideband QSOs so far on 20 meters, and on 15 meters, 150 almost.
So that's quite a lot, you're saying, really.
Yeah, I
Quite
think
unusual.
Well, again, if we look at some other teams, from just the quick look I did when looking before, that was the highest amount, because I wondered how do they have so many QSOs, and then say, okay, sideband, and it's a mix, so strategy. Tomorrow, all the teams can end up having 20% SSB QSOs. We won't know until tomorrow. So they have their strategies, and they work through those, and as the night goes on, it's early in the contest.
It is.
And the contest starts, people had to get up this morning. They had to travel to site from here, maybe an hour and a half. They set up yesterday with the radios. We get to set up, get everything going. While it's only a 24-hour contest in the 48, there's fatigue will set in because they're going to be up all night, and then in the morning, and it's just human nature. So how will the fatigue impact the decisions, the strategy, the operating, their accuracy potentially? These things all in the end factor into the results.
Yeah, and of course we were saying, some of our guests earlier, about how the youth may not have the experience to do all this strategy, but of course they might have more stamina and be able to stay up more easily for that 24 hours and be just as strong at the end of it. What I thought was interesting, and if we could just quickly go back to the home page there and have a look, because even in the short time, relatively, less than an hour that we've been together, the top 7 or 8 has changed a lot, hasn't it? Because I think, it's now gone to number 4. When I looked just a moment ago, the last champions, they were in 7th place just a few minutes ago. I happened to notice it, and I was going to talk about it, and now they're back in 4th. So that just shows how close that top 7 and 10 are.
So Jeff, as a recurring champion, is there more pressure on Yuri because his team won last year?
I don't know.
How do you think about it when you were there?
Yeah, you're so happy to have won it once. I mean, as Doug showed, there's some people, Yuri's operated every one of the WRTCs. Right. He's been very successful. So more pressure, I don't know that there's more pressure. And I think
he claimed that there wasn't, but I wasn't sure if I should believe him or not.
There is. It wasn't for us. I mean, you're so happy to win once, you're shocked when you win it a second time. Where I would talk about on this scores now when I look at it and having watched it off and on is EU number 4. C21 ILT Felipe. They're now in 3rd. They were nowhere near the top 3 before. Yeah. So Felipe is CR6K typically is what he uses as a call sign of the contest. He's an excellent 2BSIQ and operator. And so he and his teammate in Micallef, so the team Iberia, I mean, they've moved way up. So whatever the strategy or operating skill, what they're doing, I believe they have the skill, the strategy is starting to pay off. So again, you wake up in the morning, see how this thing's going, and yes, there's going to continue to be a lot of flux. Again, I think as not everyone has probably been on 40, and everyone's been on 40 now. Maybe not everyone has been on 80 that much, but once they get through all that and the sun is up,
that's changing now. Of course,
once the sun has been up, then there's not new things for them to do again, new bands and places to be. So the changes I don't think will be as dramatic tomorrow in people moving up as much and down on the scoreboard.
We'll see. Kevin, what do you think?
One of Felipe's revelations that I want to bring up, they're all learning new strategies and tactics. He was commenting on a recent interview that he had noticed the Dan-Chris alliance, that not only being teammates but friends. Mm-hmm. So he has been more committed to having the same teammate and really developing this, simpatico with his teammates. So I wonder if that's showing itself here.
I mean, they really are close. This is a partnership, isn't it? Here to do this, and
yes.
If you're, I'm not doubting what you're saying. You did say that in your earlier contest you would have talked to each other quickly, but now it's all messaging.
It can be both. I think it depends on the individuals and how keyboard-centric the youth gen are and how they want to do it. It's all individual.
But what may not come out of messaging, I'm a little skeptical, because I suppose you don't get the passion or how strongly someone feels necessarily just by putting a very quick message.
But I think in the case of Deanne and Chris, using them as an example, I think they know each other so well.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched them during setup. They only need 2 words. Sometimes it's just an expression, and they've communicated already. So I think, again, that's what's going on with Felipe. He's developing that same approach.
Yeah.
Yuri's got the same partner he had 3 years ago.
And I think that, we have to look back at the data and see, how many of these teams have operated together before, how many haven't, how does that play in. It's certainly not a disadvantage. How much of an advantage it is, I think, depends on the individuals and their, just their mentalities and how they work. So.
Well, I think Randy and Tom have competed together a number of times. Maybe not at the WRTC, but they've been together quite a few times.
I mean, in personal experience, I'd never operated with K1TO Dan before IRU, never between. That's the only time we ever operated together was in WRTC.
Really?
And it worked for us.
It did work for you, yeah.
That was our case, and everyone. But again, I think it's helpful to have a partner that you've worked with before and operated with, and you can.
So maybe you're going to think in similar ways.
And trust one another when the other partner is saying we should do this or we want to do this. I think this, that there's not a debate about doing that per se. There still may be in those cases.
Have you looked at the compare function?
No, I haven't.
You should take a look at that.
Okay.
Take a look at. Let's go to the top and compare.
By the way, the WRTC 2022 champion is now up to number 3 again. And remember that just a short while ago they were at 6 or 7.
Yes. Where's the compare?
So if you click on a team, click on the number 1 team, and then I think the compare will show up in the upper right.
Oh yeah.
Compare the team.
Okay.
And what I saw with this was it shows you how much momentum the other team was gaining.
Okay, very good.
So
let's compare them to the previous winners.
Wow.
Yuri and Yarek. So you've got top stats, multipliers. There's a lot of data here. Score lead. Okay.
So that's where there's a huge change there, isn't it? That score lead doesn't look quite right actually, but.
So when you look at the overall score line, with some of those comparisons, you can see certain teams really gaining a lot of ground, or the opposite.
Or they're balanced.
The person in the top are starting to lose some ground. They're making some maybe poor decisions, and it's starting to show up.
I think it could be poor decisions. I think again until for teams that started working 40 meters and other teams didn't.
It's their
the teams that didn't work 40
up, right?
is going to be behind because they don't have the multiplier. So again, until we kind of get through where the sun's coming up and they've all been through 80, then I don't think we're going to see as big of swings because multipliers are what really change scores.
Yes, thanks.
And once they can still work more multipliers on the bands, but when you've got 0 on a band, it's a big hole. And then once you get on the band and you work 20 or 30, then check in the box, you've got those. Sure, you'll work more, but before you're so far behind because the other guys would work 30 and you'd work none.
So Jeff, in a contest like this, they're going to run out of QSOs at some point. Is that not true?
I don't believe so.
You don't think so?
No, I think this
think
is a
that
rape
people are gonna
fest.
be
I think the
out there?
activity level out of Europe, the people that are wanting to work WRTC for awards,
So right to the end.
you know, it could be slower, but I don't expect that they're going to run out of people to work. No, I don't believe that'll be the case. I mean, leading up to this, I overheard some of the teams talking. I mean, 5,000 plus was the expectation. I think you heard the same. Whether they get
I
there or
heard
not.
6,000.
So, you know, I mean, in 24 hours, that's a lot of contacts.
It is.
So,
Are you two going to stay up all night and watch this, do you think?
Jeff is. He's going to send me a text if
I
there's
heard
something I should
Kevin
wake up
was.
for.
Are you
We'll let you know
seriously though?
tomorrow.
Are you going to?
I wasn't planning to, no. Because the interesting stuff will be tomorrow, and I do actually maybe to go. There's a few stations and remotes, hopefully to go in and make a few contacts for a change. So
I will likely have the iPhone on my side table, and if I wake up in the middle of the night, I will
I don't think
definitely
you'll
be
get to
checking
sleep,
it.
Kevin. I think you're just going to lay there and think, well, just have another look. And
Kevin wants to do site visits tonight in the
Yeah,
moonlight.
there you
Stick
go.
a torch
Oh,
and
yeah.
go out. Yes.
well, we might get some pictures from our team with that. But for now, thank you so much, Jeff and Kevin, for giving us the insight and that. And hopefully you'll come back as well. And we'll see if you can come back tomorrow, especially, or maybe in the early hours, if you are still up. Come back and see how it's changed again, because it really has been quite dramatic so far. I'm surprised as well to see how much that's changing at this stage, so it'll be really interesting.
It's very exciting to see this.
But for
Thank
now,
you.
Jeff and Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. Now, as you know, our team has been out and about. We're looking at these sites during the day. It's just getting sort of dark here now, just about, but we've got some film which has been come back and remind you again, we have to slightly edit it because we have to just blur out the call signs and stuff like that. But have a look at this. Welcome back to the WRTC headquarters here, and it was great to hear from Jeff and earlier on, and we're going to have them back, I think, tomorrow and see whether Kevin and Jeff's predictions are proved right, because it is getting really quite exciting. Now, with me now is the vice chair of this whole event, who works with Mark, and also the director of rules. We've got Lee, G0MTN. Welcome back, Lee.
It's great to be back. It's been a busy afternoon.
It's been a busy afternoon. I can't believe that we're here now. It's 11 minutes past 10, and we're still here live, and everything's been happening. Any surprises for you? I know you're very busy, obviously, on the organising committee, but I mean, any surprises for you so far?
Maybe in terms of the overall number of contacts that have been made. So we've been keeping a close eye on the rates and the data, say, coming in from the teams. So we knew that we had better radio conditions than we were expecting in the middle of the week. And just as I'm sure most of the competitors have been doing themselves, they've been looking at the previous logs from the last WRTC in Italy, and we were doing the same thing. And we're saying, oh, when it's 4 o'clock, or this time in the last WRTC, how many contacts had the leaders made? And it was up by about 50%. So I'm sure everyone will be beating their expectations and quite pleased with how they're doing. So I think that was the biggest surprise. But I think the best, let's say, news overall is that, yeah, all 50 stations are still there, active, not reporting any noise issues. And yeah, and I think that the feedback we're getting from the referees is that, yeah, they're all having fun.
Good. I think Kevin needs to give us something now. It's fine. And
the fourth one. Very good.
what was this?
The fourth score. So
you've got some news for us anyway, haven't you? I think.
Yes. So and I don't know if it's possible to show the scoreboard on the screen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, if we got it there.
What are we looking at?
So we know if we go to the very bottom. So
right, and these are the ones that have been showing no score at the moment.
Yes, and I know that had been commented on by a few people in the chat. So what has happened here is that although we've had say cellular connectivity, so some gremlins have unfortunately gotten into the works, so that the contact data isn't being reported back. But yeah, we're still very pleased to confirm that. So the bottom, so in reverse order, so Europe 7 Team 1.
That's this one here.
So yep, so just about say 5 or 10 minutes ago, requested an update from the referee, who sent a text message back, and they've made 2,700 contacts, about 1.93 million points, which would put them in about 13th place.
I was going to say, yeah, so they'd be well up there, wouldn't they?
Yep. Europe 2 Team 2 have made 2,200 QSOs for about 1.83 million points, putting them in about 18th place. Yep.
Some other. Oops, sorry, that was my fault. I clicked on the wrong thing there.
And then,
and
then Europe 3 Team 4 have made 2,370 QSOs for about 1.
So this is incorrect then.
So they are reporting QSOs, but not enough. So
yeah, we did think that was extremely low, and
so it's just the two reporting 0, 2 are reporting low. So they've made like 1.46 million, which again puts them quite a few places higher. And then the last team with not quite correct data, EU1 Team 1. So that's then Chris and Krista's. So they've actually made just now to 2,000 QSOs and about 1.3 million points, which would put them in about 44th. So overall, all the teams have made several thousand contacts. I think if you scroll right to the top, I think the leaders now have broken 3,000 QSOs already. So that's looking absolutely fantastic.
And what is and so just to stress again to everybody at home now. That this is a really clever system that World Radio League have put together, but it is relying on cellular data. It's relying on the computers there, giving us this information in addition. But the crucial thing is, it's not affecting the official log from these stations, is it?
No.
So that what we see here is as accurate as it can be, but it's not the main system that is going to be used for all of the logging and checking by the judges at the end, is it?
Yes. So at the end of the competition, so each team, so they've got 2 computers, and even their 2 logs might not be 100% in sync. So after the contest, the competitors will produce a single log. They'll put that on a USB stick, and the referee will bring that back to headquarters as quickly as possible, and then the judges are already set up in their room preparing their deliberations to start the process.
Brilliant. Okay, well thanks for that update. I think it has been concerning several people, so it's great to have you as the Director of Rules come and explain that. Now we've got someone else going to join us now. Come and join us, Philippe, live on the sofa. Everybody knows this is live. We're going for 24 hours here, so sometimes we haven't got the niceties. If you can just clip a mic on, or maybe Heather there can help you clip a mic on, we'll bring you in to this. So we're just going to bring someone else in now, Philip Springer, who is on the organising committee as well. I'm going to talk to him. All right, Philip, welcome. Anyway, welcome.
Thank you.
And thanks very much for joining us today. So you're part of the organising committee. There's a lot of people doing that, of course, but working closely with Lee and lots of other colleagues as well. How has this been for you? Is this your first WRTC?
No, it's actually my third one. So I was a youth participant in 2018 and 2023, so Germany and Italy. And now, first time on the organizer side of the.
So you've been a competitor.
I have been.
You really
twice,
do
yes.
know what it's like to be. And how do you think things are? I mean, Lee, we're just talking to Lee, and all the other guests I've spoken to today are quite surprised about how conditions have been today. Is that your feeling as well?
To be honest, I was just driving around until like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. So
doing supply runs, so I didn't even check the phone how the spots are. But I've seen the leaderboard just 2-3 minutes ago, and it seems like conditions are there.
They are.
Somehow they just appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And yeah, how many QSOs do we have on the first one?
3,000.
3,000 right now. Wow,
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Not even halfway through the whole thing.
No, I mean we're now 9 hours and a bit through. I think, if my maths is right. It's now 22:18 in the UK, 21:18 of course at UTC for everybody else, and you know it does. So it's it's just over a third the way through. That's all. So to have this many is a bit of a surprise for everybody I've met on the surface today.
It looks
it's
promising,
a surprise.
to be honest, really.
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? If we can have a look at that, actually, contacts now. I think Kevin can give us that picture on the screen. There we are. That's so everybody can see it now at home. What we're looking at here.
So the current leader, so we can see all time, and then also in the last hour, so we can try and see. Yes, so there's still propagation out to the Far East. Still a lot of European activity, but also some North and South America. And then we can drill down as well. We can also then see the rate over time, which is persisting. As normally there may be a peak at the start and it may fall away, but it does seem to be that say the rate is being maintained. So yeah, it's going to be still very high rate and very exciting. And then we can see the bands over time. So currently,
low bands,
so 20. Yes, starting to move to 80 meters now.
Yeah, that's been zero for obviously most of the day. That's what you'd expect, isn't it?
So that's looking very good,
promising.
Yeah.
But what does keep changing are those top few. You know.
Yes.
If we go back to have a look at that, and we'll bring this down, and there we are. Now those really are changing a lot. Even when my last guests were here, this has changed. The last WRTC's winner, of course, it was down to 7th at one point, only about 30 minutes ago, and yet it's now back to 2nd place.
Wow.
You know, so that there is a real lot of jostling there. So again, one of the guests said, I can't remember, maybe it was Rusty, saying it was like a horse race.
Yeah.
You know, which is a bit unpredictable. Maybe more like our Grand National, which is very unpredictable because you know there's a lot of teams. And it can change.
They are debating on site if they take the loo break or no. So
yeah, is that right? So you've been around the sites here today. Oh well, it's nice to have you back here. We have got, of course, a lot of our media team there who've been taking pictures. Look at these amazing graphics here.
The horse race is now updated.
So we're
properly.
replaying that now.
So we're replaying it over time. There's a few little gaps, but James and his team have been working very hard to keep everything up and running. So you can see how the places change. And say just behind us in the bar area, there's a good crowd. There's a screen watching the scoreboard live and seeing it change. And it's funny that, as I say, competitor CT1 ILT's father is here. I think is it Sven's father?
Sven's father's not here, no.
No.
Some other guys who were setting all the stuff up, drivers.
Father, I think there were three parents watching 3 children compete.
Yeah.
So,
really?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. I think we're good. I just saw Kevin now rushing through to move a camera position now. I think we might actually be having a look now at possibly the picture from the bar. If we look at the bottom right-hand picture there, that monitor there, there's a picture of them actually in the bar, which is just behind us, of course.
Yeah.
We're based in the sort of very large reception area here, Cedar Bar as it's called at White Boston Lakes. So yeah, it's emotions running high. Of course, this chart that we can see now, that does tell a slightly different story in that there's one team is at the moment quite significantly in the lead.
But that can change any time.
Well, it can, but yeah, I'm just saying, you know,
quite significant now.
It is quite significant at the moment, but that has changed over the day, and we certainly saw earlier on those top 2 or 3 teams just changing position, jostling for different positions. So how are you feeling now then, Philippe? This is the first time actually helping organising. You say you've done it twice as a competitor.
Yeah.
How do you feel? Which side of the fence would you rather be? Would you rather be competing? Are you thinking, I wish I was sitting there really? Or do you enjoy all of the challenges that have come with organising an event like this?
You say the challenges are something to overcome, but once they're done, once everything is organised and the event actually happens, that is a thing you don't want to miss. Though, while being outside today at all the sites, it came back and I wanted to operate for sure.
That's what I wondered when you actually went to see those tents and see people there. But you've been a part. You and everybody else on the team, Lee and Mark and everybody, is a big team here,
Yes,
and I want everybody at home to realise this is, this really is a big team effort. You have enabled this to happen. It's not something that everybody's just going to pick up and do. So that must be rewarding.
Yeah, don't forget the team was on there for over 3 years. So it's not only happening within a week, such an event. We have over 450 people here on site, with all the spectators, and online a few thousand more. It is a big event, and we have worldwide coverage. So everyone is trying to work the Mike Bravo call signs around the world. That's what I'm hearing from the sites. Yeah.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Yeah, really good support and strong support. Plus that surprise, it seems, on the conditions. I mean, we had a propagations forecast yesterday from Steve Nichols, G0KYA, who's the chair of the Propagation Studies Committee at the RSGB, and he did say it was very difficult to call. It's harder, as I'm learning now, than the weather to predict actually now, because the weather's got a lot more modelling and things that they can call back on. I guess there hasn't been the resources over the years put into propagation, and maybe even there's still a lot of significant unknowns that just means it's impossible to forecast, really. But that adds to the jeopardy, doesn't it, and adds to the excitement.
Yes, and I think it happens a lot in, say, in the major DX contests, where, say, the first day of a full weekend contest, when conditions may be just right, and then people can realise that if you extrapolate the score, this could then be a record-setting score, but then you don't know that, that some solar disturbance could happen, and then just pull the rug
solar
at any
sunspot
time.
or something like that, and bang, wonderful.
Just imagine, we have the GB26 WRTC station here on site at the headquarters in Boston, and competitors had the chance to actually listen from the headquarters how conditions are during the day, during the night even, and they were awful during the week. Awful. They didn't hear anything. During the night hours there were some US propagation, I was told, but nothing comparable to today, so we're really grateful the conditions picked up a little bit. Or a little bit well said, yeah.
So overnight,
Really?
overnight, last night, the station was open and people, any of them could go.
A couple US guys, very loud, they said. Of course, we're running here high power. That's another thing compared to WRTC stations out in the field with 100 watts only. But still, reception was very good to North America. So that's why the stations also keep been transmitting on 20 and 15 meters even. Now at this time of the day when we just had the sunset.
What do you think of the? Well, I mean, we're getting on towards halfway through the contest now, aren't we? You've been in many of the stations today, and I've seen them on the WhatsApp group where lots of the problems are there. I mean, there's a lot of issues. When you're looking after 150 people, really, because you're looking after 2 people per station plus the referee as well. But largely, how would you say the mood is with everybody? Is it quite positive and good?
It is outstanding, positive all over. People are really glad once we show up. I had the official photographer with me, LY7J Lucas, and we were everywhere, well received. Site managers were happy. Here and there we gave some ice cream away. It was pretty hot during the day. We had watermelon with us for some volunteers, so we took care of everyone, and it was just good to see them. They love to see us. They're out in the countryside. Really, there's nothing except animals and the WRTC competitors. So
really very remote sites.
It is,
aren't they? Do you think they're ideal for this?
Oh yeah.
I think I'm biased because I live in Norfolk, which is one of the counties where many of the stations are. So to me, it's very flat, and as I said so earlier, to one of a foot is like a hill to us, But for the conditions, for literally a level playing field, we couldn't really get much better than this.
It is really a level playing field. We have an eye on reverse peak network for quite some time, and also during the testing period. The sites are really comparable.
I think
within a dB or two.
Yeah. I think that's
awesome.
I think Director of Site Sandy G4PIQ said that there's a maximum difference of 30 meters from the lowest to the highest, so that's pretty good. And I think overhearing some conversations with the competitors, everyone wants to know, does it seem to be a reasonable takeoff, or no one seems to be in a valley, and then the question is, what is the background noise like? And I think, overall...
Well, there's not much out there, is there? There
yeah.
really isn't. There aren't car chargers, solar charges, and lots of radio cell lines and stuff like that.
So there's been the ice cream delivery, I think also that has appeared on WhatsApp. There's been some nice tea and coffee deliveries. So
everyone saw the ice cream then.
Everyone in good spirits. And then just recently it was sunset. So some nice sunset photos posted.
Not that the competitors and contestants probably had time to look at that.
So the competitors will be able to catch up after the event and with the site managers. And then, as Philip said, the local wildlife will appear around the sites. I think whilst the sites were being built, there were deer and pheasants just flocking around. So
rabbits, a lot of them.
Yeah, first time they've seen all this happening, I think, probably.
Oh yeah, probably the last time here.
Now I believe we've got to let you go, really, because you've got quite a lot to do. I've been told 10 minutes maximum, so
no worries.
I must let you go. But thank you both very much for joining. Thanks for all the work on behalf of everybody, and I mean that from the point of view of the viewers, of course, but also all the contestants and everything. All the work that you and your team, we've been, the media team have been involved relatively recently more. But you've been putting in this work for years, planning, and so thank you. And that won't be the only time we'll say this, but really do thank you for all the work that you've done, because it's a fantastic event. From everything I hear from everybody, I really thank you both very much for joining us now and to have a look at this. I hope you'll both have a moment to come back to see us as things evolve overnight and have a look at things tomorrow. But thank you.
No, all right. Great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, of course, to run an event like this takes a lot of money, and we need sponsorship. Let's take a look at one of the sponsors' videos now. Now, as we've been mentioning here at the White Boston headquarters for WRTC, we have built a radio station. It's not a contest station. This is a special event station, or a check log station, if you like, which anybody staying here can have a go on. So we're now going to go and have a look and see what's happening there now. It's GB26 WRTC.
So, which team are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Poland. I'm from Gascoigne RQ with my teammate SP5Y. We're from Croatia, but we are a 9A1P team. He's 96KX and I'm 9A1UN.
I am the teammate of NA8V, who is from Michigan.
We're from region Europe 1, which is I'm from Estonia, and my teammate is from Latvia.
Yes, that's true.
Asia number 2.
We are Europe 3, number 1.
Hello, I'm Luca, K2 PFL, team lead for the EU5 team.
I'm Stefano, K2 JUB, EU5.
So you're from EU2 Team 2. Is it your first WRTC?
No, in fact it's my 5th.
It's first time in England, but I've been to quite a few WRTCs already. I think this is the 5th one actually now.
No, I think this is my 9th actually. I've done this a little bit.
That must be almost all of them then.
I missed the first one on the West Coast in the US, but the first one was 1996.
I have to admit that never been any WRTC yet, but having these faces and these legends actually, I just saw M5 DJ and all the others. So,
is it your first time here in Britain?
No, I visited London several times, and even Ireland and other places before.
First time in the UK.
The first time in England, and we hope we will have fun here.
Yeah, I'm first time in Britain, I'm first time in London, and I'm first time in WRTC.
Actually, we are all regulars, so actually 6th time or 7th time, and actually I worked in for almost a year.
Yeah, that's actually my first time ever being in the UK.
In Britain, no, the 2nd time. Actually, I've been to Heathrow Airport probably 50 times in my life, but only 2nd time visiting the country. Last time it was a year ago when we came on training.
And what's your first impressions like?
Lovely weather, like bang on. No, other than that, I like when we drove here. The first thing I was looking at the buildings, because you see, back in Estonia we used to have those British TV series, and you were looking at the houses, and it's exactly like on those TV shows.
I've been in London the first time when I was 13. It was July, pretty much this period. So 40 years ago, I suffered the cold a lot. So I expected the cold weather, not like that.
Talking of the heat, you're going to be in the tents competing for 24 hours. Do you have a plan for dealing with it?
We're thinking how we're going to deal with it, but we know that the night is always pretty cold. So that's the problem, how you can combine that heat in the morning or in the midday with cold night. This is the big question. We're still working on it.
Have you done anything to sort of get to know each other, to practice contesting together?
Yeah, of course. We met 2 times for WRTC practice, and we made also some contesting together. For example, at KC1XX during CQ World Ride CW last year and the year before.
Well, we've told a lot of stories. We've talked a lot on Zoom. Short answer, no.
Not really, because we already done several contests together, and we operate in a simple way, just by feeling and looking in the eyes, and that is enough.
Have you done any particular sort of practice, any preparations?
Actually, I gave up more or less the last 6 months fixing, amending the station, having new developments there, and having really extensive analysis on the top 10 guys from Italy, seeing the Golf Bravo 5 and 9 Whiskey radios from previous WRTC, the test sites which happened. Yes, we invested a lot.
Both me and my teammate, we prefer doing the things prima vista. Just get up there and take it the way it comes with you, and then just deal with it.
You have to be honest, not really, but okay, we have some plan.
We packed the bags.
We packed the bags, we put everything inside. We hope that it's still everything inside, it's not broken, and that's it.
And what are you looking forward to most this weekend? Is it the competition? Is it the social side? What are you looking forward to?
Actually, both. So socialization is the best of WRTC. You have all the best competitors from the world, and nice to see all friends.
For me, the same. The socialization is very important, and also the competition, of course.
And it's good to see familiar faces, but also putting faces on celebrities too, because we've seen those call signs everywhere on the air.
a little bit competitive side, but I think that here we have a lot of better operation. So our motto is that we are there for fun, not for win.
We are competitive.
It's just fun to be here. You know, it's not all necessarily thinking that you're going to win top spot. It's just to be with such great people under one roof here. That's the excitement of the thing.
welcome back to the headquarters of WRTC here at Y Boston. I've got nowhere near the stamina that all of the competitors have, because I'm now going to get a couple of hours sleep. And Rob, M0VFC, has joined me now, and you're going to take a... I know, I'm sorry about that. You'll get some as well.
I will, but not quite yet.
Not quite yet. You're going to take over for a little while.
Yep.
It's been an exciting time, Rob. We've been looking at the scoreboard, and I'll let you have a look at that.
Yeah, I'll have a little explore in a second.
It is surprising, and all my guests that I've spoken to in the last few hours, are all quite surprised at how still relatively close it is. And of course, the conditions have been much better than people expected.
And to use the horrendous cliche, it's very much all to play for. We've seen those first few teams swapping around, but then you look in some of the other stats, and everything could still change.
Yeah.
It just depends entirely how people play things, which malts they haven't yet got that they're going to get later, which ones they maybe taken up now at the expense of some QSOs, all going to change in the next 6 to 12 hours.
It really could, and I think it might as well, because we keep seeing those top, well, it's not the top 2 or 3 actually, it's the top 7 or 8 just changing positions. And in fact, one of the guests that we had here said it was just like a horse race, and it really
totally
is just like that.
And much like a horse race, any of them could stumble. It could be an antenna switch fail, or they're allowed a backup radio. It has to be powered off. It has to be hidden out of sight. But any of those bits of hardware, we've got really quite complex stations now. A slight technical hitch there, you could easily lose a station for 20 minutes while you sort that out. And that's a lot of cues, that's a lot of multipliers, especially if it happens at that sort of critical daybreak time where you've got some of those marginal propagation paths. So who knows what we're going to see.
Who knows? Well, you're going to keep telling the story here while I get a couple of hours sleep. So the seat's warm for you, Rob.
Thank you very much.
Look after Rob. And between the time it's going to take us to just swap seats and earphones and everything else, we're going to have a look at a competitor postcard. This is EU number 9, Team 2, Slava US 2YW, and Andrea IK4VET. I'll see you a bit later.
Well, welcome back to the WRTC live stream here, and well, it's 11 o'clock 10 Zulu, and we're still, well, I guess about a third of the way into the contest. As David said, it can all change. And if we dive into that leaderboard for a few moments, it's it is something that keeps swapping around. At the moment, we've got Europe 3 Team 1 in first place. That's the 2 German folks, Manfred and Ulrich. Closely followed by the returning champions. These were the folks that led WRC 2022 back in Italy. Then we've got Europe 4 in third place at the moment. But those top places have been swapping around. But if you dig into some of the numbers, it's still so interesting, because if you look at these fastest QSOs per hour column, this is not the fastest stations are necessarily ones at the top of the leaderboard. You can come quite a little way down. The folks down at 14th, Europe 8 Team 1, they had an incredible fastest hour rate, 442 Qs an hour, and that's a mind-blowingly high rate, even for the sort of multi-2 station where you've got both running. But you can see that's dipped right now down to 168 Qs an hour, looking like it's a much more sort of transatlantic spread of contacts, and that's what we'd expect to see as night falls. But you can see that the teams are moving around in that ranking quite a bit. The returning champs doing very high rates at the moment in the last hour. Maybe that's that they've got some good runs to the US. I would guess on 20 meters at the moment. Maybe a little bit of 40 starting to come in there, but we'll see how that goes. Like I say, these guys who had that incredibly fast hour earlier, reasonably high proportion of SSB. And when I was talking earlier to Colin, G4CWH, we were comparing the then top two teams. One of them had this sort of split. The returning champs, I think, were only about 5% SSB at the time. So some very different strategies in play across the board. Anyway, we'll keep coming back to that scoreboard as the evening goes on. But cast your minds back to before the contest started, back when everyone didn't have to worry about a night with no sleep. Back in the bar, this was Thursday night. Dom caught up with Pat N9RV, he's a teammate, and he's been to a number of WRTCs, seen it evolve over the years, and had some thoughts about where he thinks the next WRTC might happen.
How do you think WRTC has evolved in the years since those early days when you first started?
Well, two things. First is it's much more refined. So now we're dotting I's and crossing T's. And the second, if I can say this, since we're in Europe, it's become much more of a European event. I mean, what, 5 out of the last 6 or 4 out of the last 5 have been in Europe. And it's interesting. I mean, in the U.S., we like to drive places. We're a big country. When you want to go a long ways, you get in your car and you drive. But it's Europeans are driving, and we're schlepping things through airports. So I don't think we have quite the hardware that some of our European competitors have, but I don't care. It's all up here.
So would you like the next WRTC to be outside Europe then, somewhere else?
Listen, it's so hard to put one of these things on. I think if the UK did a second one, I think everybody would be happy with it. I don't think there's a chance in where of that's happening. So whichever group has the organizational ability and the vision and the skill to pull it all off, hats off to them. Yeah, I think it'd be cool to have one in Asia. We had one in South America. That was super cool. So who knows? North America, Canada, who knows? Mexico. I mean, the World Cup is kind of inspiring. Look at all those crazy countries that are moving up in that. So why not WRTC?
Well, we joked when we were editing that video a little earlier that if we showed Pat's suggestion of the UK hosting the next WRTC to most of the folks on the organising committee here, we could probably produce some interesting reaction videos to that. I think that he was probably quite on the money as to whether they'd be volunteering for that one right as we're going through the main event here in the UK. But it's not just the physical location of the WRTC that matters. RSGB President Bob Beebe, GU4YOX, recognised the evolving nature of the contest and its role in sort of developing the contesters of the future.
And as President and the RSGB, I think it's so important that we're involved in this particular aspect of the World Radio Team Championship. You've got the best operators in the world who travel to Great Britain, and we're absolutely delighted that we're part of this, and I'm honoured to be part of this as well. And I think everybody's having a great time. I mean, we've only been here a few hours. People are now relaxing, settling in, and it's going to be a fabulous weekend. A lot of commitment from a lot of people. The volunteer input is absolutely incredible. From yourselves to everybody, the team builders, the station builders, antenna builders, it's incredible. And I'm also very impressed about the number of young people are here. Young people and children as well who are with their families, who are all contributing in some way into making this event such a fabulous success.
And actually that's been one of the themes as we've gone round and spoken to people this evening, has been that balance between contesting and the social aspect. That seems to be something that's so critical in WRTC, and that might not previously have come across so well. It seems like a very intense contesting experience.
I think you're right. So the actual contest is very intense. The 50 teams, 50 tents, 50 stations, absolutely crucial. But to get to that stage, you need to be exposed to contesting. You need to understand it and enjoy it. I remember when I was a little boy, 10 years old, camping out my first National Field Day, and I thought, wow, this is absolutely fantastic. It sows a seed, and then in the future you become a contester yourself, and you learn, and then you pass those skills on to younger people, because the younger people are the contesters of the future. I think it's so important.
So WRTC's obviously changed since its early days. Where would you like to see it go next?
I tell you what, I'll be honest with you, I really think that, you know, amateur radio is international friendship without boundaries. We have people here from every country, any country in the world that people can qualify, and I think that opening all of those barriers and becoming international friends. We've got friends all over the world, haven't we? And it's even in times of tension, we're all friends. We're amateur radio operators.
So potentially more than 50 teams in the future?
Well, you know, logistically, I've seen the amount of work that's involved in setting up 50 stations. But perhaps we could change it a little bit, maybe 75 maybe, or change the qualifying criteria. But it's very healthy, it's very ambitious, and if you're a contester, if you snooze, you lose, you've got to be on it.
Bob casually sort of increasing the site builder's workload by about 50% there. Yeah, what's another 25 stations between friends? It was such an easy task putting together these 50. I'm joined again by Steve Thomas, M1ACB,
evening.
Evening, just about. Just about. Welcome back, Steve.
Hi, thanks.
And as well as coordinating all the volunteers, you've also, through your RSGB role, been one of those involved in the liaison with Ofcom, that's the UK Telecoms Regulatory Authority.
Yeah.
They must have really wanted to support this. We've got some fantastic call signs, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Yeah, it took a while. But you're right, my RSGB role, General Manager, then I liaise with Ofcom very regularly. But we started this conversation some time ago with them because I'll admit, the first conversation was, I said what we needed, and they said, "Excuse me, you need what? You need what? Yeah, you need what now?" But one of the things we did over time was explain to them why. I'll tell you how many call signs we actually got in a second. But we explained to them the level playing field concept for WRTC, which of course starts with the station, the equipment and the location. But if you then take that into the call sign territory, you want to make sure that there's the luck of the draw and everything like that, but if we could make them all so that they were equally difficult or equally simple, whichever way you want to take it, then that was important to us as well.
And I remember Andy, G4PIQ, saying right back in the call sign announcement meeting that it wasn't just that, we picked some call signs, they were all 4 letters. That in itself is a start. But you've done all the analysis of how many dits, how many DARs. There's a big difference between an MB0O versus an MB5E, particularly in CW.
And I'll tell you really how that happened is I'd started the conversation with Ofcom, and we guessed and we said we might need 3 series of call signs. 3. I'll tell you what I mean by that in just a second. Well, no, let's say MB1, MB2, MB3, something like that. And then Andy, PIQ, did the analysis and went, I think we're going to need a few more. So I then had to say to Ofcom, I told you 3. They went, yeah. I said, well, we really need like 7. And they said, sorry, 7 series, A to Z, that way. And I explained to them that actually we'd need, I think it was 5 would get us close to a level playing field, or 6 or 7 would guarantee a level
mean that we
playing
can
field.
actually achieve.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So they said, we'll get back to you. And then the result, of course, was the notice of variation where we got MB1 through to 7, A to Z. So I had to write this down in case I didn't want to do live maths. The problem.
Well, especially at 11 o'clock
or
at
math
night,
or maths, depending on where you're watching. So that's 182 call signs.
Of which we're using 50.
We're using 50 of them, absolutely, because you want to take out, as Andy said at the opening ceremony, you want to take out the ones where the if you're using speech, the number of syllables would be longer, and if you're using CW, the number of bits, we might call it, too many of those. So just to try and make it balanced, then we used from those 182 down to 50 to give us that level playing field. So
and it wasn't even the number of syllables and bits, because I remember Andy saying MB4K got discarded because, of course, that very well-known Mike Delta 4 kilo.
Exactly. So there was quite a sort of no, can't have it, crossing out exercise, which Andy and I think Lee and Mark were probably all looking at it. Andy did the original, the statistical analysis. Now I think they all had a good look at what should be removed, and then they ended up with the call signs they did that they announced. And I was holding my breath, because when you put something up like that, you want the audience reaction, and there was a round of applause, and so that was quite some moment.
It would have been so easy to just go, oh, we'll do GB 2026.
Well,
ABC.
It was on offer.
And that would have been it would have been fine.
Yeah.
But it would have put the WRTC stations at a relative disadvantage to all the established contesters who are, let's remember, we're here for WRTC.
Yeah.
But there's also the IARU radio sport contest going at the same time.
Yeah.
And you don't want our competitor stations to be taking twice as long to send their call signs as the other
GR2HQ is active over this weekend for the UK, of course.
Yes.
In that contest. One that I've operated a few times in.
Very good. So I have to ask this notice of variation. So in the UK at least, NOVs vary an existing license.
Yeah.
Is this attached to someone's license?
Well, we have the agreement with Ofcom that we can assign it to a UK amateur on each site.
Right. So it's effectively whoever gets Mike Bravo 1 Alpha, that goes to their license.
Yeah.
And I remember that when they were doing all the site setup, of course, for some teams coming from, CEPT countries, as we sort of colloquially say, signatories to is it TR061? They came over, they did their testing prior to the contest, obviously didn't have their call signs. They were Mike/home call.
Yeah.
But there were some folks from countries where those automatic reciprocal agreements didn't exist.
But of course now with the license conditions we've got, somebody else can use your call sign under supervision. Right? So there's
and again, you'd organised all of those club call signs to be available.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And what happens to this series after this weekend?
Oh no, this is a special. This is a very special between these dates. That's it. Some of those call signs, MB and numbers, are actually used in the UK for beacons, gateways, things like that, but not with just a single suffix.
No, I know
single letter suffix. That's what makes these really unique.
I know that with one of my other hats on as part of a repeater operating group, our APRS iGates and Digipeaters, those actually had a little bit of a shuffle of their call signs because those are in the MB7 range, but MB7 UPI, UP,
three letter suffix,
exactly,
not the single one. So that's what actually makes these really different.
And I guess there's a little bit of a risk. Do we end up sort of burning call sign ranges that we can't then use again, or are there enough possibilities that we're cool for a while?
Well, no, I mean that occurs through the rest of the license, the call sign ranges as well. But now, after the Ofcom consultation a couple of years ago now, then the ability for Ofcom to reissue those call signs as they're cycled.
Yeah.
And, we're still going through some of those actions from that consultation. So some of that reusing of call signs, it stands you in good stead for the future. But we're still bringing in a lot of people, into new.
And do you think there's going to be any Ofcom folks sort of keeping an eye on the contest, either spectating or?
I know there's somebody from Ofcom that's one of the referees.
Oh, excellent! All right. So they're definitely sticking to the 100 watt power limit.
We clocked his shirt when he was actually registering here, and I wandered over for sort of a good hello there, and why are you here? Oh, referee. Oh, okay. Excellent.
Yeah.
So Ofcom have genuinely been very supportive of the activity. They've been really interested. They knew about it. They knew about WRTC before I contacted them about the call signs. So they'd already read about it in Radcom.
Yeah.
They absolutely do. They read Radcom. I understand they go and look at the letters pages first, and then
of course,
and then work forward. You know, but they do that because they want to see the temperature of what's going on in amateur radio.
Yes.
Right. So they are genuinely interested.
And what our perception of them as a regulator is.
Exactly. That's it. But there's quite a few licensed people that work for Ofcom as well.
Yeah,
so
no doubt.
they keep an eye on us.
And of course, what better a showcase? All of these competitors are squeaky clean. There is no room for even the slightest bit of gentle flex in the rules.
Yeah.
Everything is being watched. The referees are there 24 hours a day.
Because really, the competitors would be. It would be terrible if they won, but then something in the rules meant that they didn't.
Yes.
You know, so they're putting so much effort into it, and as everybody is. But the competitors are putting so much effort into it. Of course, you're going to absolutely be squeaky clean, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're going to use every advantage you possibly can. I mean,
within the rules.
The art of competition. Right?
Of course.
But no, they're wonderful people. They're amazing operators.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Steve, thank you so much.
That's all right.
And thank you for arranging this fantastic series of call signs. Mike Bravo, 1 through 7, was it?
Yes.
We didn't use the 8s or the 9s or the 0s.
No.
Too many dials.
Yeah, we managed to get 7. That was it.
Good. Mike Bravo, 1 through 7, various letters, but not all of them.
No, exactly. Definitely not.
Excellent.
All of them.
None of them sort of sneakily kept back as a reserve.
No. We didn't do that at all.
Excellent.
As a one-off, just for this contest.
That's it. Great. Thank you, Steve.
Okay. Thank you.
We've had some great footage around the contest. We've just been talking about them. Let's go and have a look at some of those sites now. So we're going to take a trip over to Asia 1, Team 1, Europe 2, Team 2, and North America 6, Team 1. Let's see how they were getting on earlier on. joining us here live from WRTC HQ. And got Steve M1ACB on the sofa next to me, just having another look at the live scoreboard. And remember, you can go and dig into all of this at home. Head to worldradioleague.com. You can click the WRTC link within that and get loads of information. But we thought we'd dive, rather than just concentrating on those top couple of teams, the head of the leaderboard, the current leading youth team, and there's 4 youth teams this year. It was one of the things they really wanted to pull forward from WRTC in Italy. Currently, youth team 3 that's in the lead, led by Willow, teammate Max. Currently sitting 18th overall. They have been as high as 10th at one point, and you sort of look. We were looking a little earlier at some of the run rates of those stations a little higher up. They were maybe in the 300-400s an hour. Yeah. U3 currently sitting about 200, but it all becomes important when you scroll down, because this is the important one. And several of the folks that we've chatted to have said, multipliers are king in this contest.
Absolutely, yeah.
And look at this, they are leading in the multipliers.
Yeah.
So 41st out of 50 in QSO count, first out of 50 in multipliers.
And it is very easy to get caught up in the pile-up and in the run rate.
Because it makes you feel good, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. That's where the adrenaline comes from.
And we've got 3,000 odd QSOs, 382 mults. So one in 10 QSO is a mult.
Yeah.
But each multiplier is going to be worth 5-10 QSOs by the end of it, isn't it?
And the contest that you and I have done together, or some of the trips we've done, the malt bell, right, gets a cheer, doesn't it? But it's a good way of training you to do something different. Go for the malts, because they are incredibly important.
Absolutely. Right? I've entered CQ Worldwide as part of multi-single operations, and there, of course, you get one run station effectively. They can do anything, and then you get the dedicated malt station, and you start off at the start of the contest. I was like, G ding, GW ding, GM ding, and then by the time you get to sort of 24, 48 hours in, you are working for each of those malts.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So these folks, Willow and Max, are putting that effort in right up front, aren't they? They're getting those malts in across all of the bands, actually. This is a fairly even spread. Set 20 metres here at 67 malts. That's that's always going to be the one where you get the most.
And how do you think they're finding those malts?
Well, that's because they're all unassisted.
Because exactly right. Because some of the people watching may not have done that.
Yeah, there's no band map. There's no cluster.
No. So how are they finding those?
It must just be the old-fashioned way. And Lee joked about that we might drive on the left and have the steering wheel on the right, but you still use the big knob on the left. And it really is. It's going to be start at the bottom of the band, work your way up, and that means that in CW you've got to be able to get each call every time, and that they can put it onto a band map, can't they? So they can look at the spectrum, and some of the videos we've seen from the sites, you see folks running flexes and K3s with pan adapters and the like. They get the spectrum information, but it can't decode anything.
No. See, I need to be watching the live stream, because I've been running around doing all sorts of stuff all the day. I'm dying.
We can't show you all of that.
Could you just rewind back to the start, show me everything that's happened?
Yeah, we've had to blur out some of the spectrum displays for obvious reasons. But that's fascinating to see. But all of the decoding is done in the head, and several of the contesters have said that. It's all up here.
Yeah. But this proves it's worth the effort, doesn't it?
It is, and the skill to do that, and to do it at speed without sacrificing these number of QSOs. They might be 41st in terms of the number of QSOs they made at the moment. That's still 2,500. That's it's not like they've been sort of twiddling around and doing one QSO every 10 minutes for looking for those malts. They've done 2,500 contacts with a 100-watt station.
Yep.
And this is not obviously you get the super stations, you get the K3LRs and the K1TTs and all of those. Even in the UK, where we might look at MD4K, M6T, those folks are running multiple Yagis, maybe 30, 40 metres, 100, 80, 100 foot up in the air. Here you've got two elements, and you've got it. Is it 12 metres?
I think it
12 metre
is.
mast.
I know I helped build 5 of them last year, but I can't remember. I think it is.
And of course, that's 12 metres up on 10 metres. That's not bad for getting yourself sort of a wavelength up. 12 metres up on 20 metres. You're only half a wavelength, so that means that low angle stuff is going to be harder work, and that's really, if we come down to the QSO map that they're making here. Into Europe, that's okay. 20 metres, half a wavelength up into Europe, your angle of arrival is sort of in the tens of degrees. That'll be fine. It's these QSOs over here into the Americas. That's where you've got signals coming in at a few degrees above the horizon, and that's where those lower Yagis are going to be a challenge for all the stations equally.
And of course, if you are using one of those bigger stations that you mentioned just now, and I've been there, done that, you can go all the way through the night because you're quite a louder signal. But these are a much smaller signal. They've got to work harder for it. So it's going to be fascinating to see what happens over the 24-hour period.
To those rates.
When you're not just a big station pointing in one direction and everybody comes to you, they've got to work harder.
And I guess to a degree for the casual entrance, none of our stations fall into that category. But for the casual entrance, these call signs, and we spoke about that before. The call signs are nice because they're a level playing field. But there's also something a bit attractive to working a new prefix. And we have a whole series of contests about working prefixes.
Yes, we do.
And there is going to be an attraction to, Mike Bravo, what's that doing on Mike?
Don't forget, there's also the Chaser Award as well.
Yes.
So, which it runs to attract people to work those stations. And you can see details of that on the WRTC 2026 website.
And presumably there's the Chaser Awards for the WRTC. There's also often Chaser Awards for the IARU HQ stations, aren't there? The IARU contest, we've mentioned this a few times, that runs annually. And that is sort of normal stations and then national headquarter stations, so you've got GR2 HQ.
And that's really all about sort of attracting people to want to come and work those stations, isn't it? So that's good. It works both ways.
And in a sense, it's sort of it's doing all of the encouraging cheerleading that WRTC is explicitly not. But for a completely different purpose. There it is. Hey, let's get all those HQ stations, as many QSOs as they can, and some almost the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of technology there. With the HQ stations, I think it's sort of multiple distributed stations moving around the country to take best advantage of propagation.
Well, they pick different bands and different modes, and who's got the best station.
And you sort of have 160 CW in one station and 160 SSB somewhere else.
It just picking the best stations is part of that.
I guess you're probably not going to shove your top band station too far north in Northern Europe, so lots to consider, and I guess our competitors here are going to be picking out those IARU HQ stations as well because they are so well equipped for so many bands.
Exactly, they're going to be a big station that you're going to be able to find, aren't they? So
and potentially move. Particularly on SSB, but potentially on CW as well. Those HQ stations are going to have really solid operators.
Oh yeah, they will. It's interesting actually in the UK though this time. A lot of the people that
are we struggling a little bit?
Maybe. I was talking to somebody here yesterday, I think, and we were talking about the impact it might have on the HQ stations here. Because I know a lot of the people that normally take part and operate as GR2 HQ are actually supporting WRTC, and they're out in the field at the moment
or
looking after some of these stations.
Exactly.
It's changed it a little bit, so that'll be interesting to see what happens.
I have to say, I loved doing the RSGB 80 metre club championship last Tuesday.
Yeah.
We seem to have done fairly well. I wonder why. It's because all the people who normally beat us were out in the field setting up.
Don't put yourself down. One thing I'm really curious about now is to see, because I don't know about you, but we've been at this for a few days, a little bit on the tired side, right? But these folks are out there in the middle of a field doing what they're doing, and I'm hoping they're feeling pretty good at the moment. I'm hoping they're enjoying the sites that were chosen. Let me come to that first, because when some of them were leaving, they said, "Why is it an hour and a half to the sites?" You know. But I've heard really good stories from the drivers that have come back and said they absolutely love the sites because it's an hour and a half away in open space and peace and quiet, and they're enjoying the locations. So I was really hoping that was going to be the case. But now, of course, they've got to deal with the wildlife at night, and during the day it's been rotatingly
I should have
hot.
got this ready for you. We've got a video clip heading to one of the sites where the site has a flock of sheep going past.
Lawrence sent it to me. I've seen some of the videos that Lawrence has picked up from there. But we've seen pictures of deer walking through the sites, and there's all sorts. But I'm wondering how comfortable they are out there now, because during the day you have the tent flaps
so it's
to get
all going
the
to
air
be closed down.
At night time, of course, you put that down. But that's a prime time for feeling a little bit drowsy and keeping going. You've got that sort of that curve during the night.
And it was noticeable how much quieter the bar was here last night compared to the night before.
They were getting ready, weren't they? Yeah, absolutely.
Curiously, there seemed to be more referees in the bar than there were participants or contestants.
I'm glad you mentioned referees, because there's not only the two folks in the two competitors in the tent. There's a referee with them, and I'm sure you've talked about referees before, but a huge amount of respect for what they do. They are listening to two stations at the same time, decoding CW and making sure there's nothing dodgy going on. It's amazing what they do.
And of course, having to stay focused despite not being sort of actively engaged. At least if you're an operator, you're having to stay focused because you need the keys to type the keyboard. The referee, you could so easily doze off, couldn't you?
Yeah. And from being here for the last few days, you had some great conversations with the people. So I was talking to a referee and I said, amazing that you can do that. He said, the biggest frustration is you hear different stations to the operators.
Of course, you should have gone to the K4.
Right. Right. He said it drives you mad.
It's like, no, echo.
In your head, you're working at different ones to the operators work, because everybody's tuned to a different in your head, tuned to a different comfortable frequency for CW. And he said, I'm off imagining working the others. He said, you've got to come back and listen to what they're doing.
I know. I find it fascinating when if I'm contesting and there's two or three of us. I find it absolutely fascinating how one person with the headphones on in front of the keyboard hears one call sign, someone else either misses it or gets a different one perfectly. It's like, how did you hear that?
And we've been on a few trips, and there's a few stations operating in the same room, de-expedition type style. You do hear other stations on other radios, don't you? Whatever you're doing. So it's funny how the human brain
sort of get distracted listening to that.
But I hadn't thought about that from the referee's point of view until he mentioned it the other day. And I thought, no, I can absolutely see how that happens.
And the referee is the only one who can listen to both radios, aren't they?
I think so.
I think the contestants are not allowed explicitly to listen to each other's radio.
They're just listening to their own. It would drive them nuts to listen to.
I'm assuming the intent behind that is so that you can't effectively end up doing single op 2 radio and one of you get a bit of kip. That's not allowed for exactly that reason.
That's right. Lee's your expert on the rules, but I believe that's the reason.
And that's different to many other contests where you would do SO2R or SO2V as a standard technique. Even in a sort of restricted transmitter section, it's pretty unusual to be limited to a single VFO. But I guess again, it's the level playing field. It's going back to the core operating skill.
Yeah,
regardless of
absolutely.
transceiver.
It is that level playing field. We keep coming back to it, but it's a good way of describing it, isn't it?
It is,
Yeah.
and so important, so different to so many other contests.
Yeah.
It's definitely got a special thing.
Anyway, my sympathies to them out there in the middle of the Suffolk countryside. I hope it's all going well for them. I really do. Do you think they're coffee fueled or not? Because I would be.
I'm not sure. It feels like it could go one of two ways.
Or does that start
well, you get the coffee jitters, but also there's a limit to how far caffeine will take you, right?
Yeah.
And then is the crash
then
worth
it's doing bad things. Yeah. Absolutely.
Is it worth it?
Yeah.
We should say, of course, WRTC is an incredibly expensive event to put on. I'm sure you've
absolutely
seen this more than most of us. And we've been incredibly fortunate to receive sponsorship from a number of organisations, and that's companies, clubs, individuals. There's some boards up just behind me listing individual donors as well as club, foundation, and commercial donors. Let's hear quickly from one of those organisations, ICOM. Welcome back to WRTC Today, or should it be tonight? Here in the UK, at least it's 20 to midnight. We are, I guess, 11 hours into the concert, nearly halfway. And as David mentioned earlier, it's not just the folks here at WRTC HQ in Boston. We've also got 3 folks from the media team out and about around the sites themselves. Hopefully, fingers crossed, satellites willing, we can join Lawrence M0 LCM now. He is out at, I think, the campsite at the core of the station locations. Let's see if we can go across to him now. Lawrence, good evening. How are things out at the stations?
Evening, Rob. Is it Sunday yet?
Not quite. We've got another 20 minutes to go. How's things? It's dark. I've not actually been outdoors since midday today, so I'm completely
It is certainly
oblivious.
dark, and I'm joined this evening by...
I'm Andy Cooktree for PIQ.
And Andy's been pretty much responsible for making sure that all the sites get built and looked after the whole weekend.
Well, I have to say the responsibility of getting all the stuff built and so on very firmly, Chris and Pauline done a fantastic job of that. But yeah, my job was to make sure that overall we get all the sites organised, built, and all the right kit in the right place, and they keep working over the weekend. And it's been an exciting time.
What's been your biggest challenge over the weekend so far?
I have to say, I think over the weekend, probably the biggest challenge we've had has been some of the generators and the heat. Had a little bit of degradation of some of the rubber in the fuel tank systems, which caused a few to stall. That's kind of frustrating, since we trialled the thing with what was seemingly the same component a year ago, and all was fine. So that's been a little challenge. But other than that, things have gone really quite. I know I don't say the word smoothly or quietly. That's an unreasonable thing to say. But no, it's gone pretty well.
Yeah, and having been out on site, certainly through the 600 and the 900 series, I've seen your team running around fixing problems as quickly as they can.
There is a lot of running around. I have to say, it was absolute bedlam through yesterday and today until 12 o'clock, GMT when suddenly things went quiet as people's minds moved elsewhere, strangely.
Yes, we did manage to make it to several of the teams at the start, and it was almost an anticlimactic start because most of them started on CW with a Kia. So the first thing you heard was everyone hitting F1.
Absolutely. And of course what you can't tell is they're going like mad as well. Some of those, people doing 450 an hour in that first hour, absolutely going for it, but you really, it doesn't fit the media quite so well, does it? Because you can't hear the side tone. So, yes.
No, you can't. Of course, hopefully a lot of people have been working the stations over the last, 12-ish hours, and another 12 or so to go. What are you hoping for tomorrow, weather-wise, and then conditions of the stations, do you think?
Well, I'm hoping that we'll get a bit of warmth tomorrow, not too much. I mean, it's been pretty pleasant today, actually. I imagine a number of people have probably been caught out this evening by actually how chilly it's got. I don't think it's quite as cold as it got in the test event last year as well, but we may see mist on the ground and so on early on, and I hope that'll burn off and we'll have a nice day, but nothing too hot, because essentially as 1300 local time rolls round tomorrow, we then need to start getting the antennas down on the ground and packed up and moved. So it's going to be another day, several days of busy physical work, getting things from one place to another.
Do you have a deadline to be off all of the sites?
Well, we plan to be off all of the sites, the vast majority of the sites, certainly by Monday, close play Monday. That's our plan. We'll see how it goes.
Does that mean you're going to make it to the award ceremony at the end of Monday?
I will be at the awards ceremony on the end of Monday. I might not be doing anything other than sitting in the corner with a drink, gibbering gently, but yep, I will be there.
If you're at the award ceremony on Monday, buy Phil a drink, shake his hand, and also find any of the guys in orange shirts. They're the ones who have been putting it all together and making sure everything keeps working smoothly. It has been smooth. I mean, yeah, little wrinkles, but by and large it looks like everything has been working. There haven't been any stations really compromised for any really lengthy periods of time, have there?
No, I don't think so. Cross fingers. I say the odd hiccup with a generator or two on the boat tanks, but no, things have generally gone smoothly.
Looks like all the masts have stayed up as well.
They have. It's interesting, actually. It's a little windier today than we expected. Not worried about the masts. The soil is very sandy here, so it's very light. So the gazebos can be a bit of a challenge, but because they're mostly open, it's not too bad at the moment, I think.
Yeah, you say mostly open. This evening they're mostly closed because the breeze is that little bite to it at the moment, and people are wrapping up warm. But I think it's a bit of a relief after the heat. So yeah, it has been good. We've been out to several of the stations this evening in the dark and sneaking up on them. Yes, managed to actually get into one of the tents without being noticed.
Oh, that could have been a bit of a surprise, yeah.
and filmed the operators a little bit before they actually suddenly realised that someone had joined them and was watching them.
Now,
but they were engrossed and fully engaged in the pile-ups that they were operating. So
yeah, Lawrence, Steve ACB on the sofa with me has just sort of said, yeah, this time of night you might start experiencing a little bit of wildlife. These are very rural sites, aren't they? Lots of farm tracks, lots of woods. Aside from the sheep that we heard about earlier, is anyone having problems with the local wildlife, or is it existing in harmony?
Any reports of wildlife issues, Phil?
No, I've not heard of any wildlife problems. I was here a few nights ago just doing some testing about 9 o'clock at night on one of the more remote sites on Shadwell, and I say herd of deer, but there were 8 or 9 big deer, some with big antlers and so on, just ran off across the field in front of me. But they were several hundred meters away. They were keeping well out of the way. But absolutely, there's loads of wildlife around. Quite amazing.
So when you wish you had a camera with you, wasn't it?
Well, I had my phone, but I knew the pictures were going to be rubbish.
Yeah, I haven't managed. Actually, haven't managed to film much animal wildlife. I managed to film some sheep this evening because
we'll
we were
definitely be getting those on the stream later.
At walking pace to shoo them off the tracks to get down to some of the stations this evening. On the Brandon site, a lot of deer. Every time you're driving along a track, it's like there's guaranteed to be and if there's one, there's probably more than one, because a lot of small deer, so a lot of fawns chasing mum. So yeah, it was quite hairy. And visiting one of the youth teams on the Brandon estate, and you could hear the deer barking in the background. It was slightly unnerving because they are pretty loud. Yes.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, but it is forest in that area, so it was quite interesting.
Excellent.
But yeah, I hope all the teams make it through the night without too many nodding offs and suddenly realising the voice key is working.
I'm sure that they wouldn't do that. It's only me that manages to fall asleep with the voice key running, and as long as I don't do that on this sofa, it's all good.
I think your dad will forgive me by saying it possibly runs in the family.
Oh, how could you? Andy Cook, G4PIQ, there on site with Lawrence M0LCM. Great to catch up with both of you. Yeah, obviously, Andy, do take care of all the sites through the next 12 hours, and good luck with the D-rig when you get there. Lawrence, I guess we'll stay in contact. You're sending us footage from the sites. A bit trickier to get to the sites now that it's dark.
Yeah, having been out to some of the closer ones, we opted for things that are 10 minutes from the campsite here,
a little less
because
rural.
we didn't really want to relish treks and challenging drives at night. I think that was a good choice. And based on where some of them are, I think we'll probably avoid doing anything until the sun pops up. Sun rises just before 5 o'clock in the morning. So.
Yeah. 5 hours to
I know Jonathan's thinking about seeing if he can catch some golden hour in the morning, but we'll see if we manage to get out to any sites before it is fully bright.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, both of you, for joining us. That's live from the campsite in the centre of that cluster of WRTC stations over in Suffolk this evening. Andy, Lawrence, thank you very much, and speak to you both soon.
Yep. Cheers for now.
Excellent. Well, that was Lawrence and Andy out on site. But coming back to WRTC HQ, first of all, and casting our minds back to Thursday, it was, first of all, a competitors meeting. That was where we learnt a reminder of the rules, some of the logistics, and then it was time to kick the competitors out and bring in the referees. So this is 50 referees. Remember, there's one for every team. Stays with them for the whole contest, and that's an incredible job to be doing. And Lee G0MTN was the one who briefed the referees. Let's hear from him now.
Thanks overall to everyone that is a referee. We know that it was oversubscribed. More people wanted to be a referee. It's still a sought after activity, and it does give you that opportunity, if you've not done that before, maybe to be able to have that close experience of watching and listening to some of the best operators in the world, and see how they operate WRTC. But at the same time, it can be really, really difficult to sit on your hands and not make any QSOs yourself. So yeah, I've been there. I've been a referee. So yeah, we also realise it takes a special commitment and a special positive mental attitude to approach the role. So again, thank you for supporting WRTC. So we're not expecting the competitors, if they are, say, some of the best in the world, to be breaking rules or having issues, but your presence and you, say, being there in the tent with the teams helps then to, say, give validity and tells the whole world that the contest was operated completely fairly and above board, which is why there's so much prestige then for doing well and winning the event. So for the Friday site testing, so we're asking that the referees observe the full station setup, excuse me, and check it matches the approved design layout. So in the referee handbook, there was a standard block diagram of what WRTC is providing, what the competitors are providing, and what the referee is providing, and how they all interconnect. Each competitor team has provided their own version of that for their own specific design. So that will also be included in the referee boxes, so you can check that what they said they were going to bring and what has been approved by Andy G for PIQ does match what they've actually bought and installed. So we hope, and to say for all the hard work the team are doing, there shouldn't be any VSWR problems. We think the 80-metre dipoles are going to be set for CW, and the alignment's all standard. I think we're asking as a check that there's no, say, antenna sharing of the same antenna between the teams at once. And we're also asking you to check. So it's a competitor responsibility, but yes, it will be good that you can verify that yes, the team have made sure that their audio recording solution is working, and that it doesn't get forgotten about, as I think on occasion with the getting ready for the contest, the finding out the call sign, programming your voice keys, the audio recording solution isn't needed to start the contest and make contact, but yes, we did need to do that for the rules and the judges doing the adjudication.
Well, there we go. That's just some of the briefing given to the referees back on Thursday morning, before everyone went out. It's not just been the competition, it's not just been the meetings. There's been a bunch of social aspects to this as well, not just here in the bar behind me, where it's looking a little quiet, but there's a hardcore group of spectators still enjoying a pint or two whilst keeping a close eye on the scoreboard that we've got up on the wall as well as in front of me here. And if we take a little quick look at the scoreboard for the last point in this hour, we are still seeing the EU3 Team 1 in first place. They've been there for a little while now. The returning champions in second, and Europe 6 Team 1 in third place. That has been reasonably stable, but if you look down, reasonably small here, but you can of course head to the World Radio League website yourself and take a look. We are talking a less than 1% difference in score between those two leading stations at the moment, and only a few percent between the second and third places. So very much all to play for. Diving into that currently leading station, QSO rates dropping off a little bit, down at 250 an hour, although we say that like it's a little lower than it has been. That's still 125 Qs an hour. I would be very happy with that as a rate on CW if it was myself operating. That's why I'm sat in this chair and not in one of the gazebos. But you can see that the QSO rates over time, that Europe 3 holding it, pretty steady, has occasionally dipped below the returning champions, but not for very long. Of course, multipliers are the important ones, and we can see that teams are starting to move on to those lower bands. 80 metres starting to come in from about 2000 UTC, and forming, I guess, about a quarter to a third of the contacts that we're seeing here being made by the leaders in this clock hour. 40 metres really the sort of the high rate band by the looks of things, and that's what we'd expect to see. As darkness starts to head across the Atlantic, we'll maybe start to see some of those US 40-metre runs picking up in the next couple of hours. That bit of the bar could really increase once the East Coast heads into darkness. But in the meantime, it will be pretty decent to Europe. I suspect 80 metres, this is all going to be Europe, but of course there's all those juicy multipliers. And a lot of those sort of 200-300 contacts, there's going to be a fair chunk of mults on 80 metres. Interestingly, we looked at the Youth Team 3 earlier on. They were leading overall on mults. Our overall contest leaders sitting down at number 13 on the multipliers. So, number one on number in terms of number of QSOs, but definitely a little bit of room to catch up some of those multipliers. And if they can do that, then they're going to cement their lead. On the other hand, if perhaps those returning champions, the Canadian team, if they can pull ahead in terms of QSOs whilst keeping a healthy lead in multipliers, then they could potentially take back the number one spot. Looking at the number of unique multipliers, 80 metres, so out of the 100, I think it was 300 QSOs on 80 metres, 44 of them unique mults so far. That's about sort of 15% of their QSO total. So that's pretty healthy on 80 metres. But almost exclusively CW, of course. I think that all the mults are available on both modes, I believe. Certainly QSOs can be made on both modes, both bands. And if you are chasing the WRTC Hunters Award, you can do that again on the WRL, the World Radio League website. Just head to the Hunters section, pop your call sign in there, and all of your QSOs should show up. You can work each station on each band on each mode. So if you work out that is 50 potential stations, 5 bands, 2 modes. That is 500 possible QSOs you can be making if you can work all of those MB call signs in the next 13 or so hours that we have left in the contest. Plenty of time to get it. Of course, depending on where you are, some of those bands might be tricky. 10 meters is going to be the hardest for an awful lot of locations. 80 meters might be trickier if you're outside of Europe. Remember, these folks are only running low dipoles 12 meters up or so. That's only sort of a tenth of a wavelength, an eighth of a wavelength on 80 meters. That's not going to be great for DX. They don't have any extra receiving antennas. They don't have any beverages or similar. So those 80 meter DX QSOs are going to be a little bit tough. Talking of stations, we can head over now to our own on-site special event station. That's Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Let's see how they're getting on over there now. Welcome back to WRTC Today, and well, that was GB26 WRTC just down the corridor from me here at WRTC HQ at Y Boston. So plenty still going on the bands, and they'll be carrying on. Very similar station to those out in the fields that we just saw earlier, except they're in a much more urban location with much higher noise floor. But they do have the advantage of a kilowatt amplifier, so they're going to be a lot louder than some of the Mike Bravo stations, and they do have internet connectivity. So they're not entering as a competitive entry; they'll be submitting as a check log. Obviously, all folds into the normal log checking process, but also giving a bunch of folks the opportunity to operate here as part of the event, and a lot of those operators are folks who are younger, generally folks who are part of the YOTA program, Youngsters on the Air. And Heather, you're back on the sofa, and your turn in this chair. Just a couple of minutes' time. You're going to be joined by Philippe and others talking about some of the ways that we can get more young folks into the hobby.
Definitely, and I spoke earlier to Sam and Henry, and we heard from them. Philippe's going to talk a little bit about the Sandringham school visit that we had here on Wednesday, and the great way that schools like Sandringham have amateur radio clubs which encourage some of their pupils into STEM careers.
Fantastic, and it can be such an enabler, can't it? Because it's the skills that you learn through radio, either as a hobby can feed into your professional life, and vice versa.
Yeah, and we know that there's a dearth of RF engineers, and we're looking for more youngsters coming into that type of the industry. And as Henry was saying, as he was sitting in this particular seat earlier on, that if young people aren't exposed to that through amateur radio, then they don't know it exists, they don't have the opportunity to try it, and why would they, move into that?
And you sort of might think, radio, we don't do RF anymore. It's all mobile phones and cellular and digital data, but as that gets faster and faster, computers start looking more and more like radios. Even the bits of discounting Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and all of that, even the bits that we might conventionally think of as digital signaling is actually RF. So the skills that you learn developing as a radio amateur can be so useful in building modern technology, can't it?
Absolutely. And also, I know we're talking about RF, but earlier on we saw Steve Nichols talking and giving a propagation forecast, didn't he? Well, a youngster doing propagation in physics or something at school, maybe they'll head up into that type of career as well. Who knows? The opportunities are endless, really.
Yeah, and look at Jim Bacon, who gave us the sort of meteorological weather forecast. And again, it ties into that whole same thing. Jim's not only great as a presenter, he's done all of the scientific research behind the propagation phenomena, how those interact with the sort of terrestrial weather, if that's the right word, how that can influence sporadic E. And this is not some area that we learnt about back in the 1920s when radio was first discovered. This is new stuff we're still learning today, that's still developing. Jim comes along most years to the RSGB convention, and each time he's learnt something new, and he's passing on that knowledge.
Yeah,
so
people are learning all the time, aren't they? And there are opportunities for people to get involved. You're talking about Steve earlier on. At the moment, he's the chair of the RSGB Propagation Studies Committee, and they're doing a project for the solar eclipse in August that people can get involved with. There's a contest just for RSGB members, but there's a whole way that radio amateurs can get involved and share data and things like that, and try whisper and all sorts of things. So, solar, all sorts of things. There's a whole load that people can get involved in, and research is going on all the time, as you say.
Fantastic. Well, I look forward to hearing yourself, Philippe, coming up in just a few minutes' time.
Hello, well I'm joined here by Philippe, DK6SP, but before we start talking about youth and amateur radio, we're going to see one of the video postcards that our team sent in. This is the one from team number 9, Drew, K3PA and Morgan, NSOR.
I hope this message reaches home.
So on Wednesday, just as the week was getting started, I think it was 10 or 11, 12 pupils from Sandringham School came to site here and they met Philippe. He was organised the whole visit and they learnt about WRTC, amateur radio. They had a chance to operate on the GB26 WRTC radio. Some of them were licensed, some of them weren't. And the RSGB Youth Champion for Schools, Sophie, gave them a chat about the RSGB and just told them a little bit what it was like for her to be a young amateur radio operator. So we're going to show a short video of that, and then we're going to come and talk to Philippe and he can tell us how it was to actually be there.
Yeah, I'm part of the organizing committee here for the World Radio Sport Team Championship, where you're visiting today for the headquarters.
Yes, so I'm Sophie. I'm 19 years old and I started amateur radio sort of last year. I'll talk about it a bit more later. But only a couple of years ago, I was part of the team that went to Yacht Camp last year in Paris. And I'm now the RSGB Schools Champion.
So in the end, we have 3 cornerstones. The first one is communication. So we are definitely also building our own transceivers. We are writing our own software. We also go into the woods, set up an antenna, have a small radio with us, communicate with the world with just simple setup. Yeah, this operational skill is also the thing we need the most at WRTC to win the championship. So we transported over half a ton of equipment from Europe on the plane to Dhaka, the capital of Bangladesh, and then went on another 18-hour drive down to the south to the Bengal Bay and set up our radio station. So we had 6 stations in total, and we were 6 people and operated 24/7 for 12 days. And achieved 73,000 QSOs, so radio contacts, utilizing SSB, Morse code, and digital data. A person who is licensed, who has a unique call sign, which is unique around the world. So if you say DK6SP, only one guy in the world can have this call sign, which is myself in this example. You have Mike 7, 3 letters, that's unique in the world as well. Just follow Sophie.
There's an increasing number of university clubs starting now. I just added another one for...
Okay, so here you see a roughly 60-foot high Versa tower mounted on a portable trailer, and then we have a couple wires attached to the tower. This is the station the people will operate for 24 hours on the weekend. So the question is, how much does the equipment cost? Usually. So there's a big range, actually. I was talking about going into the woods, just setting up a string, connecting some short cable and a small transmitter, which you can build yourself for a couple bucks. If you have such a station here, it's probably more in the 10,000s. So what I'm doing now is I'm calling M0 STV from GB26 WRTC and see if he's there. M0 STV. M0 STV. And now GB26.
India Foxtrot, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. Hi Norman, I just got a quick question. How long have you been doing amateur radio?
Something that I did have was when I was in year 11, I applied for the Arkwright Engineering Scholarship and was successful at that. That's a great thing. If you are interested in engineering, definitely have a look at that. And through that, you attend what's called Connect Days, which are days at companies, universities, anywhere really. And so the Radio Communications Foundation, kind of a charity who promote amateur radio, ran a day at Bletchley Park. Then in the summer, so last summer, I went to Yota Camp in Paris. And what Yota Camp is, it's a week-long event where young people from around the world will gather. There are workshops, there's operating time, and also just connecting people from other countries who share the same hobby as you. So I think last year there were about 100 people from 30 different countries. Oh no, so the accommodations were provided, so we were staying, it was kind of like a scout camp place but had dormitories where we were staying in Paris, so you can sort of see the building there. It's quite an old building actually, it was really nice. And then we had the whole grounds of the campsite. But yeah, we weren't actually camping outdoors, so it says camp, but the accommodation.
You see the flower here in the front. If you have any wishes to the competitors, please grab one of these sheets of paper here and just use your pen and write good wishes on there.
Yeah, I think they can all do one.
Yeah.
Right.
And then
good luck to the competitors, or whatever you want to say from Sandry.
Yeah.
So that gives a brief overview of what happened actually over about 3 hours here on Wednesday. Philippe, how was that visit for you? Because you organised it on behalf of the WRTC committee. I know that they were keen to involve young people from the local area to make sure there was some sort of legacy inspiring young people. So tell us a little bit more about the day. We saw the overview. Were they confident on the radio? Were they all new to it? Were they licensed?
Definitely, very confident. But first of all, they arrived here and we started the whole session with a small overview what is amateur radio in general, because not all of them were licensed. Within the attending students, we had 5 licensed, foundation licensed in the UK already. They have a club station in Sandringham, M0 Sierra Charlie Yankee, which their head teacher, Ellen Gray, G4DJX, is doing. And they're kind of grateful, though they only have small antennas and a small radio. But they were lucky enough to have us here at GB26 WRTC to use the big tower outside with the Yagi antenna and some power here under supervision. And yeah, after the small introduction we had and what amateur radio is in general, we headed over to the station and operated a bit. And we had a station in Cyprus, 5 before AIF, taking questions from the students actually. So not only the licensed students, but also the unlicensed students had the opportunity to ask questions to a UK national on Cyprus, and they really appreciated that.
I came into the room when you were there, and they all seemed to be having a great time. There were lots of smiles, lots of wearing the WRTC hats very, very proudly, the baseball caps. And I had the opportunity then to talk to Alan. We're going to see that in just a moment. I've known him since 2016, 2017 when we did the Tim Peake contact from Sandringham School. Actually, so that's probably even further than that. So let's hear what Alan had to say, and then we'll come back to you. So Alan, you've brought, as we can see, some pupils from Sandringham School here to WRTC to learn more about that and amateur radio generally. Tell us a little bit about what's been going on today.
So we came up today and heard from Philip for about 45 minutes about the event going on over the weekend. That was exciting for them because they haven't been introduced to competition so far. In our radio station at school, we tend to have conversational QSOs around the world, but the idea of competition is new to them.
Right, okay. And have some of them gone on the radio for the first time today?
So they've been lucky to come along to the radio station, and they've had a contact, some of them, the ones who are licensed, with Norman, who's in Cyprus. Had to change bands. It was 15 metres at first, but moved to 20 metres to get a decent contact.
And you've got a flourishing amateur radio club at the school, haven't you? Which I remember from when the RSGB side, we worked with you when Tim Peake was on the ISS, and you were one of the 10 schools chosen to speak to him as an astronaut there. Tell us a little bit about how the club came about and how it's flourished since.
Yeah, the International Space Station contact with Tim was a marked event in the school's history. That sparked a lot of interest in STEM and amateur radio in particular, so on the back of that I decided to devote some time to starting a radio club. Began in 2016. Since then we've probably trained 30 plus young people who've gained their licenses, mainly foundation but some intermediate, and as a result of that they've used that as a hobby for themselves but also potentially careers in STEM subjects.
Okay. And as a head teacher, how do you see the link between amateur radio and STEM? What do you see the positives about that for benefit to the school and to the pupils?
There's significant benefits of amateur radio to those who are interested in STEM subjects. It gives them extension activities. It's a subject which has a number of different angles to it. So, you know, if they're interested in conversation and contacting around the world, then they can simply do that. If they're interested in the technical side, they can get involved in that aspect of the hobby. If they're interested in digital communications, satellites and so on. So I think the hobby provides a number of avenues into STEM subjects through the curriculum. It's technical, but it's fun as well, and I think that's one of the most important things, that they can do some real science and actually do make things as well. It's not just using equipment and experiment, and have a lot of fun when they're doing it.
Do you find that some of them are doing it outside school as well now? Is it something that they've taken on themselves and they're learning more about it, or is it something that they generally do within the school environment?
At the moment they generally use the station at school, probably because their parents won't allow them to put an aerial up at home. But some of them have got walkie-talkies. They use 2 meters now and contact that way. Some of them will go online with SDRs and listen to stations around the world. They've had experience of digital mobile radio now. So I think over time we've sown the seeds and they will come back to it when they're in a position to put aerials up at home and do that. They've already been talking about it, life after a radio club at school, what they would do. Yeah. And obviously amateur radio is huge. It encompasses so many different aspects you can do. As you talked about construction, you talked about the digital aspect. Is SOTA or POTA or something like that something that the school does with the club, or is that a step too far at the moment? Yeah, we've not done that yet. Predominantly it's on site. They've done some work around the campus, some fox hunting, which has been exciting. Some years ago we had the local radio club Verulam come along and set up a station on the field overnight and did some EME communications, Earth, Moon, Earth. So that was another aspect to the hobby. And I suspect at times if they're introduced to things, if you showcase with them what the opportunities are, then they'll take those and embrace them themselves.
Well, it's clear that it's having a huge impact for the school and the pupils. You said 30 of them now have been licensed. If there's somebody watching this in a school, whether it's a head teacher or a lab technician or a teacher generally, and they're thinking, I'd quite like to do that at my school, what advice would you give to them?
Yeah, I think the first thing is to find someone who's interested in the hobby, possibly someone who's already licensed, that's helpful. It may not be someone on the staff, so you might have to approach your local radio club. Quite often science technicians tend to have a license from my experience, so that might be an opportunity if you employ someone who is licensed. So you need someone in school with an interest and knowledge of the hobby. And then it starts from there. We've got the Radio Communication Foundation who are very keen to sponsor schools' radio stations, so you can make an application, you can get some funding to set up the station, which is what we did at Sandringham. So it doesn't necessarily have to cost anything, but I think it provides a unique opportunity for extracurricular activities in STEM.
Absolutely. And the Radio Society of Great Britain, obviously my other life, I'm the communications manager for that. We're trying to do more and more with schools and universities. We've got a School Zone webpage, University Corner, and we try and celebrate and show what the schools are doing, including Sandringham, to try and inspire others. And I know you mentioned the Radio Communication Foundation, the RCF. They offer free foundation licences to under 18s, isn't it, a certain number every year. So a school could apply for that if they had a small cohort of pupils wanting to do that. Is that right?
That's correct, and that's what 4 of these did last year. So we applied to the RCF, got funding for them to take the foundation licence, which costs about £35, I think. So it's, you know, is quite a lot for a young person. It could be a barrier, and so you remove that barrier by getting the funding so they can take the exam. So that's really helpful. But the RSGB itself, once they're licensed, they get Radcom every month, which is a brilliant magazine, and then
Well, welcome back. While we were watching the interview that I did earlier in the week with Alan at Sandringham, we had a sudden change in the leaderboard here, so we decided to change the topic. We are going to go up and talk a bit more about youth in a bit, but we changed the topic. We went out and had a look at the sites, what was happening there slightly earlier this evening, and now talk us through what's happened all of a sudden, all these changes.
So the defending champions of 2022, V3DZ and UW7LL just took over the lead. What is interesting to see, first and second place are actually just 1,000 to 3,000 points depending on a minute away from each other, so it's constantly changing. Team WRTC defending champions has 30 more multipliers actually. Team number 2, which is EU3 Team 1, DJ5 MW and DM5 EE, though have 300 more 300 more QSOs contacts right now. So 2 different strategies there. One go for the multipliers more, one go for the QSOs more. It's really constantly changing. If when we think back to 1 hour ago when I was here first on the show, top 10 looked completely different.
Yeah.
So it's very agile at the moment, and different teams come into the top 10 any minute. So that's really cool to see here on the big screen up here.
And you were saying to me earlier, as that suddenly happened as well, you were talking about the number of QSOs that they're making. You're thinking it's going to be more than ever.
Yeah, we are 13 hours in right now, if I'm correct-ish, plus minus, and we are already at 3,500 QSOs at the moment, which is a lot.
A lot.
Normally, if you do 5,000 QSOs, you win this.
Right.
In total. So conditions seem really to be picking up right now, and I will pay the GB26 WRTC station later a visit to check myself. But wow, it's just incredible to see these numbers. I think the most QSOs right now has the EU3 Team 1 DJ5 MW and DM5 EE with 3,700. That's a lot. And if you look at the numbers here as well, the top, let's say top 5, top 6, all have hourly rates of 400 plus, which is 200 per station. And if you ever operated a pile-up, 200 per station, that's a big pile-up. Could be more, of course, always, but 400 plus QSOs here. Team 3 E7s, currently Team 3, EU6 Team 1 E770X and DJ4MX, 442 QSOs an hour. That is A lot.
Going some,
Oh,
as
yeah.
we would say.
I'm just impressed by these numbers here, just sitting here. I want to operate myself.
Because of course you've competed in WRTC, haven't you?
I did, yeah.
How many times? Three
Twice.
times? Twice.
Yeah, 2018 in Germany and 2023 in Italy, yeah.
So is it difficult being on the other side?
It is a challenge. Though I'm really glad that all these people qualified for they all deserve it to be here. And we will see what happens next time. Maybe there is time and to qualify again, yeah.
Well, you're saying how long we've got left on the live scoreboard. It tells at the top left we've got 12 hours, 25 minutes and 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds left. So
it's not even half time, huh?
Not even half time, no. And we're going to be live for all of that time. So that feels quite a long time for us as well. So thank you for your thoughts on that. So, but going back to Youth Environmental Radio, which is where we started, you organised the visit with Sandringham School because you are on the WRTC committee and you are responsible for youth on that committee. So tell us a little bit about how that came about.
Back in the days.
That makes you sound so old.
Yeah, I'm actually licensed since 2011, so it's quite some time ago. So back in the days I was involved with different societies in regards of youth. I'm kind of youth ambassador within amateur radio, and still am, be it in contesting or the expeditioning or youth work in general. So the committee approached me a couple of years ago to join them, to involve more youth into WRTC, to involve the next generation of contesters into contesting, so contesting never dies in the future as well. So I said, yeah, why not? Join the committee and try to make some impact on that regard. And I really appreciated being asked to be on here, and we see it in the numbers we have. We have 4 youth teams competing this time. It's the most we had, I think, in any WRTC we had in the recent years. So 4 youth teams actually present here in the UK makes me proud. Not only these youth teams, but also youth actually qualifying as a team lead or being a teammate of qualified teams. It's just amazing to see so many youth here involved in this WRTC in England, in the UK. So yeah, I think we did a pretty good job involving them and having the next generation coming up.
Well, and certainly the YOTA contests, I think, help to encourage that, don't they? Is it 3 or 4 a year? And I was talking to Sam earlier. They came third in the 3rd round, and trying to remember how many rounds. And Megan, who is part of the youth team here, she was his teammate. So it's great to see these youngsters coming through, isn't it? And having a real passion for this part of amateur radio, and not just having a passion for it, but being very good at it as well.
Just look at the scoreboard once again. The first youth I see is currently on place 3. So that's DJ 4MX Sven from Germany. Just look at that. It's currently number 3. I'm impressed by them. And I've seen the other youth teams also really highly ranked right now. So it's coming.
You're looking very proud there.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, thank you so much for coming to talk to us. I know you've had a really long day. You've been rushing around on sites, and you could probably do with just going and have a little bit of a breather. Maybe that bar of chocolate that you were talking about, which is a little bit of motivation to keep going through the night when you're a competitor. I think you probably deserve one now as well.
There's a couple more hours on the helpline telephone for me, so let's see how the night goes.
Brilliant. So just stay with me for a moment. We're going to go back to the station that you were just talking about now. And thank you so much again for coming in, despite how tired you are.
CQ, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, Golf Bravo 26, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, CQ contest. CQ. Again.
Again.
Radio Whiskey 5927. Bravo. Strike 5927.
So it's not just the competitors out on site who are focusing and busy on the bands all night. The youngsters at the station here at HQ are also very focused on getting as many QSOs as possible. I'm joined again now by Steve M1ACB, but before we have a chat, we're going to see, it is 1:45, get my words mixed up, we're going to see another of our video postcards from our teams. This one is from Team NA1, Randy K5ZD and Tom W2SC. So we've had the benefit of some expert commentary all through the however many hours it is we've been on air now. I must admit I'm losing track, and we're going to have some more shortly. But as I was talking to Sam M0UEL earlier on one of our younger radio amateurs, he was saying that he learned at YOTA last year that it's very easy to get too technical in the way you explain things and to assume that everybody knows what you're talking about. So let's roll back to basics. David spoke to Lee G0MTN earlier on about what amateur radio is and what amateur radio contesting is. So let's hear what Lee said.
Yeah, but part of why we're here today is to spread the message of what amateur radio is about. To say, I think we would say it's a popular hobby. There's say hundreds of thousands or a million plus amateur radio.
You've got about 80,000 in the UK alone, haven't we?
Just enthusiasts around the world, and 80,000 in the UK. So it's relatively high numbers, but unfortunate perhaps it doesn't have say true worldwide recognisability. So it's good to say what the hobby is. So it's a hobby for anyone that enjoys say radio communication.
And there's several aspects, aren't there? I mean, you may be interested in the technical side of it, how things work, you can make your own stuff, but you may just be interested more in the operating side and making contact with people.
It can be a fun way to communicate with your friends and stay in touch. Lots of people just focus on the technical side and may actually not get on air so much themselves. We can say that say all amateur radio operators, they're licensed by their respective governments. They pass a technical examination and then they're given a call sign and they can then transmit and use different parts of the radio spectrum that have been put aside for amateur radio use.
So and most countries in the world have this. They're slightly different systems, but most people could do that. So coming on to the exact point of WRTC, the World Radio Sport Team Championship, for its name, it's a competition, and contesting is a big part of the hobby too, isn't it?
Yes, so the idea is that various times throughout the week and throughout the year there are organised events where people can take part in a competition, and effectively it is how many contacts can you make in a specific period of time and score the most points. And depending on the flavour and the rules of the competition, there may be more points if you can contact people further away or in different countries, and there's different flavours for trying to contact islands or the States of America. So there's lots of different variety, and there's a big following of contesting and the camaraderie of everyone trying to take part as a regular activity.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Okay, well, it's one aspect of it, and there's lots of contests throughout the year, of course, with lots of people joining in, but this is a very special one. Partly it's 24 hours, which is not totally unusual in itself, but of course this is it truly is world, isn't it? There's people from all over the world.
Yes, so I guess the major thing about WRTC is that all of the participants are say locally here on site. Normally everyone is operating from their home stations right around the world, and we recognise that some people have very big stations that are very well performing, tall towers and lots of antennas. And there are many other people that maybe have more modest stations.
A bit of wire down the garden.
And so so it's difficult to really understand how someone's performance is when there are these different playing fields. So the literal idea is to bring all of the best competitors in the world together. They can operate from a very similar location with identical antennas, so that ultimately it should just be down to the skill of the operators, the two-person teams in each tent, for perhaps we could say the ultimate in bragging rights. So that will then they'll be the WRTC champions for the next 4 years, before the whole show hopefully repeats again, in a different part of the world.
Absolutely. Well, it's wonderful, isn't it? Now, many people watching, they're going to be wondering how they can take part. They might have found this just this morning and asking that question. Can almost anybody get involved as long as they've got some way of receiving at least?
So if you're, say, completely brand new to amateur radio, so you just be a shortwave listener, I say within 5 minutes online, you could look for a online, say, what we call software-defined radio website, and you could be effectively, say, tuning the amateur radio bands, looking for our WRTC stations. You hear one, you write it down, and then you can send in your list of contacts, and you'd qualify for an award. So it can be as simple as that. And for any of the, say, the licensed radio amateurs around the world, in a little over 12 minutes time, when the contest starts, they can then start hunting for our WRTC stations that are all identifiable through some very special, unique call signs that we've been allocated.
So we've heard there about what amateur radio is, particularly for anybody watching the live stream who's not really sure what it's all about. And we've spoken earlier on, Steve, about getting new people into amateur radio, and that's something that particularly obviously I was talking to with Sam and Henry earlier on. But of course anybody of any age can get involved in amateur radio. It's not just youngsters we want to encourage to try.
And they do. RSGB runs 3,000 exams a year. But the exams...
I'm just going to stop you. RSGB, what's
Radio
that?
Society of Great Britain.
Which is the national society that represents radio amateurs in the UK.
Absolutely. And we run 3,000 exams a year on behalf of Ofcom, the regulator. But the exam's only the start. And we've tried really hard for people not to be put off by that, taking that first exam. We've got 3 levels in the UK. Foundation, intermediate and full, and you learn a bit more at each stage, but when people come into amateur radio, as well as those progression stages, there's something that I think much more important, and that is allowing people to discover all the other things in amateur radio. I think if they just join and they just use a handheld radio to listen to their local repeater, and they hear the same handful of people, and if they think that's all amateur radio is, they're missing out on a huge range of things, a really big range of things, thousands of different things that you could get interested in. And I think if you do get them interested in those other things, or allow them to start that discovery process, then they're much more likely to stay as radio amateurs and discover lots more, and probably then bring other people in. So, but of course WRTC contesting is one part of amateur radio, but there's so many other things. So allowing them to discover this, encouraging them, helping them is hugely important, I think. And it's not just us at the RSGB that think that. When I was in Dayton a few months ago, then I was talking to one of the ARRL directors, and we were having such a conversation about this in violent agreement. You know, that expression. We were talking about how important it was for the future that you don't try and make radio amateurs in your own image, if you like. That you allow them to discover all sorts of things, and there's lots of different ways of doing that. We've tried at the RSGB, as you very well know because you've made some of the videos, to do some sort of instruction, some basic introduction videos that people can watch again and again, and we know they're very popular. They help people discover things.
But it's also, just to jump in here, because obviously there aren't as many clubs now. People do a lot more online, and if you do your exam remotely, as we offer in the UK, and you haven't got a club near you, how do you learn how to set up your station? How do you learn how to make your first QSO? And those are the types of videos that we've done at the RSGB, as well as also doing, showing people what practical skills that they can learn and use within amateur radio, and that was something that Sam was talking about, that he brought back from YOTA, that building a kit or a radio or constructing something yourself brings a huge amount of satisfaction, and also you learn new skills with it.
And there's, I think if you can get people to be curious, that's the trick, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're curious, they'll discover more. Of course, these days people can go to YouTube, and they go and watch all sorts of videos. That's where they expect to find things.
Yeah.
Not just ours, they expect to find everything on YouTube.
Yeah.
So if they didn't see amateur radio on YouTube, then they might not discover it at all. But I think you have to allow them to become curious. Now, WRTC, contesting, of course, as I said just now, and if there's contest groups that allow newcomers to join their contest activities and support them and don't frighten them, because we're seeing the Olympics of amateur radio, aren't we? That's what we describe WRTC as. So that could be daunting as well. But starting small club-based activities, you say there's not as many clubs. It's true, but in the UK there's about 450, we think, clubs, groups, special interest groups, all of that sort of mix. So there's still a lot of activity or a lot of clubs there, but people can do things at home. COVID, I think, changed the way people, go out and they do. The internet, of course, brings things to home. But amateur radio allows you to reach outside the home from, if you are stuck at home, we were during COVID, perhaps you've got a disability or something that means you can only operate from home. So there's all sorts of avenues and reasons to do amateur radio. There is not one size fits all or nothing like it.
No, absolutely not. And we could talk about that for hours, but I know that we've got people waiting to come on and talk about the scoreboard. As Philippe said, things are changing all the time. But I want to come back just before you go to what you were saying earlier about the volunteer effort behind this. And you mentioned welcoming the people as they came off the buses from Heathrow and all sorts of places, and the fact that they were all given a goodie bag, shall we call it, with mugs and hats and caps and all sorts of things. And we've actually got a very short video that I'd like to show now, which I'm sure you'll appreciate, because it shows just how the hospitality team transformed this venue into the WRTC hub for the week. So that gives a visual demonstration for what you were talking about earlier. All of the bags, the lanyards, everything just brought together by a fantastic team of people behind the scenes. And just before you go, we're going to touch on the other side that we haven't really talked about. Obviously, there are other competitors here and very much focused on the contest, the whole event is. But they've all brought with them their supporters, their partners, and there is a great social side for the competitors, but also for the partners as well. And on Wednesday evening, just before everything really kicked off in terms of contesting, we had a cocktail reception, which by tradition has been called the Ham Widow's Ball. The theme was dressed to impress, the cocktails were flowing, the lights were there. Let's just take a snapshot, see what happened. Now, that really was a snapshot of the event. I was able to go and take part in that. And that particular event has been running for 4 years now, and Bill, who suggested it, and is the husband of somebody who competes here, it was his idea, and he's been the host for 3 years. Now, at the event, this year's event, I was there with Tammy, who's behind the scenes here, but part of our media team. We went along and we had a chat to some of the partners there. We haven't got time to show them all tonight, which is a shame. I would love to. There were some great conversations. But I think just before we finish tonight, we should hear from Bill.
I'm here to support radio and all the people that are into radio. I helped create this event, the Ham Widows Ball, and it is the initial kickoff for the entire event, and I host it now. There's been 4, and I've hosted 3, and that is my raison d'etre. That is the reason I'm here. But it's really fun that WRTC in the last 3 or 4 iterations has moved WRTC from very isolated areas into fun areas. It started in Brazil, so there's fun things to do around here. I'm going to go golfing. I'm going to go to the spa like twice. I'm looking forward to seeing what's in the town at St. Notes, if that's the right way to say it. So I'll explore while I'm here.
So that was Bill on Wednesday, and I know he and the other partners are around here. They're all looking at the scoreboards anxiously, trying to see where their loved ones are in the competition. So bring it back to the contest just before we finish, Steve.
I'm just sparing a thought for the site teams that are out there at the moment, and I'm going to go back and start taking some of the help desk calls. They're out there at the moment, refilling generators, fixing problems for the contestants, and we just want to remember it's the middle of the night now, and that's still going on. So that's us back to the contest, I think.
Definitely. Thanks again for joining me on the sofa here tonight. I'll let you go off and do your thing. And WRTC, as we keep saying, and rightly so, it takes a lot of money as well as a lot of volunteer effort to put on an event like this. So let's hear let's have a look at Moonraker, who are one of the sponsors.
So at Moonraker, we offer all the major brands from around the world, from Yaesu, Icom, Kenwood, AOR, Daiwa, and we are the sole importer of many of these brands. We have over 6,000 products, most of them in stock at any one time, and here at the showroom we offer all the products on display and also demonstration facilities for people who want to come and use or try out a new radio. So along with all the major brands, we offer our own branded range of Moonraker products, which are mainly based around antennas and accessories. So if you're into wanting to listen to the aircraft, we do scanning antennas for that. If you're trying to put out a long wire for HF transmission, then we offer antennas for that. And we've built up quite a big portfolio of our own branded products. So here at Moonraker, we have 3 warehouses. One we use for the showroom and office space for the sales and account staff. We have logistics across the road for our mail order parcels, which is anything up to 1,500 parcels a week. And then we have an off-site warehouse where we do our large imports, where container loads of products are coming from the Far East, Taiwan, or our European suppliers. So the showroom's open Monday to Friday 9 till 5:30. Any one of our specialist staff can help you with any inquiry you have, if it's as simple as a PL259 on a piece of cable or a new HF radio complete setup. We'd love to welcome you down here soon at the Moonraker showroom here in Woburn Sands.
So there's still a huge amount going on here at WRTC, and I'm welcoming back to the hot seat, Rob.
Yeah, we've swapped places since last time.
Yes, yeah. So we've been talking, I've been talking about youth, we've been talking about volunteers, we've been talking about the social side, But as you will have seen, things were happening on the scoreboard while we were here. We were suddenly moving in things.
It was within 1% when I handed over to you, and it swapped over, hasn't it?
It has. And I know that once we do actually swap seats, you're going to welcome a couple of experts to come and talk to you about all of that nitty-gritty of what's happening.
Absolutely. Dave K1ZZ is back with us. He's joined us already on this sofa a couple of times, but he's also going to be joined by Irina, Delta Lima 8 Delta Yankee Lima. She's a previous two-time contestant in WRTC and also a previous referee. Okay. So that'll be fascinating to hear her perspective on the contest. She's here not just as a spectator, her son is also taking part in one of the teams. So yeah, it really is passed on the hobby to her son, so really looking forward to hearing what she has to say.
And I also hope, I have to say this, that I hope that her coming to talk will inspire other women to get involved in contesting and to be more represented within the contesting 100%, community.
Because I'm glad that there are folks who are in some of the, and particularly in the youth teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Perkins was one of those.
Thank goodness it's
course,
slightly better that it's not just people that look a little bit like me sat out in those tents. But yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to get that represented, and it's seeing people like yourself that makes that maybe I can do this.
Maybe I can do it, exactly. Yeah. And I think that's the same in every walk of life, isn't it? If you see people like yourself doing something that you might be interested in, that gives you that little bit of spur. I think it's possible, it's achievable.
It is.
And we should absolutely be doing that within the amateur radio community.
If only I was better at CW.
Right, so they're going to come and talk to you in a minute, but while we move seats again, we're going to go in and watch the youngsters on the GB26 WRTC station.
Oscar 5 Charlie, Whiskey 5927. Mike 5927. USL, you're 5928. Thanks, Mike Bravo 5 X-ray.
Got a Mike. Mike Bravo 5 Yankee, Mike Bravo 5 Yankee, contact. Mike.
Welcome back to WRTC Today, here live from WRTC HQ at Boston. I'm Rob M0VFC here with you for the next hour or so. And you might have spotted throughout this stream, we've been bringing you little short postcards from some of the teams, giving you a bit of a flavour of their hometowns, their stations, their shacks, their antennas in some cases, and just putting those together in a little bit of a montage. A couple of teams, though, went above and beyond when we asked them to send us a few clips here and there, maybe a few photos, and a couple of teams sent us a whole video. Let's take a look at them one. This is one of them now. This is Europe 9, Team 1, and a little bit of a look around their home area. Fantastic. I'm joined now on the sofa here by Dave K1ZZ and Irina Delta Lima 8 Delta Yankee Lima. Welcome back, Dave. Welcome, Irina. Great to have you here. And Irina, you're twice a previous contestant at WRTC and also a previous referee.
Yes.
How did it all start for you?
The first one was in Boston, 2014. And I was there with Sandy DL1QQ, and we are very proud because we were the first qualified YL only team, and I think we did a really good job because we finished 21st, 21, and yeah.
And what, I guess, taking a step back, yeah, the qualification process is quite a task in itself. Did you deliberately set out, the pair of you, to say, no, we want to qualify for WRTC, or were you sort of enjoying the contests anyway and, wow, we're way up in the rankings?
We had the goal. We want to qualify. We tried it both, Sandy and me, and then we looked who got the place, and this was Sandy, but it was a hard time because we both had no own competitive station.
Yeah.
So we had to drive around and look where we can operate, and we learned a lot, both, and yeah, that's it.
And before that was in Boston, presumably you're normally in Germany. Had you done many of those contests from the US or areas with similar propagation to the US, or was that yet another sort of set of skills to learn when you ended up in Boston? And of course, propagation there is very different to here in kind of Western Europe.
I operated from the US before. I did the WAE and some CQWW there, but it was both for us new to operate from the US, even with 100 watt only.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was new. Really new.
And that's a fantastic achievement to, and yeah, for both of you to really be up in that ranking. So you did Boston, YL team there, fantastic. Sadly, I assume probably the only YL team at Boston, or the only YL only team. And then you came back for more.
Yeah. Then we came back with different teams. Sandy joined K3LR, they had a team, and I tried to qualify it again together with Martin, Delta Lima 4, November Alpha Charlie.
Right.
And again, we both tried to qualify it, and it was again a really hard time, especially my husband he had a lot of things to do for me that I had enough time to qualify it, but we wanted to go to our WRTC in Germany. That was a big goal.
Yeah, and you made it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And how did that event compare to Boston, where it was first WRTC?
It was different because it was at home. So we had a lot of guys we know around, and they were also excited to have us here. And it was another experience, but also overwhelming. So.
And how did this? We heard from Lee and Mark earlier on in the week about how the WRTC stations have evolved from the sort of the earliest ones back in 1990, where it was just, hey, we found some hams in the local area and we borrowed their shacks, to now 2026, where we've tried to build as many near identical kind of field day stations as possible. Where did Germany sit on that?
They did a really, really good job. They searched for a lot of places and measured every place and decided which is good and which is not good. And I think they did a really good job. So I heard not so many complaints. I think most of the guys.
Surely contestants would never complain.
I think they were all happy, and the organizers did a really, really good job with all the volunteers, and it was really good. It was a good fest.
That seems to be a recurring theme at so many of these events. It's a phenomenal amount of work to put into it, but every time the organizers seem to pull it off. They seem to consider all of those needs, consider all of the challenges from last time, learn the lessons where they can, just make it a little bit better each time, and that's an enormous achievement, isn't it? For
sure.
Yeah.
Russia was the first time that we really achieved a nearly level playing field. Before that, it simply wasn't possible within the constraints of the host group. Boston, I think, matched Russia in terms of achieving that. Germany improved on that, for sure. Italy had very special problems with locations because of flooding in the area, and in England you've done a superb job, I think.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. We'll hear, I guess, tomorrow afternoon when all of the competitors come back here, and we'll hear their stories.
Well, I will say this: the one team that I heard complaining after they came back from the site,
this was back on Friday,
Friday night. They're one of the top scorers. So
interesting. We'll hear the full story in due course. They're all cut off completely, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. No communication in or out. They've handed in their phones. I know there was discussions about smartwatches had to come off. Smart rings, everything, Fitbits, anything that might give them any communication with the outside world is gone.
Yeah, they have no idea how well they are doing.
No, we can look up on the scoreboard and see the latest leaders, but and there's no serial numbers in this contest either. So it's not like you can sort of tune around and go, oh gosh, M6T are completely trouncing us as usual.
Yeah, the one thing I want to say before we go back to analysis is my wife Linda, KA1ZD, has been licensed over 50 years, longer than we've been married. And she has always felt very strongly that women should participate and compete in amateur radio as equals.
Of course.
Not as separate, but as equals.
Yes.
And so, sharing the sofa here with Irina, who was part of that groundbreaking group, is very special for me.
100%. I was saying to Heather a couple of minutes ago, it shouldn't be remarkable in the sense that we're chatting, but I'm so delighted that we are. Because maybe there's someone out there watching thinking, oh gosh, it's another bunch of men. And I realise I fall firmly into that category. I'm pretty close to the stereotypical amateur. But maybe, Irina, by you being here, someone will be out there saying, gosh, this looks kind of fun. Like maybe I'll give that a go. And it's you're here as a spectator, but you're here for a pretty special reason as well, aren't you?
Yeah. This time I'm no competitor and I'm also no referee, but another member of our family, my son, is a competitor, and that is amazing.
And he's Robert Delta Mike 5.
Delta Mike 7 X-ray. Yes.
And he's one of the European teams, isn't he?
Yes,
It's not one, you were saying, not one of the youth teams, although he did actually qualify.
He qualified as a youth team, but then he was asked from a local guy who was qualified, and they went together that they can practice before. That was a better part, and they know each other for a longer time, and
that
it fits.
That synergy between the team leader and the teammate.
Yeah.
That's so important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
because whilst it's you're both on your own radios, you're both running separately. There's no sort of interlock of transmission as long as you're on different bands, but it's knowing what each other are thinking, what strategy you've got. You stay on 40, I'll go to 20. Oh, who wants to grab that malt that might have popped up on 80 at the moment? That's super important, isn't it? And
the one thing you try to prepare, you discuss what should we do and where's the opening and which band want, but you have to do a lot of decisions
depending
in the moment.
On conditions.
Yes, yeah. And then you don't have to discuss, oh, I will go on 40 and you have to stay here. You have to understand each other. And this is what the best teams do. And actually, I have the impression that also Robert and Jan doing good.
And this must be strange for you here, able to see the scoreboard. How much are you sort of looking at it and saying, come on, go on to 20, go on to 15.
It's I don't know what they are doing really, but I'm really surprised that they are in the top 20. So I never expected them there, I have to say it, but I'm so proud. I'm so proud, and I only have to say, go.
So could this is the $1 million question. Next WRTC, maybe the two of you as a team. Would that be something you'd be tempted by?
I don't know. We will see. I have to say, when I see all these guys here and I talk with all these guys, then I think, oh, it would be nice to be part again. But on the other hand, it's really, really stressful.
Yeah.
With all these technical things and what to do and not, and
but you've proven that though. You've done it twice.
I know how it works, but
you've shown everyone that's fantastic. And I have to say, I enjoy contesting. do a little bit as myself, more as a sort of multi-op group. Nothing at this level by any means. And it just blows my mind that these folks are out there running for 24 hours solidly, 2 operators, 2 stations, just keeping okay. There's no room for even a moment's break, is there?
No.
And that is quite. I was looking through some of the FAQs. I think earlier when I was talking to Steve, I said that they weren't allowed to do sort of 2 operators on one operator across both radios. I think there's a little bit of that allowed, but it's not expected that they'll do much of it, because it's not as good as having 2 people on 2 radios. But even so, no one's sleeping, are they, at all?
No.
Well, Irina has been a referee, as I have as well, and I would say that the challenge is more for the referee to stay awake.
For sure.
The operator, if you've been working for 3 or 4 years to get to this point, you're not going to fall asleep.
No.
And you are busy all the time.
Yeah.
You have a lot of things to do, but as a referee, you are only allowed to listen. It's quite interesting to see what your team choose for strategy, but
and of course you can't say anything.
Yes, that's the problem. You can only listen and think, oh, is there a problem? I don't think.
And how did that experience as a referee? That was in Italy.
It was in Italy, yes.
A referee. How did you find that?
It's other. It's on the one hand, you wish your team all the best. You want that they perform the best, and but you can't tell them, and you only can take care for your team. We had a lot of we had high temperature in our room, so and we had no good fan. So I did the fan for myself and took care of my team, and I keep awake because I noticed every hour what they are doing, and I checked if they are calling CQ and got a spot or not, and something like this.
And you must develop quite a special relationship with that team, because you are living together in a small tent.
Yeah.
Is it 3 meters by 3 meters? I think the tents this year, and you're stuck together for 24 hours, and you're probably not talking much. I'm guessing.
No, not at all.
But nonetheless, you are in it together as a team.
Yeah, that was my feeling as well, and I was recruited as a substitute referee in Wittenberg. I went only intending to be a spectator.
Right.
And there was a referee who was unable to make the trip from Brazil because of a family situation. So they asked me to do it, and okay,
stock up on the bananas.
Well, I figured, okay, I've enjoyed 5 times being judge. It's time that I paid the price of sitting, listening to 2 other guys, 2 friends, operate when I wanted to reach over and turn the knob.
Yes. Have you looked? And do you then stay in touch with the teams that you've refereed
for?
For sure.
Yes. Every time I work, you're going to say hi to even in a high pressured contest. You're going to say hello.
And of course, you have no idea before the contest starts who you're going to referee for, who your referee is going to be. It's all chosen at random, isn't it? And I guess many of you will recognise each other. There are all the big names on both sides of the fence here.
Yeah. Well, it's not entirely random. It can't be entirely random because you don't
I guess
want
you
a
can
referee.
You can never referee yourself, in fact, or your own country.
For someone from your own country or area. So there is that. There is some pre-selection that's required, but But beyond that, that's all private to the organizers, to the officials. No one else knows. The referees don't know.
And I guess when we were in the room just off to our left on when was it, Friday morning, it looked like they were just drawing names out of I think it was a sort of confectionery tin. But I guess Mark would have been up on stage looking at that and going, "Oh, this is Europe 1, Team 1. I've pulled that name out. No, go and have another one."
I don't actually know the exact process that was used here, but
no one seemed unduly either upset or delighted, which I guess would have been the.
No, it's but that aspect of it can't be completely random.
No, of course. Well, talking of the scores, let's see where things were. The latest scoreboard. If we jump back to the leaderboard, if you do want to take a look at this, it's on the World Radio League website. We think that we do have updated data. As you can imagine, lots of stations out in the fields in rural east of England. We do occasionally have a little bit of a delay in getting the data back. But nonetheless, top of the table at the moment, and I think when Heather was on air, this all changed round. We've got those returning champions. Yuri leading the team, joined by Yaroslav. They've retaken the lead, and they've sort of bounced around a little bit between first and second.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? Are they going to be pulling ahead? Are they going to be carrying on like that, do you reckon?
I think it will be quite interesting till the end, because both teams have different strategies. The defended champions aim for the multipliers, and Manfred and Uli are actually doing more QSOs. So we were discussing which strategy will result for the next champion. You will see.
And I guess it's the 24-hour nature of this contest does mean that that's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? On the multipliers in particular, if you miss an opening, you don't necessarily get a second chance at it. So some of them maybe, but yeah, they're still going well. 288 QSOs an hour.
Well, I'm not sure that we're getting any updates on the.
Well, I think we do have. I think we're still getting some. Yeah, so clock hour.
But is that,
midnight UTC?
Yeah, is that showing up in the point totals for the individuals?
That's a good question. We're certainly still getting band data, and it looks like we seem to be sort of sliding into a 20 meters still doing pretty well. But the temptation of 80 meters, I guess it's not really going to. And Dave, it's not going to be great over to the US on 80 for another couple of hours, is it?
Well, it's just sunset in the eastern part of North America. And in the summertime, you have a very narrow window of opportunity. So if you want 5-point QSOs on 80 meters, you're going to have to go there
at the right time. And
also, it is now 1 o'clock, after 1 o'clock in the morning here in England. That means it's after 2 o'clock in the morning in Europe.
Yeah.
And who is awake at that hour?
And that is always the challenge. We're seeing really large numbers of QSOs in total,
amazing.
Aren't we?
It's amazing, the QSO numbers, because in Italy they had about 44,000 QSOs in the whole contest. Yes, and now
they're already at 3,700 or so.
Yeah,
so it's will be interesting which was the final number then.
Yeah, very, very much. Well, if you were to guess the final number, we're at 3,500 now. We've got 11 and a half hours to go. Is that going to start dropping off those rates as they sort of work or do you think there's still more to be had?
There are not so many Japanese stations like in the US, so yeah, I don't know.
We'll see.
At least 5,000, but 6,000 is possible.
I personally think 6,000 would be a stretch. 5,000 for sure.
And how does that compare? You mentioned in Italy it was sort of 4,000. How, if we look back at some of those earlier WRTCs,
it's difficult to compare because of the change in rules.
Right.
When was the first multi-2 format? Was that
in Boston?
Boston? Okay.
Yeah.
So we only have a limited number of times that this format has been used. This, I believe, will be the highest QSO total of any WRTC.
And of course, it could have so easily gone completely the other way if the sun had behaved a little differently. I remember Steve Nichols, G0KYA, saying, actually, this is better than we were expecting. And I've certainly been out on my fair share of SOTA summits recently. And it's like, oh, really? It's done what now? And really struggled to get those contacts, even at 100 watts.
Well, there was a prediction of the possibility of a minor geomagnetic disturbance on Sunday morning. So
that
we just have to see.
Could still happen, and that could really change some of the strategy as well if that happens, because an opening you were expecting now doesn't happen.
Right. Yeah.
Wow, fascinating. Well, it's not all about the context in the contest, because a little earlier, Bob G4YOX, RSGB president, told us about how the food choices are really critical in preparing competitors for such an intense period of competition.
It's very important to plan ahead for your contest. So you've got the excitement of taking part, the technology at home, you've got everything ready, but then what about sleep? What about when you get a bit weary and tired? And it's so important to, as you get more experience, to prepare your food intake program along the time. Don't want to eat big bowls of carbohydrate pasta and because you get tired, the blood sugar levels change. Even the days before, you're planning your circadian sleep rhythms to try and build up your sleep tank before the contest. And it's so difficult because you just can't bank sleep.
No.
You just get in there and try and be as exercised as possible and oxygenated, go for fit, healthy walks in the days leading up to the contest. And then when you sit in the position, sitting on an aircraft is difficult for 24 hours, but to operate a radio with such intensity to become competitive top 10 world is difficult. And these guys here, who we all welcomed into the room day before yesterday, sorry, are absolutely at the pinnacle of their mental, physical and competitive ability, and it's incredible.
Well, get those bananas and nuts at the ready if you want to make it through to the end of the contest in about 11 hours' time. We're here at WRTC HQ, joined still by Dave and Irina, and we were just talking about the scoreboard, but of course it's really important to say these numbers they're fantastic as a way of following along, and it's really helping us back here an hour's drive away from the contest sites feel involved. This isn't what the judges are going to be using there, is it? This is a separate system. It's sort of scraping those QSOs off of the competitors' computers, but the logs that matter are the ones that get submitted at the end of the contest.
Yeah.
And I think they have half an hour, I think, after the bell rings at 12 Zulu tomorrow. They then get half an hour to make sure they combine those two stations' logs. That then gets submitted along with the audio recordings that they have to take. And then I guess the judges' work starts. What does that feel like?
Well, I've been through that process 5 times, and each time it has been better in terms of the quality of the data that we're working on. The judges this time, I think, are well prepared to handle this. The software, the last time I was a judge was 2014 in Boston. And the software has improved since then, so that it's really important for those who are participating from outside to make sure that the log you send in is accurate. If your log, for example, if you make contacts on Saturday and then on Sunday and you don't send in the log from Saturday, this makes big problems.
Because suddenly a whole load of contacts are not going to match automatically.
Yes, they're not in the log, and if there are a lot of those for a particular log, okay, the software
you'll spot the
detect
pattern.
that.
Yeah.
But it just adds to the workload of trying to deal with 4,000 logs that are expected to come in from outside of the 50.
I guess it's an interesting sort of combination. You've got the referee's role, and then you've got the judge's role. And though, I guess if someone's not used to how this competition works, you might think, oh, referee, a judge, they're the same thing. It's completely different, isn't it? The referee is there to make sure people are sticking to the rules.
Yes.
And the judge is there to adjudicate whether those QSOs are valid after the fact.
Right. There is no such thing as a golden log, a perfect log in WRTC, because you're talking 5,000 QSOs. Everyone is going to make some mistakes. But the teams that make the fewest mistakes, if they're in the higher ranks, they will move up, and others will move down.
And what sort of accuracy rate would we expect to see here? And I know what I normally get in my UBNs, and maybe I shouldn't share. But these folks, on the one hand, they're elite operators. They are phenomenally skilled. On the other hand, they're running at incredible speeds, 30, 40 words a minute, CW, after 24 hours and no sleep. Keeping that accuracy up is...
And they do not have access to super check partial.
Oh, so I knew they were unassisted. No cluster, nothing like that.
Unassisted,
no SCP
cluster,
even.
No SCP.
Wow.
So it's what you hear. What you hear is what you log, and with your own memory of past QSOs, and of course, once you've worked a station, if you work them again on another band, then it will show up.
Okay, so you get sort of a check partial within your log,
right,
but
only within the log.
An external source.
And so the best team for accuracy in Italy had 0.5%.
Wow, that is quite something to aspire to.
Yeah, typically I think it would run a little over 1% for a typical competitor. If you're doing a lot worse than that, you're not going to be in the contenders.
I feel a little better, although maybe not too much. Irina, when you went over to Boston, did you find that, obviously different propagation to back home in Germany, did you find that set of kind of mental check partial call signs was different operating in America? Were you sort of working different call signs than the ones that you were used to in sort of the contests you were practicing back home, or was it the same folks, just different times of day?
when I realized, when I walked from the US, especially with other US guys, then I realized that I know more of the European call signs, and the US guys know their call signs.
Yeah.
And when we operated from Boston, we had more US stations, or the smaller stations we are not so familiar with.
Yeah.
But we knew more of the European stations, and that was quite good because this were the DX contacts.
And I guess those are the ones where it's maybe a little bit more marginal.
Yeah, yeah.
So in a sense, it could actually have worked in your favour.
Yeah.
Knowing that sort of the EU database rather than fantastic. I spoke to Pat a couple of days ago, and he was saying that it's almost a little bit strange for the US folks, where the early WRTCs were obviously over in America, recent ones now in Europe. It's the US folks having to bring everything through the airports, and the Europeans driving here. And how does that sort of compare for you, Dave, compared to those sort of earlier, closer to home competitions?
Well, I have never actually been a competitor in
You're
WRTC.
always on the judging side.
I've been on the judges' side since 2000.
Yeah.
I do operate a lot of CW contests, and mostly working Europeans. I enjoy working Europeans, I think it is more difficult for the Americans when they come here to operate. Partly because of the call signs, but I think more because of the propagation. We're used to thinking about the contest starts at 8 o'clock in the morning on the east coast of the U.S. It's quite different when it starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes, and the sort of where that fits with your sleep cycle is hugely different.
Yeah.
Because I guess if it's 8 in the morning, you're awake for the first however many hours, and then you just need to make it through the night. Whereas over here in Europe, you sort of, it's about now that maybe you start flagging.
If I was competing after the sun comes up here, I would be thinking, oh my gosh, I have another 8 hours to go.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow, fantastic. And of course, a lot of the teams at the moment, you mentioned sort of CW contests, a lot of the teams are making the majority of their contacts in CW at the moment, just looking at the band split or the mode split rather for the current leaders. It's about sort of 76-24% in favour of CW. That's not always been the case though, because we caught up with Jeff Kilo 1 Zulu Mike a little earlier on, and he actually told us that he'd been part of an entry where it was they won the phone only award. Let's take a look back at what Jeff had to say earlier.
Actually, I was a competitor 6 times.
Wow, 6 times?
Yeah.
So which was the first?
Well, the first time was 2000 in Slovenia. We finished 10th that time, which was the highest that I actually ever achieved. In WRTC Germany, my son, who's also an amateur, because in the US Morse code is no longer a requirement, he was an extra class license, but he didn't know CW. So we went phone only, and we won the trophy for phone only score, which was a lot of fun. And my son, who was younger, thought it was a great honor to come to a WRTC and actually win something.
To give us some idea, actually, from that, how far were you away from then the top scorer, which of course would have used CW?
Well, if you go phone only, only one person, me, did CW, and there's an obligation that you must make 35% of your overall contacts, meaning phone plus CW, 35% must be CW. So our strategy was certainly to emphasize phone, but we always had to be vigilant to make sure that we were over 35%. And in our case, we had a little bit of a misunderstanding of that exact requirement, which we discovered at 4:30 in the morning on Sunday, and we were down about 30%. So I spent literally the next 5 hours as sunrise occurred on 40 and then 80 to get us back up over 35%. And about 10 o'clock Sunday morning, we were safely where we thought we needed to be. Then we both went back to phone, and we finished the competition with a CW percentage of 37%. But we made, in total, 5,000 contacts, and there was no one close to our score.
All right. And what about these other ones that you've been involved with? You said you've been taking part in 6.
Yeah, well, initially was Slovenia, followed by Finland. Finland was a lot of fun, but one of the things that it's a definite no-no, the competitors understand this full well. They've got to be very careful not to fall into a trap of spending too much time on 80 meters. From up in Finland, no one even in Central Europe could hear us on 80 meters. And so the whole story of this, you mentioned 400 contacts in the first hour. The whole name of the game is rate. And this is essentially a competition where if you have 2 superior CW operators, they have a strong chance, unless they make a fatal mistake somewhere, of finishing certainly in the top 10.
That was Jeff K1ZM talking a little earlier, and the operation that he was talking about was a father-son operation. Irina, you're here as a spectator, but your son Robert, part of one of the EU teams, and you were saying earlier that must be an incredibly proud moment. What got him involved in amateur radio? Was it seeing you're operating and your entries into WRTC?
Originally, he had no chance because my husband and me, we are both ham radio operators, so we took him always with us. And he know all the guys at the club station, and then we had the license course, and that was a chance to get more in this field. And in WRTC he was technical supporter team in Italy for Czechia, Zulu Lima 3 Charlie Whiskey and Bernd, VK2 IA.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that was the point.
That he then wanted to say,
And when they had the closing ceremony, they were discussing, and Robert said, I will try it. And I was thinking...
And 3 years later, he's here.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Do you, outside of WRTC, do you either compete against each other or contest together as a family?
We contesting together a lot because I like more contesting in multi-operation things, and we do it at our club station. But I think we never compete against.
Right. It's nice to sort of sit in in that multi-operator environment, isn't it? And especially if you've got a club that allows you to do that, because you mentioned earlier you don't necessarily have a great station at home.
No.
And myself likewise. Almost all of my operating is either out portable or it's a club environment. But those clubs are so important, aren't they, to allowing folks who don't have the space, don't have the antennas, maybe don't have the financial ability to do that, to get into these contests and be serious entrants.
It's important to get guys into amateur radio, So they can meet us and can look what we do and get the first steps. And then they can decide, oh, I go with the club station, or I build a station at home, or what else. But it's a point where they can ask questions, where we can show them what's possible. Do DXing, do contesting, do shortwave or VHF, whatever. And that's a big opportunity.
Yeah. Very early in my career with ARRL, in the early mid-70s, I had the opportunity to travel quite a bit in Eastern Europe. And I was very impressed with the club station structure that existed at that time, particularly in Yugoslavia, where it was really part of the community support system in towns and cities, and clubs that were successful had a lot of government support.
Right.
And a lot of very good radio amateurs came out of those clubs and continue to do so. The local club is very, very important to the health of amateur radio.
And I guess that that club scene has changed an awful lot, and particularly since we look back at the early 2020s. Maybe there's a bit of a move away from the sort of the traditional local club to more of a sort of geographically distributed club. But that doesn't help you when you need a station that you can go and operate a contest from, does it? Yeah. There, you need to be able to get to the place, unless we're doing remote. But you want to be able to sit in the chair and look up at the beam on the tower or whatever, and actually sit next to someone who is an elite contester, and learn from them and see the decisions they're making. And that's
really important to have other contesters to learn, to get things shown and to enjoy together.
Absolutely. Now, if you are just joining us, and perhaps I guess late afternoon, early evening in the US, depending on which coast you're on. If you're joining us for the first time here on the stream, wondering what on earth is WRTC Things about, what on earth amateur radio contesting is about. A little earlier on, Dom, Mike Zero, Bravo, Lima, Foxtrot, joined me, and we thought we'd just run through how to make a contest QSO in WRTC. It's a little different to some of the other contacts you might have made. So if you've not had a play in WRTC before, or maybe not even had a contest contact before, we thought we'd give a quick example of how all of this is going to work, because it's a little different to the kind of QSOs you might normally make on air, and a little different to some of the other contests you might have operated in. So I guess the first thing is the exchange. So this is what you're going to give somebody who you're working on air, and that's nice and simple in this one, isn't it? It's just a signal report and a zone number.
Absolutely. So there's no serial number. So we're not doing 001, 002, anything like that. Purely the signal report, and that's always going to be 59, frankly. And then you're going to give your zone number. That's never going to change. You need to look up on the internet if you don't already know which your ITU zone is. Bear in mind it's different from your CQ zone, which applies in some other contests. This is the ITU zone. If you're here in Britain, if you're in France, if you're in Benelux, it's going to be 27. So all of the WRTC special event stations will be giving 27 in their exchange. If you go, say, to Germany, it's going to be 28, and some of those other areas of Central Europe also 28. Crossing the pond to North America, and to the United States more particularly, so the western seaboard, California, up into Washington State, that's all Zone 6.
Right.
We go a little bit further east, sort of into the middle of the country, Texas, that's all a Zone 7. And then go to the far east of the country, so sort of Florida, all the way up the eastern seaboard, that's going to be Zone 8.
Excellent stuff. So, should we have a quick sort of example QSO? You can be one of the WRTC stations, obviously not a real call sign here. I'll be an American station, and let's see how a QSO might work.
Okay, absolutely. CQ contest, Mike Bravo 4 Kilo, Mike Bravo 4 Kilo contest.
Alpha Golf 6 Tango Lima.
Alpha Golf 6 Tango Lima 5927.
5906.
Thanks.
And that's all there is to it. No serial numbers, no other information, just signal report and your zone number. There you go. That's all you need to know to make a QSO in WRTC. And if you do that, then you can be on the WRTC Hunter leaderboard. This is another feature of the WRL website. And this is all the people who have chased the different WRTC stations. So there's 50 stations, each of them on 5 different bands on 2 different modes. So that's a potential 500 different contacts that you can make. And if you jump onto the live Hunter leaderboard, this is incredible, isn't it? We're seeing the top station, Sierra November 0 Hotel Quebec, has made 437 out of that 500 possible contacts. That's amazing.
That's the PZK headquarters station. So that's actually
it's distributed.
Yeah, it's distributed.
But nonetheless, to get that on, 10 meters. 10 meters SSB and CW is going to be pretty tricky. But HQ stations aside, Irina, you were spotting Delta Lima 3 Delta X-ray X-ray. I think one of your local club members.
From my local club, and he's operating from our club station, and I think he's doing really good because he has actually 412 on this scoreboard, and
that's extraordinary.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just sort of searching down for the first UK call sign because there we possibly. Oh, Nigel OE5TXF. Not surprised to see him in there. So Roger G3LDI. I think
he's a local.
Exactly. I think he is the first UK station, but he can probably see half of the stations. So firmly ground wave there. But nonetheless, to go and find them on 300 slots, because whilst we do have the automated spotting that you mentioned earlier, that still assumes you're there every time they change band, every time they change mode. If they run on all the modes, would they necessarily be trying to run on 10 SSB, or would they mostly be chasing the multipliers, do you reckon?
Well, that's a strategy question for a competitor, but my guess is that you go to the band, you call CQ, and if something happens, you carry on. If nothing happens, you're gone in 2 minutes. Yeah. That's my guess.
It's strategy to decide how much do you call CQ, and when you are looking for the multipliers. A lot of multipliers will call you, but not all. So we have 2 stations you can operate independent, and I think at least 1 station will call CQ and looking for the rates.
Yeah.
And the other station will look for the multipliers, check which band is open, where's a chance to get more QSOs, and check the other mode.
Yeah.
So they have to work together.
But if 2 bands are open to
outside
of Europe, they will both be running.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you get more points, don't you, for DX contacts? So Europe is 2 points per
5. Yes, Europe is 2. Outside of Europe is 5, which from England means almost all is North America.
Yeah, and I guess we get, like in CQ Worldwide, you get the sort of the Echo Alpha 8s and the Charlie Novembers, and the sort of Africa, but it's pretty close. But once you work them, there's not too many folks there, are there? So fascinating. So do head over to the WRL, the World Radio League website if you want to see where you are on the Hunters leaderboard. And I think there's some certificates going to be up for grabs after the contest ends as well. Irina, Dave, thank you so much for joining me for the last hour. I'll let you go and see where your son Robert is on the leaderboard. I'm sure you're itching to go and see the latest position. And it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you both this evening.
Thanks, it's been
Thank
fun.
you very much.
Excellent. Well, as always, an event like WRTC is hugely expensive to put on, and we've been very lucky in receiving sponsorship, both commercial, club, individual, and we'll hear a little bit more about one of those sponsors now. This is the folks over at Flex Radio. Well, you're listening to WRTC Today, and he's back. Did you have a nap?
I did have a nap, but I will be honest.
Did it make things worse?
Well, as many of you know, there was a certain football match on, and although I'm not a great big football fan, this is a big match, and I thought it's dangerous to go to sleep with the radio on, because it might keep me awake, of course. Actually, I did sleep, so I did need those couple of hours, 2.5 hours or something.
That's more than our competitors are getting.
Exactly that, and that's why I feel a bit weak, really, compared to those guys doing the 24 hours. How's it been here?
It's been good. I think we've been watching those leaders sort of alternate up and down the scoreboard, and I'm sure that's going to continue.
So it's still changing.
It's still changing.
I haven't had a chance to look. I only got down 5 minutes.
As usual, we do occasionally have a little bit of a delay getting the new numbers in. Watching that propagation shift across to America as it gets dark over there. So important hours. They're all important hours, really, but
they are. But
strategically important hours now.
Many of the guests we talked to yesterday, were saying how important the strategy is, and yet propagation is one of those things you just can't accurately forecast. No. And even though Steve and his team, Steve Nichols, G0KY, did his very best, he said it's all a play for us, especially even though we have stable weather. They shouldn't be confused with propagation. We often do associate the two, don't we? But they are not inextricably linked all the time.
No, and Dave was just saying that there was the possibility of a geomagnetic disturbance tomorrow morning. That could, it doesn't sound like it'll be anything huge, but it's something that could make the difference between are the band's going to be in good shape, or are we going to be struggling a little bit for QSOs?
The only good thing, and we've said it many times, this phrase comes out, but it's literal as well as metaphoric, is that it's a level playing field. Anybody who knows the area we're talking about in
every sense of the word.
It's what I mean. It is literally so level.
Yeah, and I guess the only thing that could change is sporadicy on 10 metres. That can be so selective, can't it? Even down to all the stations are within, I think, 30 kilometres or so, 20 miles of each other. But on sporadicy, that can make the difference.
Yeah, those of you who watched us on Wednesday night, we had a live forecast with Jim Bacon, G3YLA, and nobody knows more about weather than him, I think. But actually, more than that, he's a great sporadicy fan. And I remember him just saying about that.
It could just be that pinpoint propagation.
And of course, thankfully, really all these 50 stations are relatively close together, so they should experience pretty much the same propagation, even though it can especially with sporadic key, it can just be isolated.
Yeah.
It can be very selective.
Yeah, very, very much so. Anyway, I'm going to
I
vacate this chair.
yes. Thank you so much
I'll
for
let you jump
keeping
back
the seat warm.
That's quite right. And yeah, we'll hear plenty more coming up in the next few hours. In the meantime, let's check in and see how the young folks over on Golf Bravo 26 Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie are doing on their station.
welcome back to the live studio here at WRTC 2026. It's the Why Boston Lakes venue here, and if you want to find us, we're in the middle of sort of Bedfordshire if you're looking from around the world, which is only about 30 or 40 miles from the stations, generally speaking. Anyway, and thank you very much for joining us and staying with us all this time. We don't want to be doing this on our own, so thanks for your company. Now, of course, when we look at any radio contest or any radio event, really, the propagation is everything. And last week I actually spoke to Steve G0KY, I'll say last week, the day before yesterday, I spoke to him to give us an idea of what we're looking for. And now on Wednesday's show, we had a look at the weather forecast, always important for any outdoor event. But of course, for an amateur radio event, even more important than the weather is the propagation. And with me, who better to tell us more about the propagation that the teams are going to experience than Steve Nichols, G0KYA. Hello, Steve.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, you're Propagation Studies Committee Chair, and so of course, you know, you normally do a forecast for the RSGB every week, but you're doing a specific forecast for the stations in our area, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, the propagation in East Anglia doesn't change that much from the propagation in, say, London or south of England, but I think the important thing about this is it's a very short-term propagation forecast for, you know, Saturday lunchtime to Sunday lunchtime, but well, we'll see. I've got some good news, actually, when we get into it.
Jolly good. Okay. Well, of course, just to remind you at home, the actual contest takes place between 1 p.m. on Saturday and 1 p.m. on Sunday, which is 12 p.m. UTC until 12 p.m. UTC on Sunday. So this is the forecast period that Steve's been working on. Over to you, Steve.
All right, then we'll move on then. Well, to be honest, the last week we've had a real roller coaster in terms of HF propagation. We had auroral conditions last Saturday. The K index hit 6.33. Band conditions were very poor, low MUFs, noisy watery signals, and that was not a good sign, really. But over the last few days, things have improved, and the KP index has been mostly below 3. I say mostly. We've had a couple of occasions when it's gone over 3 to 4. But there we go. But also over the last week, the solar flux index has declined as sunspots have rotated off the sun, down from a high of 203 down to 116. But let's have a look at the sun anyway. So this is the sun as it looks, or looked last night when I put this on there. No, not many sunspots, but look at that big sunspot 4482. Now that's active region 4482. That remains a threat. And NOAA in America puts a risk of a R1, R2 class solar event at 40%. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means that we've already had an X-class flare out of that region. We could have another one. We could have none at all. We could have an X-class flare. The good news is now at this point, if we have a CME off that sunspot, it probably won't reach Earth before the contest has ended. So that's good. But we could end up with some short-term blackouts or SIDs. Sudden ionospheric disturbance as a result of a solar flare from that spot. So, you know, it's risky, but the fact they put a risk of it at 40%, I think it's basically saying we don't know. Also, if we look at coronal holes on the sun, we've had one there, number 73, which has gone past, so we've had the effects of that. So it doesn't look like there are any other coronal holes. So that's good. If we'd had a solar wind stream from one of those coronal holes, that could cause the MUFs to drop, noisy conditions, poor band conditions. So from that perspective, the forecast looks pretty good. But seasoned HF forecasters know that you don't really use daily sunspot numbers to do your propagation predictions. You should use the 12-month smooth sunspot numbers. So I've been off to the Royal Observatory in Belgium and I've got the figures. And we're meant to be using a smooth sunspot number of 87, which roughly equates to a solar flux index of 144. So I've done some propagation predictions based on those two numbers, which is the way you're meant to do it, not the daily figures. So you can see this is 20 meters at 1 UTC in July. And this is the sort of conditions they can probably expect tomorrow on 20 meters. And I'm used the PROPI program here, which is based on ICRHF prop. And you can see that, you know, when they start, they'll have good propagation all over Europe, up as far as Finland and Sweden, Iceland maybe, and into the very, very north of Canada, but nothing from the US, I don't think. Might be some stuff from the Far East, but most of the work, I think, will probably be done in Europe at first anyway. We move up to 15 meters. You can see that propagation there is not terribly good. It's not going to be a good band, I don't think, at this point in the solar cycle. I think if they ignore 15 meters, they'd be silly, but I don't think they're going to get many run conditions on 15 meters that are going to give them lots and lots of contacts. And if we go up to 10 meters, it gets even worse. 10 meters, other than sporadic E openings, which are very, very hard to predict and are not necessarily good for a good run condition. A run condition is when they can maybe contact 10 or 20 stations, you know, in a run. So sporadic E, possibly got to be worth check. It's got to be checked anyway, but you know, we're not going to get F-layer propagation on 10 meters at this point in the solar cycle. So again, I think, you know, 20 meters is looking the best one to start on, maybe. If we go on to 1800 UTC, 20 meters looks a bit more interesting at that point. So the whole of Europe, North Africa, looking good, maybe down into Asia. And maybe just might get into sort of Singapore, that kind of neck of the woods. India, maybe it might be possible. But, you know, that's better than it looked at the opening anyway. Again, if we go to 15 meters, then it looks a little bit more promising than it did at 1 o'clock. Europe, definitely. North Africa, maybe some South Africa, and Far East as well. Note there that the chances of any North American contacts are pretty slim at this point. And again, 28 meters at 6 o'clock, I wouldn't even bother. I'd stick on the lower bands, but we'll see. I think all the teams will have a strategy of what they're going to do. And it'd be interesting to talk to them to find out what their strategy is. But I think at this point, I would not almost ignore 10 meters, but it's not going to be a great band for them. 15 meters is leading that way as well. 20 meters at 11 o'clock tomorrow night, looking a lot more interesting. It's the summer, so 20 meters can be open 24 hours a day. So you can see there we've got propagation down to South Africa, across to the eastern seaboard of the US, all of Europe possibly, and North Africa again. So yeah, very, very good conditions, I think. Again, 15 meters, not looking too good at 11 o'clock at night. So again, I think they're going to be looking at maybe coming down to 20 meters or 40 meters for some more activity. And again, 10 meters, no, 10 meters at 11 o'clock at night is probably not going to give them much at all. Now, if we go to 40 meters, that's another good band. This is what it looks like when the contest opens. So good contacts available over Europe, but not much further than that. But go to 11 o'clock at night and it gets more interesting. So again, I think 40 meters will be useful, maybe after dark or around sunset. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see quite a lot of people using 40 meters at that time. And so we've got propagation there down into North Africa and across most of the whole of Europe, actually. So in conclusion then, assuming we have no major solar storm or upsets, 80 meters is going to be a fair band after dark and until sunrise, with the odd DX surprise. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them using 80 meters at night, but I think a better band will be 40 meters after dark, with the whole of Europe being possible and the odd DX surprise. And 20 meters, again, probably the best band overall, open 24 hours in the summer with good DX potential. If we look at 15 meters, fair DX potential during daylight hours, will probably shortly after sunset, but it's useful to pick up mults so they can work DXCC countries, you know, on 15 meters, and that will act as a multiplier, so it's very useful. 10 meters, poor DX potential at this point in the sunspot cycle, only open in daylight hours, basically. Some sporadic E potential, but that's very, very difficult to predict. and may not be that reliable for long run sessions. But I think if they ignore 10 meters, they'll be making a mistake. But I wouldn't spend ages on there trying to call people and then find that you don't get anywhere. So quick look on 10 meters, maybe sporadic E time. So that's like late morning, early afternoon, late afternoon, but then move on to a lower band maybe. And just looking at 80 meters, that's the sort of thing we're seeing at 11 o'clock UTC. So again, most of Europe, North Africa, possibly workable. Not much DX beyond that at 11 o'clock at night. And 40 meters as well, 11 o'clock. Some good propagation down to North Africa maybe. I think you've got to think about where the main activity is going to be. Maybe North Africa is not necessarily the place. So there might be propagation to an area, but if there's no operators there, you're not going to get much activity. And 40 meters at 11 o'clock at night, again, very useful down into North Africa. So 40 meters can be very useful after dark as well. So my thanks go to NOAA and the Space Weather Prediction Center, plus Kevin, V3EN and his solarham.com. And then to James Watson, M0DNS, and Gwyn, G4FKL for PredTest program, which we've used to produce the graphics for this one. So any questions, David, do you think?
Well, only one really, Steve, because you deal with, normally you're dealing with the country as a whole and maybe sometimes slightly an area, but of course we're talking about 50 stations around a 30-mile distance between them. Do things change very much? Are you able to specify, spots like that for propagation, or is it still fairly generally, say, the east of England?
I think when I did this, I placed the spot definitely on Thetford. So these predictions, I think over the sort of 30, do you say 30 miles?
Yeah, something like that. There's about a spread of 30 miles between all these 50 stations.
In terms of F-layer propagation, there will be very little difference, I think, over that distance. Sporadic E may be different. You could have one station being able to work, others in one particular location, and the others can't hear a thing. It's very much spotlight propagation with sporadic E. But F-layer, no, there shouldn't be much difference, I don't think, between all of the stations. So it's a relatively clear playing field, or level playing field, I should say.
Thanks. People are looking at this from all over the world, and Britain, I guess, to many countries would seem like a place where it's always raining or something like that. Of course, we all feel like we're feeling the heat and the weather seems extreme. In fact, just in this region, the East Anglia region, I live about 40 or 50 miles from here, as you do, and I just had realised they're now going to ban hose pipes from now. So it is really a very dry period. What does that mean for radio amateurs generally with propagation?
I don't think the weather has much effect. I did once visit a station. He said, "Oh, it's great." He said, "We get really good propagation when the sun comes out." And I thought, no, it doesn't work like that. But
this has got a solar-powered station, maybe.
Yeah, but no, the weather has very little effect on HF propagation. It's all ionospheric, which is way, way, way above the weather. So, it's a case of annoyance more than anything. If you're too hot, too cold, too wet, it's annoying.
It is. These 50 stations, there's going to be 2 people per station plus a referee, so there's 150 people going to be maybe baking in these tents for the 24 hours over then. Just finally then, leaving the contest just a moment away, what do you think that the near future holds for us as radio amateurs? We're seeing the end of solar cycle 25 now. I think most people would agree with that. But what do you think for the summer? Is it going to be a good operating season?
Well, the summer is never really a good time for propagation. I think it will be up and down. We'll see good days, bad days, as we end up with either sunspots or no sunspots. I think propagation will improve come October, November, F2 layer propagation, that is. So if you want to see some good propagation into North America, say, come October, it will really take off. But we're really in the doldrums. It's the summer doldrums. Okay, 20 meters is open nearly 24 hours a day, but on the whole, it's not the best month for propagation.
Although there is some sporadic E, I think, just popping up in some of the bands at the moment.
Yeah, sporadic E is a godsend, really, but it's very hard to predict where it's going to land. You can't say with any certainty, oh, this is definitely where you're going to be able to work. It's down to Jim and his magic there to work out the best time sporadic E. There are some guidelines, as I said, late morning, early afternoon, late afternoon are the best times. 10 meters is probably the band people most associate with sporadic E, although it can affect everything really, and you get sporadic E effects on 20 meters, 15 meters, and 10. But one thing I would say is that the good thing about the contest is that they're missing out the WRC bands, so they're on 80, 40, 20, 15, and 10, which makes it easier to do propagation predictions because you haven't got to worry about 12 meters and 10 meters and 24 megs as well. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I'd be interested to talk to some of the contestants about what their strategy is. They must have a strategy. They must know where they want to start work and where they're going to go next.
And of course, that's where all the skill is going to come in because they've got near identical stations apart from the radios themselves, the same amount of power though for everybody. So it'll all be about the strategy and probably a little bit of luck as well. But thank you very much, Steve, for sharing with us your propagation forecast for the contest. That's Steve Nichols, G0KYA, who's the chair of the RSGB Propagation Studies Committee. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, no problem. Thanks very much.
Welcome back. That was recorded we did it live, but that was recorded on Friday. And it's a little bit unfair, isn't it, playing back a forecast that anybody would make and just playing it back whilst we're in the contest, where in fact it's 2:41 in the UK now, 1:41 UTC. And so we're well over halfway in the contest now. So to play that back was a little bit cruel and Steve, but it does show how right he was, that he did predict 20 metres would be open all weekend. It certainly looks like it will be to everywhere, but also some other bands as well. Some real surprises actually. Now joining me again on the sofa here is Jeff, K1ZM. Jeff, good to see you again. Thank you very much. You just said you just got a little bit of sleep.
I did, 3 or 4 hours to charge the batteries, a cup of coffee, good to go.
Good to go. Good. So you've woken up, and I know you've had a quick look at the leaderboard, where we are now. What's your first thoughts?
Well, there've been a number of significant changes. One of them somewhat unexpected. For example, I noticed that E77DX, who's the current world record holder in CQ Worldwide Phone, laid last year from Tenerife, has moved up from well back into a second position, which is quite remarkable from where they were. German team, which is not totally unexpected, DJ5MW and DM5EE, have been lurking near the top for the last 4 or 5 hours. And not totally unexpected, but I did not expect to see them make this move simply because they were so far back. Prior champions from the US, M6MJ and KL9A, who were both just superb operators, came from somewhere in the mid-20s up to where they're currently number 4.
Yeah, that is extraordinary, isn't it, that growth?
And one of the youth teams,
I think we could just have a look at that. We're just going to bring it onto the screen for everybody at home now as well and have a look. And so I'm just going to highlight this. So this is the youth team at number 8 at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that is N4ML's first time ever at WRTC, and the young lady is obviously giving him quite a bit of support.
Yeah.
So those are very, very interesting changes. K5ZD team with Tom, W2SC, they peaked momentarily at number 1, but they've dropped back down after being in the second or third position for much of the early running. I don't know exactly where. I can't tell for sure. Was it number 7?
Yeah, they're number 7 at the moment.
So they're still doing well, but and what is very significant at this point is to take a look at the QSO point number, because remember, this is a weighted contest.
Mm-hmm.
All contacts are not equal. So at this point, if you are very close or at the top in total QSO points, then in your case, you're well positioned, and it's finding additional multipliers to ratchet against that QSO point total. About the time I went to bed, which was 0130 Zulu, something like that. No, I'm sorry, not 0130. It was local time about 9:30 p.m. Basically, I could tell that the German team had the highest number of QSO points. And I said, that speaks well of them being able to make or sustain a move. Because all contacts are not weighted the same in this contest.
Absolutely. In fact, while you've just been talking just then, they've gone up to number 6 now. So that's
yeah,
North
well
America
done.
team. Yeah, we can actually have a closer look. And by the way, if you've got a computer with the internet at home, you can do all of this as well. WorldRadioLeague.com. Fantastic job, bit of technology to be able to see this stuff. And so there we are. There's the North American team with Randy and Tom, and we can see what they've been working. I mean, this is all the sort of information you can get. So this is on all bands. What do you? What was there a particular band that you'd like to look at, Jeff, and to sort of study how they've done this?
Well, right now, 40 meters is very important, and if 20 meters is open, that's also still important.
Well, that's on 40 meters there. That's all modes, but that's on 40 meters. That's where they've reached. So they've reached the mid-states there. I think that was, I looked at that last night. I think that's somewhere like Missouri, something like that. They've gone right down to Brazil here, South America.
And you've still got some time toward North America because it's not UK sunrise.
No.
But contacts to the east are going to become less and less important, because those countries are already in daylight, or very quickly will be in daylight.
Yeah, I think, it's 2:45 here in the UK. I'm just trying to see a window outside. Actually, it's still fairly dark, but of course that's going to change certainly in the next 30, 40 minutes, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
And Europe, that's one of, what other band should we have a look at? Let's look at 20, because in Steve's propagation forecast, that was the band that he did expect, would be alive most of the weekend, really. And you can see there the huge spread. We've got New Zealand as an extreme contact there, Japan, of course, and then right over to South America, Mexico, over here, Chile, Uruguay. Wonderful.
And those are high point contacts.
Yes.
Because they're another contact and they're different zone.
Let's look at another part of the leaderboard, though, if we can, because it's easy and nice to look at the top ones, even though they're changing position quite a lot. Let's go sort of mid and towards the lower ends of there. Any surprises for you here? Maybe some teams that are not doing so well, for example. Anybody there that you recognise? And
well, I certainly recognize AA3B and W2GD, both excellent competitors, well-known contesters, very skilled. So they're.
Is that his name is Bud, isn't it? That most people know.
AA3B is Bud Trench.
I'm beginning to learn these things now, because his name there is Joseph, and someone said, "Have you seen Bud?"
Yeah,
but
he was former director of the CQWPX contest.
Right.
And these are very experienced contesters, but this particular event doesn't necessarily mean that kind of skill translates into a top finisher at WRTC. No. It just does not. It's a very, very different skill set.
But then, as we have said, it's all changing, and it is all to be. I wouldn't like to write off any of these teams, would you, as not being able to win it, would you? Or do you think they're too far behind now? Let's have a closer look at that one, actually.
Pretty late in the game to make a major move.
Yeah. Look at the spread, though. If we look at that, if I just zoom down have a look down the page now. Look at the spread, though, of contacts they made. I know that's not the whole story, but they have done a big spread, haven't they? Australasia there, they've gone right over there, they've got here. Is that Honolulu? I'm trying to remember what that was around that area.
That would be Hawaii.
Hawaii, okay, Honolulu, I guess, around that area. Good. I should have listened to more at the teacher at school with geography, really. But, that's all the bands. Again, let's have a look at the 40-metre band now, where they've got, so obviously, as you could predict, a little bit less far that they're getting there. And 80 metres. Oh well, they're doing. When you and I first talked, I think yesterday. Now, 80 metres was nobody had gone there at all, and now, of course, they've got a lot of contacts from there.
Yeah, this is a band where, if rate is your objective, you don't want to be wooed into spending a lot of time on 80. You've got to kind of get in and get out and get what you can. And as European sunrise approaches, obviously folks are not going to be paying a lot of attention to 80 meters. Last year, when I worked the contest from home in Massachusetts, the WRT signals from Italy were infinitesimally small, and they were hard to work even for me to hear them with a coastal location on the Atlantic Ocean and a very high gain antenna. And so that tells you right away that is a band that serious competitors are going to get in and get out. They're not going to stay there long.
I'd just like to stress now to everybody, I know if you've been following this stream for a long time, you'll have heard me and others saying this before many times, but it's really quite important to stress that what we're looking at here are live scores. They're coming from a little subcomputer, actually a Raspberry Pi computer that's at each station. However, this is not the logging results and data that there's going to be used to actually do the judging. So it's important. That's it. Also probably a little bit behind the times, just a little bit back from that. But I know there's a couple of teams near the bottom, for example, that have got no points or very few points. That's not the case. They are on the air, and their real scores are definitely being counted. Trust me. We had Lee on to explain that earlier on. You know, the actual data that they'll be used will be in a bit of an old-fashioned traditional way. Actually, they'll be on a memory stick. They'll be brought back by the referees to here for all of the data and all of the logs to be checked and compared. But nevertheless, this is a wonderful bit of technology that allows us to sit here and talk about what we can see in terms of trends and all of the activity that's been going on there. Now, you mentioned when we were just talking as you sat down about the youth team, of course, and we've got a youth team there at the moment, currently in 8th place.
Yeah, that's remarkable. Certainly first-time competitors. That's a wonderful performance.
And good to see, especially in what is still quite a male-dominated hobby, to see a girl there. W7 WLW Willow. It's lovely to see that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's very impressive. Another team that came from well back to making a good showing of themselves is CT1 ILT and EC2DX, Spanish teammates.
Oh, Felipe and Imano?
Yeah, Felipe is a well-known competitor with his dad from Porto in Portugal, top finisher in CQ Worldwide historically. And what's impressive is not to see where he is, but to see where he was about 5 hours ago. I mean, they were in the high 20s. So to come up to this position, they did a few good moves.
Extraordinary, isn't it? So that's Philippe there. And we're just going to scroll down and have a look at anything else you'd like to have a look at there. One thing that is, by the way, working that when I was last doing this, well, it's quite a few hours now ago, there were problems with the statistics part of this, but that's working now. And look at this. That's still quite current. That's 220, and that's UTC. So 320 where we are now. Yeah, it's pretty current, I think. There, have a look at that.
Well, you notice that the 7 top teams are significantly ahead of what follows below, and so I don't expect that you're going to see anyone below the 7th position now becoming a serious chance of making a jump up significant. I mean, basically, it's between the top 4 or 5 guys at this point. That's where this is going to land. But VE3DZ, he's originally from Russia, and has been living in Canada almost as long as I lived on Prince Edward Island for 22 years. He and I were good friends, and he's been doing this now, I don't know, maybe even his 7th time. And they've learned how to do this. And he obviously won it the last time around, and he's in an excellent position to do it again.
Yeah. In fact, we could do something wonderful here with a bit of graphics, which if I click that, it's going to replay things. And isn't that wonderful to see? And you could just see the rate at which these teams are changing. Look at the positions that they're changing over that period. I know it's fancy graphics, but this is real stuff. This is what actually has been happening since the contest started. So that was 11 p.m. This is 12 o'clock midnight, 1 o'clock a.m., 2 a.m., and of course where we are right now. That's a wonderful bit of technology to be able to see that, isn't it?
But there are very clear delineations between the first 7 and the rest.
Yeah, so that's probably what we're looking at. Somewhere in the top 7 is where we're looking at the eventual winners. But not to take anything away from all of these other teams who have been taking part.
Well, the important thing to recognize is just getting here is an honor.
Yeah.
It really is.
Absolutely, yeah.
It really is, because the qualifying, this year's qualifying was somewhat compressed, as normally it's a 4-year cycle. But just to get here is a major achievement.
Yeah, I mean, these are people really at the very top of their game, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And the process for them qualifying for this isn't just something that takes on over a few weeks or months. This is years, isn't it, of preparation and turning in consistent results.
The other point that has become very obvious to me, the difference between WRTC and qualifying is fundamentally very different. Everyone designs a station. It depends upon your position geographically, whether you're on a hilltop, whether you're next to the ocean, how financially well off you are in terms of your ability to purchase the best equipment, but more importantly, antennas. So qualifying gets you the ability, to play the game, but basically, once you get here, all of that is eradicated. Now, everyone's on an essentially a level playing field, and the skills that were necessary to get you here are really, they're not unimportant, but this competition...
They were just part of the journey, but
yeah,
this is the destination, really, I guess.
Getting here and doing well requires a fundamentally different skill set.
That's really good. Let's go back and look at the leaderboard. We're still looking at the previous champions leading at the top there. Let's just drill down and actually have a look at the statistics on there. We have to barrel forward a little bit to look at this, because this is there's a lot of information on this screen, and Jeff and I are sitting a little bit away. So I'm just trying to actually drill down to those actual figures there. We've got four. These are such big numbers. 4.8 million virtually there. We're looking at just over 4.6 million points for the runner-up at the moment. So,
see, now if you notice, the German team has a very high point total, 1250, but they're a little bit low on multipliers. So if they find some additional headquarters or ITU zone multipliers, they could move from where they are. You notice the leaders at 420 multipliers, that's what's keeping them in the game, despite the fact that they have a lower QSO point total.
Yeah, well, if I click on that, in fact, the top, it changes the order of things. So if we look at just at multipliers, that's when Youth Team 3 are at top of the leaderboard suddenly. Look at that, isn't that amazing? The difference.
They spend some early time chasing multipliers.
Yeah, because they're on 451 there, whereas the current winners in the leaderboard overall, they're on 420. And of course, that's quite a bit significant. That's over 10% margin.
Yeah, because of the way the ultimate score is determined, multipliers are very important, as are QSO total points.
Yeah, well, if I click on that now, this will change the order again. So now we see in total number of QSO points, we've got EU3, Team 1 suddenly. So Manfred and Ulrich, who were leading the way so much yesterday, so often, were looking at that. So,
yeah, the Germans were not as close to the top as they now are. And so again, not to be overly redundant, but having a high QSO point is a very good position to be in if you can find some additional multipliers.
Absolutely. Well, Jeff, K1ZM, thank you very much for joining us for this, giving us another update. It's really good to get your insightful knowledge and experience to look at this. I know you had a big birthday just 2 days ago now, and we're really grateful for you to being here at this time of night to bring it to us. And I hope we'll see you again.
Well, we'll see what the next closing hours bring.
Absolutely.
It's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
A lot of things can still happen. Anyway, nice to see you.
Just stay for a moment, because
Okay.
we're now going to go over to our special event station to have a look at what's happening there.
Echo United 4 Echo.
Thank you. Echo United 4 Echo 5927.
5929.
Thanks. Mike Bravo 1 November. GB26 WRTC 5927. Thanks. Mike Bravo 1 November. CQ contact Mike.
Mike Bravo 4 Golf. TB26 WRTC 5927. Thanks, Mike Bravo 4 Golf. Mike Bravo 4 Golf. contact. Hotel Quebec. Go Mike Pro Hotel with contact. Lima 0 Whiskey. Hotel Bravo 9, Sierra Hotel India. Thank you for the new band, your flight 928. Good luck. Lima 0 Whiskey. Okay, 5928.
Mike 2, Yankee Lima. 2912.
Okay. Italy Zulu 2 Delta Victoria Italy. 5928, thank you.
Lima 8 Lima Sierra Kilo. Roger, you're 15928.
Mike 4 Bravo. Thank you, you're 5927.